I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody. The PulpMX show coming at you. It's Monday, July 24th, 5:01 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching. Thank you for listening. Lots to get into tonight. Washougal has happened. I thought he would lose. He did not. Another 1-1 for Jet Lawrence. An epic day on Sunday riding the HRC factory bikes. Can't believe it. We're going to have Kris Keefer on and Lars Lindstrom from Honda to talk about that. Keefer and I got to do it. We got Levi Kitchen calling in, friend of the show. Colt Nichols as well. We will call Colt Nichols. We will call Levi Kitchen. I want to get that straight. Jason Thomas, of course, coming in. Sean Murdoch from Decal Works is going to drop by later in the show as well. So, yeah, lots to get into, man. And the 250 class, it is tightened up. Hayden Deegan, 3 points back now of Hunter Lawrence. What a ride by the kid at Washougal to go 1-1. So there's plenty to get into tonight. 702-586-7857 is the call. Call in. Let's talk some moto. Maybe we'll talk some MotoGP. Silly season, Motocross the Nations, all on the docket tonight. So thank you for watching and listening again. Race Tech Rant coming up. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon as well. Thank you, Motorsport.com. Carson Brown winning the two-stroke race this weekend at Washougal. The most predictable race result, I think, all season long. Although he barely did it. But good job to Carson Brown. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Cherby's, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Racing Fuels, Pro Filter, ORW, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace, Dylan Wright wearing the Atlas brace, Chiz as well. Wright just swept another Canadian national. He's approaching Jet Lawrence level right now for his undefeated streak. Guts Racing, FMF, Works Connection, PulpMX 20, the code to save with Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA, Get Data, Intent Cycles, Wiseco Piston, EVS, MTX Braking, all on board with us, as are you people. And again, thank you. Appreciate it, man. The numbers for the show, we added them up for the second quarter, and between the YouTube and the downloads, the listens of the audio, and then the YouTube watching, it's almost 70,000 a week. So, Jesus, that's a lot of people. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, everybody. Use the codes on PulpMXShow.com. Sponsor deals. Use the codes. That would be great. And also, let's talk about tonight. In studio from Vital MX. This man once owned a race team. It was a really bad idea, but he once owned a race team. Now he's back at Vital MX. Michael Lindsay, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm just glad the image when I'm on the show is no longer me from running a race team, because whenever I'd come on the show, I'd have instant PTSD seeing that.
Okay. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Tough show to follow up, as you mentioned. Last week, DV in studio, Sexton, McGrath, and Stewart, and Will Hahn.
As soon as I saw the lineup, I literally texted you, fuck off, I don't want to come on the show.
Yeah.
I love being on here, but that is impossible to follow up. I'm screwed.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even try tonight. We're gonna have a good show. Got a good show. It's gonna be lots to talk about.
You didn't even try. Do you ever try?
Well, I tried last week because I didn't want DV to start yelling at the guest. I really had to
But that's what everybody wanted.
I know, but I don't want it to send apology texts the next day. That's I don't want to do that. So I had to do it the last 3 times DV's been on. But
That's all?
Yeah, I think this is going to be great. Kitch got a podium. Nichols surprised me. I'm going to tell him straight up, I did not have Colt Nichols getting top 10 at Washougal, first ever 450 National, on a bike, on a Cowie borrowed bike from Don Maeda, and with A-Ray's van, which is a lot of bad juju. So I didn't have any of that happening. Good job for Colt Nichols. And then, of course, Lars and Keefer, you were at the Alpine Star Ride Day as well, so we'll get into that to talk about that and more. And JT's going to call in about the 2024 fly stuff. So, yeah, plenty to get into tonight. Taking your calls over there, holding things down. He's going to do the tweet at Tallon segment. Not working on my return from motorsport.com. What's wrong? You all right? Oh. No, you, Michael. You all right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Tallon Taylor, what's up, bud?
What's up, Steve?
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks for not going riding with me last week. Thank you for
You're welcome.
bailing on that.
Thanks for having me be here when I might be having a baby tonight and Mark's birthday. It's great.
Wow. Oh, here we go.
You're such a shitty employer.
I know, right? Jesus. Listen, Marks, it's fine. I know a lot about child birth and contractions are no big deal.
I don't need to know about that. You need to tell Tallon.
Oh yeah, sorry, Tallon. Marks, what's up? How are you?
Hi.
Thanks for coming in tonight on your birthday.
Nowhere else I'd rather be.
Yeah, on his
this
birthday.
Beautiful Monday night.
Yeah.
So
Stop fiddling with that drink. We're gonna have to.
I'm having problems with my frap.
Yeah,
won't-
put your frap away.
No frap.
Too much
for me.
noise.
Fine.
Frappy Pete isn't here.
Frappy Mike.
Frappy Mike. Yeah, Marks, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thanks for all that you do.
Much appreciated.
Also, thanks to FMIP, Teen Your Citizen. Is
Great
it
shirt.
Shop Teen Your Citizen? I think it is.
It is shopteenyourcitizen.com.
Yeah, so I got my shirt. I've been railing against the greats out there. And, of course, FMIP, make motocross non-great again.
I ordered mine this morning.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
This is available at shop.teenyourcitizen.com. Shop Teen Your Citizen or Shop Dot?
There it is. Yep.
Which
It's
one?
Shopteenyourcitizen.com.
It's available now. The greats are dumb. They're in all the motocross. They're not probably going away either, so it doesn't matter.
Limited edition shirt, only 222.
I talked to a team about this a while ago, and so they told me, like, oh, we got the Motocross the Nations. We go to the Motocross the Nations, and it's greats. And so we're affecting our entire series for 3 racers.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's how the world works.
Unbelievable.
Always fixing the problem of the few for the
the
against
vocal
the many.
minority rules the majority.
That's how the world works these days.
You're absolutely right, absolutely. I have a Race Tech rant tonight that is a little spicy. I may offend some people on here, so please, please be warned. All right, Washougal. We're gonna talk the ride day and more. Alpine ride day and more, but for now, Washougal. Listen, I thought he would lose a moto. I thought this was Chase's really good track.
I think we all did.
I thought he would lose a moto. He caught Jet. Great ride. He did look a little out of his comfort zone. Chase Sexton did when he was catching Jet, but he did it. And then, but Michael, the thing is like, this is what I was literally thinking when I was watching it. I'm like, well, this is awesome. He caught Jet, but where's he going to get him?
Mm-hmm.
Where's he going to get by him? It's Jet Lawrence. Like, he's amazing. And so, yes, this is a great track, but you almost have to pressure Jet into a mistake to get by at Washougal.
Yeah. Well, I asked Chase after the race exactly, because especially at the end of the second moto, the track had dried out so much. Anytime either of them would go to make a move, I mean, even Jet, I saw a few more mistakes out of Jet than I'm used to seeing, because the guys were just breaking traction. It is what it is. So I asked Chase, I'm like, did you have a place planned out? Because all I could think in my head is, where are you going to make this move? And he said he had a couple spots in mind, but he admitted they were going to be Hail Mary attempts.
Yeah.
He said it wasn't. He stopped himself. He goes, I wasn't going to be dirty, but he goes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
He said I was going to have to
Yeah.
full send it to make it happen.
Jet's early laps are great, right? He pulled away both times. He got it by AP. He got by Dylan. The second start that was red flagged, he got by Dylan really quick. And that was, Chase can't seem to match that early race intensity, either moto. And then he has to slowly work it up. But, yeah, well, what are you going to do? So it's tough to do. So Jet's streak continues, man. It is amazing. He can clinch at Unadilla.
Yep, because he needs to finish Unadilla 100 points up on Ferrandis, and he's what, 98 right now?
Something like that, yeah.
Yes, I mean that's pretty
If
much
he goes,
a given.
2-1, 1-2, or whatever, 1-1, yeah, all of it. We'll
Now
probably get it done.
The crazy part, of course, I mean, the perfect season talk started at like round 2 or 3 for some people, which when it's that far away, of course, it's like, we'll see.
Right.
And then it gets kind of to the middle where it's possible, and there's a part, I don't know, it's like you hear people really start to bring it up, you're kind of like, oh, this is stupid. Now that we're down to 3, it starts to fall, to me, more in the actually exciting category. Like, regardless of what side of the fence you stand on, whether you're a Super Jet supporter or you're a Chase fan or somebody that wants to see him get beat, whatever, it just gets interesting now. Now that we're in the realm of real possibility, regardless of the outcome, I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah.
Like, of course, I'm on the fence or I'm on the side where I don't think it's going to happen. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but now it's fun. Now it's down to the last 6. I'm actually excited to see it happen.
To me, getting past Washougal was huge. I am now leaning towards it happening as opposed to not. I think I was probably 50-50 before Washougal, but the way he rode and held off Chase at one of his – now Chase is really good at the next 3 tracks too. Roxon's jumping in also, so there's some spiciness being added. But now I'm leaning towards it happening. Yeah, I really think he'll do it. So
I'm still.
Let's go 60-40, 55-45 that he does it.
Dilla's also a good track for Chase, so we'll see. Like I said, Kenny coming back, just anything that can throw a difference in this. But man, it's It's really getting close.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Now the last 3, it's exciting.
His starts are so good.
That's what blows my
early
mind.
sprints
How
are so
is he?
good.
I get it that it's in a sense a weaker field. I really stand by starts are very confidence driven because enough of these guys practice starts. They're pretty good at them. I get it. Jet has all the confidence in the world right now. Has a good bike setup. I am still kind of mind blown that he hasn't had one like absolute janky start this year.
No, it's been amazing. Almost every time.
Because let's go back to it. Maybe I have to go back and look at the seasons. Don't get me wrong. Ricky and James in their day were confident, but wasn't there one race that got a 10th place start?
James had to deal with the 800.
Yes.
So the 800 was pulling him.
Yeah.
So there was a bit of that. But yeah, you're right. It's incredible. His drive out of the gate, his aggressiveness in the first few turns, all of that. And Chase has not been able to match that early race stuff. So it's taken him a while. I mean, I rode their bikes, so I understand fully what is going on.
Testing expert here.
Yes, what is going on. But we got it's. I think it's going to happen now. I lean towards it happening. Like I said, I was maybe thinking not, but man, he's so good. Not many riders happy with the track.
Yeah,
I mean, Washougal's a tricky one. Not many guys like it anyways. There's a lot of complaining about Washougal, but I get the sense that it was a little worse prep than normal did you get that?
Well, we heard Chase I heard a couple people complain about the added sand. A few guys complained to me about like the road jump and just a few sections being like really water, but it dried out really late. And it was weird. It was sloppier than normal in the morning, but they've been struggling in the Pacific Northwest with moisture. I mean, you saw the parking lot. It was a literal silt bowl. So I don't know if they tried to stay on top of it early and over-soaked it in the morning, but then
I've seen it worse in the morning, I thought.
Okay.
Guys were telling me how bad it was, and I'm like, dude, I've seen this way worse, I thought. Like, they almost have to just soak the shit out of it badly.
Yeah.
But by the second motos, it's Washougal. Its character comes out, right?
Yeah, and it's still, again, talking about, I think me and you both had a very similar conversation with Chase, kind of complaining about lack of character in tracks when you add in sand and different things. Washougal really does have one of the most unique vibes on the circuit. I always joke, it feels like you're at a campground.
Yeah, it's cool.
Dirt's very different. I love going there, and when I run into people that maybe have only been to one national, they'll ask me, hey, where should I go? What national should I go? I'm like, it's easy to say Redbud, great crowd, et cetera, et cetera. For me, Washougal's actually pretty high on the list, personally speaking. I think hillside under the canopy, even if it's a hot year, you got good shade. You can see a lot of the track from the right places. It is very different. And I think it is the best West Coast round from a fan standpoint. It is we get to your Redbuds, your Millvilles, the fans are crazy. Washougal's got a pretty good fan base. You can get closer to the track. Some nationals, it feels like they've changed it where you can't get that close to the edge of the track. I feel like there's a lot of place in Millville you can be right next to it. Millville, sorry, Washougal.
It is not Saturday, but sometimes we have had some epic weather there. The perfect 75-degree day with a little bit of a breeze, and the crowd's going for it crazy, and it's so scenic and everything else, right? But I want the Nationals to have sand track and to have a maybe crappy hardpack track crappy hardpack track is too harsh. A beat up slippery track like Washougal. I don't really care about the moon dirt or Paula, but I just want the Nationals to have all sorts of dirt. Right? That's kind of what I think. And so when I hear the guys complaining about Washougal, I'm kind of like, Like, I get it, but it's the same for everybody, Yeah. It's kind of how I am. But I did hear a lot of complaints, for sure.
Shocker. Dirt bike riders complaining about tracks.
I know. And then every dirt bike...
Was Dylan Ferrandis one of them?
And every dirt bike... I didn't talk to Dylan. But every dirt bike rider you ask about something, it depends on how they did that day.
Yep.
They can never give you a non-biased answer. Everything's based upon their results, right? And everything else. So they can never, ever just be like... Well, listen, I suck today, but this is generally a good track or whatever, Well,
so I was going to ask a question, but I know there's no answer. Since none of us get to interview Jet usually individually, I was going to make the joke of, well, Jet's usually not a big fan of it. Was he after winning? Because if you do good, usually.
No, I talked to him about that.
Oh, you did?
I actually had some good conversations with Hunter and Jet.
You did on Sunday. I talked to Hunter for a minute after the race on Saturday.
Yeah.
But not here. We just went over and bullshit.
I was kind of waiting to see how they would be with me riding their bikes, and they were both cool. And we talked a lot about the undefeated streak and different stuff with and everybody else in the bikes. And you know what was cool? And I hate to give Keefer credit here. Chase especially, very interested in what Keefer had to say about the bikes.
I asked Chase on Saturday evening or Sunday morning.
That's right.
I said, so if Steve comes off and says your bike is better than Jet's, do you gain confidence? And he looked at me and goes, no, I'll be so much more confused. I said, if Keefer gets off your bike and says it's better than Jet's, he's like, then I believe it.
Listen, you can't even, like, as Keefer said, and he's right, like, we're riding their bikes and their setup. Like, it's not even, we can't say which bike is better. Do you know, because those guys are riding it the way they ride it. So
something I find really interesting with their bikes, like it got talked about on the broadcast a lot last week, and when Stu was talking about how now team bikes are usually very similar because of data and development now, where maybe back in James and Ricky day, you'd have two teammates that actually had pretty different bikes. I mean, we know it from, at least from my end, when I'm around their tent, look at their bikes, I know there is a lot difference in their packages. I got to overhear you guys talk about a lot. I got to say, those two, this is probably the first time in, 10 years we've had two factory guys that have had different suspension, different suspension components, different chassis, different engine packages. That's pretty unique.
Yep. Let's save that for the Lars Keefer talk, but I do want to get into that a little bit. Hayden Deegan. He sets the fastest lap of what are you doing? What are you typing to YouTube people?
Yes.
No. Close the computer.
You're talking. I'm fine.
No, you're not listening. You're not focused. Close. Come on. No.
I have to send this. You're good.
Okay.
Talk.
Send it now.
Talk.
No, we'll wait. Let me know.
Okay.
Just focus on me. Never mind the YouTube people.
I'll just look at you.
Radio, bro.
Marks can handle the YouTube people. Okay. You're not answering them and me and all of that. Okay. Focus.
Yeah, but they don't.
But it's the viewers that matter.
Marks can deal with it.
Okay.
Marks has it open.
They don't
Okay.
care. People don't care what I think.
Okay.
Fastest lap of the day for Hayden Deegan. Absolutely sends it in the second moto. Halfway through that moto, I'm like, he's getting third. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hot, it's dusty. Justin Cooper's up front, not a guy to give away leads. And that kid, dude, what a ride! Absolutely sent it, and that was awesome. 1-1 on the day, and retro bikes, and all of that. Yeah,
The bikes, the
bikes.
gear, everything.
Hey, what is it about Rushugel and Star Yamaha starts? Like, okay,
Uphill start. But
uphill start.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit.
it's a little bit. But
a little bit.
It's a rise. I don't know. It's a unique start because, again, hardpack, it is a combination of not only power but traction. I mean, good torque off the gate shows, I think, that not only do their bikes create great power, but that it is rideable and controllable because it is very easy to spin out of the gate. Again, it's hardpack right off the edge.
But even dirt starts, they were up there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they've had those epic photos of every dude coming into the first turn, like they're on blue bikes, like back at, and this day, it was great too.
The year I ran a race team, one of our bikes got the whole shot in that 250 class.
Mumpy led some laps. Yep.
But no, Star bikes. I feel like Thunder Valley and Shugel are the two where you're like, it's going to be all Star bikes. It's just it's going to be all Star bikes around the first corner.
But Deegan, 3 points now.
3 points, dude. To me, one of the most impressive things at the end of that moto was how quick he made the pass on Jacob. They were talking about, like, on the broadcast, everything. Like, it's not, they asked even James, like, where's he going to make the move? He's just like, he just needs to make it. And as they're saying, he just needs to make it happen. He literally just made it happen out of nowhere. And then you watch the next lap or two.
He was sending it down that hill.
The body language of your J. Coop and your Hunter, it's late in the day at Washougal, the rear stepping out a lot. Those guys, whenever it would step out, you'd see the body language kind of collapse, like, oh, no, like it's step out. They're getting a little tired. It's the end of the moto. I swear, for every time I saw the rear end step out for Hayden, the throttle just went 1% deeper into the stop. Like, the head got farther over the bars, and the throttle went down harder.
Yep.
No fear.
Yeah,
nothing.
Dude, it's coming down that hill, the drop-off, coming out of the back, almost to the bottom. That turn where he got J. Coop, like, just coming off of there.
Off that table. And we rode the next day, off the edge of that table to land that far left, and then it drops away and it's slick. It's almost off camber off the edge, and he just turns right into the inside.
Yeah.
I don't know if there really much traction. He was kind of sliding coming in, but that pass was amazing.
Yeah, it was great. 3 points now with 3 rounds to go. That's awesome. That's going to be great. Look, Hunter's been the best guy. Hunter's got 5 wins, tons of moto wins. He's the best guy. But you keep giving the chances and chances, and
How do you feel the brashness of him after pony? I personally love it, and it's nothing against Hunter, but like when he gets off and he's basically like the interview I did with him, he said that Hunter's got to be pretty nervous now. He's the guy that's supposed to win this championship, not a rookie.
I don't care.
I find it entertaining.
Okay, so I don't care, but it ain't Hunter ain't going there. That's not helping Hunter. That's not helping him. Hunter is not going to be like, oh my God, he's right. You know what I mean? Like, you just let Hunter's
I would say if anybody,
veteran.
maybe Layner's career, the shit talking will work out at some point in his career. I don't think it does anything against Hunter.
Yeah.
I just think the entertainment value, of course, is kind of funny versus the PC interviews. It's just
you're
fun.
right. We actually have a call about that. Let's read this to Chris. Chris, what's up, man?
Hey, Steve, this question's for you, and I'd love to hear ML's thoughts on it as well. But I was just wondering two things. First is, do you guys feel like there might be a concerted effort from the Deegan camp? I don't know if it's like maybe gain fans or something, but there's been a lot of talk on the podium lately. Like, I'm the only American guy. You know, American guys got to step up and win one for the U.S. and I don't know. Just want to know if you guys thought like.
I get into this with JT and Weege on my review show that came out today on the Racer X review. I don't like it. JT and I disagreed, of course. I'm a foreigner who's been here longer than I was in Canada. I'm sensitive to this. I feel like Hayden, and I think Brian is telling him this, is going to try to divide the fans to not like the Lawrences because they're not American. Like, I don't really like that. Like, the Lawrences, they weren't just born here. They had a long path to get here and a lot of money and a lot of effort, and they're the American dream because they sold everything in Australia to go to the GPs and get success and come here, you know, with the ultimate goal of always being here. So if you want to admire anyone for, you know, making it happen, the Lawrences have done that, and they're nice people by all accounts, right? They seem like nice people. We don't know everybody, but so me as a foreigner, I'm sensitive to Hayden trying to divide the fan base into I'm an American and these guys are not. Dude, we're all just motocross racers, and we're all here chasing a dream. Me as a mechanic, podcaster, those guys as racers. So I'm a little sensitive to that. I kind of agree with you, Chris. I don't like it. Why are we trying to do that? Like, I don't remember RC ever saying he's an American and Chad's not. You know, I don't remember that ever happening. Like, dude, Kenny, Marv, Lawrence's, DV, they're great people. They're here chasing a dream. So I didn't like it, Chris. Yeah, I don't like it. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It feels a little WWE to me. Like, the next thing you know, he's going to have a flag that says, you know, proud to be an American and maybe boo the Lawrences. I don't know. Now, there was USA chants on the podium, and there was boos, Jet told me, for when they introduced him. USA, you know? Mm-hmm. I get that. I'm not saying Hayden's making those fans do that, but that shit doesn't help, you know, when you're doing it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't call it xenophobic, but I don't have a word. I don't know the word for like what it is. It just seems like he's trying to pull fans away.
Well, dude, the kid is look. He rides with so much heart, and he's awesome to watch, and he's the next star. Just we'll all cheer for him without that. All the American fans are going to cheer for him without him saying it because of the way he rides and the way he seems to leave his heart out on the track. And I don't I don't like him trying to get ahead here by a little bit. What's the right word? By dividing up the Lawrence brother thing. You know? I don't know.
What about ML? What do you think?
I understand where Steve's coming from. I disagree slightly because I don't know. From my perspective, I don't look at it as much as dividing. I've seen the Lawrences on the podium at Redbud, and yes, people chant USA. I think everybody's just excited. Like it's a patriot. It's a country
July
of
4th.
patriotism.
It's July 4th weekend.
What it is. Yeah. I think it's just coming off of, again, Hayden has. You talk about, like, we think of it as core racers. Hey, if you just put your heart out on the track, blah, blah, blah. This kid has a different type of fan base for being brash and the way he's been on YouTube, the way he's been growing up. He has a different type of fan base. I think he's I think he is staying true to that in a way. I'm not against.
I got to do it for the American.
But he's also. You're also picking one point though. He'll also say up there, "I'm the only kid in the class," because again, Hunter, RJ, the guys
that's
of age.
Fine.
But he's just He's just running his program. I get where you're coming from. Again, I do. I don't take it as malicious against the Lawrences. I just take it as the kid is trying to feed off I'm the kid, I'm the American, I'm here to do it for American motocross. I'm a bit of a patriot. I like the patriotism side. Yes, can it be a little bit overkill sometimes? I'm not going to say I'm standing up there like, yeah.
Do we hear the other racers talking about being American, Justin Cooper or anything?
Maybe they should, and then maybe they should go beat him then. Maybe Justin should go beat Hunter and Jen. Do it then.
I mean, but they don't. They have, and they don't.
Yeah,
so
that's their choice.
Okay, so I think if you're Brian, you need to be aware that is stoking the divide and perhaps turning it against the Lawrences. Okay? Like yes, he's not saying, hey, screw the Lawrences. He's not saying that. But by saying, I'm the American, I'm doing it for the Americans, you know what I mean, all this, what you're doing is you should know that you're going to turn some people against the Lawrences. And why do you want to excel and get more fans by turning it against the foreigners? Why do you need to do that? Like, the kid's already awesome.
Yeah. Verbal.
You know?
So question, and I'm not defending, but again, was it Jet that was on the podium this weekend with an Australian flag over his back?
Yeah, some fans gave it to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So be a patriot of your country. The Aussies can talk about being Aussies and coming over and doing great. Like you said, selling everything. That narrative's been sold with them, and it's awesome for them. And I run into a bunch of Aussies that go over the top about them beating Americans. That is awesome. They have earned that right. Those boys, their family has done everything to be here, and they have earned that right to run that narrative if they want to. I don't care. I think it's awesome. And I think at the same time, if a kid from America can come and beat him, I like patriotism in sport. I do agree with your sense it can get both, but I think it goes both ways. Like, I know plenty of Aussies who wore me out over it as well.
Well, okay. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I think there's a difference between being proud and then being in your home country and knowing that you're playing to the crowd.
Yeah.
And you're going to turn it against another people. Like if you're a foreigner in a strange land, and you won or you did something really cool, then that's kind of neat to celebrate that if you have some other people there from your country. But when you're in your home country, I think it's a little different because people are just going to get revved up about that. So
you're just sad there's not a Canadian down here.
Well, I am sad about that for sure. But I don't know, man. Look, again, like, he's awesome. Just I like that part of it. And I don't know why you'd want to get people maybe chanting USA at the Lawrences over and over.
I think they already do it naturally. It's American motocross. Like I said, I get, again, your point. My last part is I don't personally feel like it comes from a malicious standpoint, but like anything, it can be taken the wrong way. Some people are going to take it out of context. Some people are going to take it wrong.
I know, but if you're Brian, you got to know that people are going to take it the wrong way. You know what I mean? Like, hey, if we start yelling about the Americans, then there's going to be people that are going to really get on the Lawrences. And
well, this falls what we were talking about earlier is the minority thing. Like, do you play to the minority or the majority? The majority of people that can take it and just enjoy it, or do you have to make all your decisions based on the minority of a couple drunk fans that are going to be assholes about it?
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Kris.
I got one more small thing, just like time, real quick. Do you feel like, so if that was like a concerted, intentional thing to gain fans,
it is for sure. Brian is. I would bet any money that Brian's like, hey man, tell him how you're the American kid going after these. Tell him you're American. Tell him. Brian is saying this.
Yeah. If so, do you think like mentioning Andrew Tate, somebody who's been held in Romania on
that was bizarre. That was bizarre. I don't get that. I don't know that guy's following and the case exactly outside of just generally following it. That was bizarre. I don't know where that came from, and that's weird to me. But I guess
human trafficking.
No, I know. I don't know, man. Maybe he doesn't know that, or I have no idea. That was very strange. Yep.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
All right.
That's it.
Yep.
I just wanted to talk. Thanks, guys. Thanks, ML.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Tyler's on 3. Tyler, what's up, man?
Hey, I just had a quick thing. I listened to the review pod. I think it's a lot more simpler than we're making it out to be. I think it's just, first of all, just being patriotic, and second of all, anybody who perceives themselves as elite in sports talks shit, right? So it's not. I don't think it has to be anything more than just talking shit about how good that you're doing. But
okay, that's fine. But do you see? Did you see Ricky say this about Chad? Did you see other racers say this about Ken Roxon? Like, I beat the German, I'm the American. I'm beating the German. Like, Hayden to me, seems to be
Well,
the first guy to
well,
really point this out about foreign competitors.
Here's the other thing that I was going to bring up is I don't remember him saying anything about the Lawrences specifically. And how many other nationalities are racing in the motocross? And we've got Spaniards, we've got French guys, we've got all kinds of people, right? Dylan Ferrandis, Marvin Muscon, all these guys
I know.
to get booed all the time.
Well, I would
So-
say they don't get booed all the time, but certain times, yes.
Okay, sure. Yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
But my point is just that I think that we're taking this a little too far because I didn't see anything him singling out the Lawrences. So to be drilling this down...
What do you think he's talking about? He's like, it's good to have an American on top because the Australian's been winning.
Sure.
I mean, of course he's singling out his main competitor for the title, who's Australian. I mean, that's...
Do you think if Vial was winning, like, he wouldn't be saying the same thing?
Yeah, he would be. My point is any foreigner, anybody, yeah, he'd be saying the same thing. Yeah, so
right, because he's patriotic. I
Okay,
think
but
that foreigners do the same thing when we're there. I mean, anybody who's elite in their sport talks shit. That's
point
just my
out?
point.
Can you point out any foreigner that has said it's great to beat the American here today, or anything else? Like, can you tell me? Give me an example.
I mean, you watch soccer, baseball, football, basketball. I mean, anytime these guys go into international EuroLeague, anytime these go,
yeah, but you're representing
sports,
your country at that point. It's a country versus country thing. That's different. That's you're literally representing your country at a worldwide event. Of course, you're going to do that.
Okay.
Of course, you're going to be stoked on that.
I mean, I think when there's a bunch of international people, even in the same sport, even in the same country, they're still ultimately representing their country. I mean, Chad's a perfect example of someone who has been very vocal about representing his country his entire career. Did he say those specific types of things? No, but still. He's very vocal
that's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's all.
So anyway, my point, the original reason I called is because you and Keefer had an opportunity to ride the HRC bikes. One thing that I've noticed over the year, and listening to Chase specifically at Southwick, he's talked about how he hasn't been able to get drive. He was slow up the hills. He was slow in the sand section, the rollers at Millville. Couldn't get around Jet. So my question to you is, how much of a difference when we're playing a game of ounces in titanium bolts? What's the difference in weight between Chase and Jet? And why is that a contributing factor? Because I think, especially with what you said on the review show about how vet-friendly and semi-soft Jet suspension is, that would make more sense as why he's been able to connect to the ground and get more drive and stay on top of things and make it through a lot easier, where if Chase weighs 15 pounds more when you're playing a game of pounds,
it also depends on riding style, throttle control, all that stuff, right? Yeah, like you can see that Jet's smoother than Chase.
Yeah, I'll say the comfort level he's talking about is not down to, they had to set it up because Chase was 15 pounds more. That's not why Chase's bike tracks the way it does. That's a personal decision on what Chase is looking for out of suspension. It's Chase, like I said, you could throw them on each other's bikes and it's not. Yeah, it's not down to just the weight difference that setting is working like that.
Yeah, there is something to it though. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. See you.
Right, thank you. All right, let's get to our first guest here of the night. Brought to you by Renegade Racing Fuels. It's great to have him calling in. Sorry, brought to you by Wiseco. Wiseco Pistons, bringing you our next guest, first guest of the night. He is somewhere in a river in Washougal, Washington, but he got a podium this weekend. Levi Kitchen, what's up, man? How are you?
Good. How are you?
How's the service? Is it all right? Can we talk this? Can we figure this out or no?
I mean, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Oh. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Are you on a river like right now?
Yeah, no, I've been fishing all day pretty much.
Oh, that's awesome. Catch anything?
Yeah, we've got a few. Sun's finally coming out now. We got a little bit of rain, so.
Oh, okay. All right.
But yeah.
Okay, good to hear. Hey, so podium in a moto at Washougal in front of your homies. That must have been cool. How was that?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was pretty good. I'm just bummed. You know, obviously I expect a little bit more sometimes, especially there. But you know, I tried to ride the track like how I used to when I was, you know, a little younger, and it's a little different for the Nationals. So I don't know. I was happy with the second moto, but you know, overall still not super happy. I was stoked on my starts though. I mean, two pretty good starts for me was awesome. So, and I feel like even going back Millville, I had, you know, in a cluster. So I think they're coming around.
Did you do anything
which
different?
Makes it
Yeah. Have you worked on it? Did you change any maps or anything?
No, I just finally I've kind of came to the conclusion it's all mental for me because like Supercross, I was confident.
Yeah.
And I was getting good starts, and then I kind of lost my confidence. So it's back. I feel pretty good about him.
Yeah, one of my questions for you is that, you seem start dependent this year outdoors. Like, you're not going to rip through the pack necessarily, but if you get your starts, you can get on the box or win, right? Like it's so your starts are so key for you.
Yeah, and I think, maybe Hunter, but other than that, I think the class is so fast right now. You don't really see anybody. I know Joe had a good one at Colorado coming through, but for the most part, it's just I don't know, something about it's hard, and the tracks we've been going to lately.
Mm-hmm.
I hate saying one line like so many people say it, but it is. It's pretty hard to pass with some of these.
Yeah. Especially 250s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, and like that first one at Washougal, I was in a freight train from 2nd to 7th or something, and then I had a little problem and went back a ways, so lost some time. But there was just nothing I could do. Every time I'd go to pass Hammaker, then I got passed by somebody else. So
my buddy Joey was standing in the corner that you had a little problem. He said it sounded like there was a bunch of squirrels in your bike, and he was surprised that you kept going. Because it was sounded like some hardcore.
So he heard it.
Yeah, he heard it. Yeah.
Okay, I wonder because you always want to you think you're going crazy sometimes, and you know how people can sometimes not believe you or whatever is going on. But it was weird, and it scared me for a little bit, and I was scared it was gonna maybe malfunction on a jump or something. So it was hard just mentally to kind of recover from that, but luckily, team did a good job. They got a new motor in there for the second one, and it was all good.
Well, judging by what my buddy said, they're going to find some metal in the bottom of that transmission, I think. So
yeah, I would think so.
It's odd that it got back and worked okay, though. That's odd, So
that's the weird part. Yeah, it was weird.
Because Michael, even so, you break some dogs off, you chip some dogs, all that, but they usually come back up.
Yes.
And this didn't. So
there's nothing worse than a little part coming around, floating around, tearing sun up, other than like what he run into. If you hear something kind of chip and make some noise, but then it goes away, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe I'm hearing something. Then you split it later, and you're like, oh my god, this is almost bad.
Yeah,
shit everywhere.
Yeah, it was gnarly. To my buddy said it was like you could totally hear it, just and so yeah, it was for real, Kitch. How is Kitch nickname doing? How are we doing on that?
Well, you're doing great on it.
Are the fans doing great on it or no?
More than I would have, liked, but it is what it is.
Do you want me to stop doing Kitch, or do you want me to just go back to Chef?
No, I think any publicity is good publicity. That's my motto.
Okay, all right, fair
man
enough.
of the people, man of the media.
Yeah, man of the media. Exactly, that's exactly right. Good job in the second moto, man. Hunter got up to you. And, man, you like you said to me after the race, you dug deep, pulled it out, and you did. So good job on that. Like, that dude's been crushing it, right, all summer long. So that had to make you feel good.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was happy to, I didn't know I thought it was actually Joe behind me, but, once he got there, it's like, well, I don't want to let this guy by. So, hung in there and was able to hold him off, and pretty excited about that.
Were you you're a kid, so you don't get it. What'd you think though of the retro look? How were you about all that stuff?
Oh, I thought it was sick.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I never thought. It's cool that they did it. Those colors. I'm surprised they ever were on a dirt bike. Honestly,
we had a weird time in the early '90s.
The Cowies and the Yamahas. You look at that era, you're like, wait, this came like this?
What's that?
Yeah, what was life like then?
Dude, you should see the Suzukis. Go
Zebra
Google
stripes.
Google a 92 RM 125. Go look at that thing. Like, I don't know what was going on.
Like you just said, it was like white and yellow.
And pink and gray and and yellow and everything. Yeah. So, Are you there? Did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you
Okay,
hear
all
me?
right. Yeah. Levi Kitchen brought to you by Wiseco, by the way. 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons, Honda HRC partnering with Wiseco, and they've been doing a great job all year long. There's a PulpMX is the code to save at Wiseco. They've been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years.
Over 80 years. And all over the HRC bikes, they're dominating.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had a Levi question,
Yep.
actually. So, being from SoCal, I'm near Glen Helen. I run into people all over the world like, oh, Glen Helen, you must love going there. And then I go on a rant about Glen Helen and what it's actually like during the week. Talking about how different tracks can be National Day versus normal. We all look at Washougal. We see a pretty hard pack. Okay, how could it be that much different on practice day, being that you were born and raised there? When you talk about Washougal being different, like what is different? The layout, prep, like what stands out to you that, I don't know, even though you have some sort of hometown advantage, is it also different enough sometimes you're like, this is not even the track I grew up riding?
Yeah, I mean, Steve probably can vouch for me. He rode it the other day, but
No, Michael wrote it too. Michael was busting up motor.
There was no lines the day we rode it.
Yeah.
okay, so that's a good example. Like for a local weekend, it's pretty like. I mean, there's some chop, but no like big bumps, and it's actually honestly the lines in the way are better. Like I felt like this weekend we got a lot of hooks in them, and everybody just pushed to every wall.
Mm-hmm.
Where on a normal weekend, like between the vets and some of the sea riders and stuff, they actually, as crazy as it sounds, they kind of hold their line somewhat. So like there'll be multiple lines that all kind of come out. In the right area, where I felt like for the race it was like you would come into the turn inside, but no matter what, you were going to hit that wall on the outside. So
yeah.
And then you try to turn underneath it, and it wouldn't work.
Sure.
Also, I was going to say, I love how peaky the road jump was this year. It actually kind of freaked me out when we rode it the next day. The first lap I hit it. I was like, what the heck?
That jump's fun though.
Yeah, says you. It was peakier than I remember for sure. Watching it on TV and then riding it, you know what I mean? I was like, holy shit.
I rode it a couple years ago for something. I think I hit it first. It was way more of just like a mellow up. I came up I even went during race day. I remember I walked over there and I was like, I don't remember it being quite like this.
Yeah. Hey, Levi, also, what are you going to do on this break? You're going to kind of enjoy yourself. You're fishing now, but like you're going to take a little bit of time off and recharge for the last 3?
Kind of. I get a fish today and that tomorrow night, so hopefully that goes smooth. The flights have been, and then do a little bit Wednesday, maybe ride Thursday, Friday, and then back to it. Yeah. I think
get back into the
plan.
grind. Hey man, really good weekend for the team. Hayden, Cooper, you get the podium in second moto. Really good moto for good weekend for the team.
Yeah, no, I thought so. I was pretty stoked that second one. Obviously, both the boys did good. First moto too. I think they went 1 and 3. So, wish I could have been up there with them in that first one, but it's okay. So I was, that was cool to. I mean, I guess it's not super cool to see Hayden win, but at least it's a teammate.
Yeah.
I'd rather win, but he did a great job.
He sends it. He sends it.
Phenomenal.
He sends it, dude.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
He came up on me, and I was like, can I hear a store bike? I was like, the only one left is Hayden, and he blew my doors. So.
You're like, oh, here it goes.
I never thought about that. Everybody else, other teams, because Starbike is so familiar to hear. If you're on a team, you probably hear one coming. Like, damn it. It'd be funny to be on the same team and go, damn it, that's one of ours too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I knew. But man, he was riding good, and he had some pretty cool lines too that even myself, who's a local, didn't.
Oh, really?
Take, so.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. What specifically? Tell us anything specific stand out?
Like you go up Horsepower Hill, you go left, few rollers, you drop down.
Yeah.
The first one there.
Yep.
He was just ripping like that outside wall. I never used that.
Okay.
Ever.
Yep.
And then what else? S turns at the bottom of the hill.
Okay.
Inside, then kind of out. Rather, like I've always just been tight, like inside.
Inside, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Man, he was even going outside before the sometimes.
Really?
Supply.
He had some good.
I was surprised, like where he got J Coop when you drop down the hill of the table there.
Yeah.
How far wide he was off the table, but still made the inside like the lap he did past J Coop. Like I said, that's so slick where you land. There's not a lot of traction.
You guys were going to the
yeah.
left. You guys were going to the left of the banners there, or the stakes, I think, right? Like it looked like it, right?
Where at?
The drop down after the turns, after the S turns.
Oh, yeah. So that's what threw me off. Like, he came by me, and he kept getting super close to me at the beginning, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? So I went out there, and then, it was pretty much on the, fire truck road. But, I mean, what can you do? It was a good line.
Yeah, run it. Yeah, no.
And everybody else is using it, so.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, once you see them do it, you're like, all right, well, if I want to keep up, I got to do it.
I think it was 450 class. I saw it was either Harlan or McElrath the one lap tried to do it, but they almost got where it was slick and squared, and they literally just rode the fire road all the way to the corner.
They did?
It didn't look like it was on purpose. Like they went off the table, got all squirrely, and they landed. They had a group of guys next to them. They just looked over and was like, I'm just going to stay on this for a second.
Yeah.
Hotline.
Yeah. Levi Kitchen on the show, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Wiseco offers a race-proven components for the rest of your engine as well. Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite Series connecting rods. Pulp 23 is the code to save. Levi, is your dad around? Is he next to you?
Yeah, he's right here fishing.
Let me. Can we talk to him?
Yeah, here you go.
All right.
What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Good.
Good. Michael Lindsay's here with us. Hey, I wanted to bring you on. Sweet truck, dude. You drove this F-250
awesome.
into the pits. It was like an immaculate, like 78 or something. That thing's awesome, dude.
77 and a half.
77 and a half. Michael,
No, I let Levi drive it down there, and I didn't know he was going to park it right in front of the semi.
First photo I took on Friday was we're going to the Yamaha thing. I saw Levi pull up, and I'm like, hey, stand in front of the truck.
Oh, yeah.
First photo I took all day Friday.
Yeah. That thing's sweet, man. Did you restore it, or did you find it?
I had a friend. It was pretty close to being done when I bought it, and then I just had a guy kind of touch it up and do some work. But I've had a lot of those trucks over the years, and that I love those old Fords.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked pretty cool. It reminded me of just like the Fall Guy TV show or something dumb like that, where I'm like, that thing's awesome. That's great.
Yeah, cool. I appreciate it.
Also, hey, so I got a question. I was asking just after we talked to you and your wife on Friday, we were talking about you guys living there. Like, when did you discover this trail to Washougal Racetrack? Is that why you moved there, or were you not into dirt bikes and then you found this trail and the Huffmans let you ride the trail?
No, my whole family, we kind of surround the track there. I grew up next to the track, and
okay.
So my wife and I, we went to high school together, and we bought property just above the track out of high school. And so when Levi was 4, he started riding and racing, and it was just there was a trail down to the track, and made it easy.
Were you into moto, and that's why you bought?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you were always into moto.
Yeah.
I didn't get that. Okay.
Yep. Pretty much everybody around that track, Steve, is into moto.
Okay.
If you're not into moto, it's just the way it is.
And so, could you jump on it when Levi was a kid, and you were riding too? I assume. Could you ride the trail and jump on the track whenever you wanted to?
Yeah, we could ride it, but when that track's not prepped, it's not real great.
Yeah.
And then you know what the weather's like up there. If,
Yeah.
Snow and rain.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we didn't ride a lot.
The Martins say the same thing. They live at Millville, and Jeremy and Alex are like, dude, you don't want to ride this place in the middle of June when it hasn't been touched.
So I've hurt myself more riding down there on an unprepped day than full out racing. It's marbly and it's not fun.
Okay.
It kind of fits to me how every national track, again, being near GH, I meet people around the world. Oh my God, you must ride every week. No, bro, I hate it on Thursday. I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
I have friends. I remember first time I went to Budds Creek for a bike launch. I told a couple buddies in there, I'm so excited. They're like, I hope it's good because it sucks when we ride it.
Yeah. I think that's people don't understand that, I guess, right?
It takes a lot of work to get even the best tracks. It takes a good amount of work to get them looking how they do on race day.
Yeah. So what?
It does. Yeah.
What year? What are we talking about? When what years are you living there? Like when Levi's born?
So I started racing. So Jason McCormick, Ryan Huffman, and all those guys. So I started racing a little bit after them, but I'm their same age. So it was like '88. Larry Ward was I think, amateur pro right then, just
Yeah.
ready to turn pro.
Yeah.
Yeah, right in that era.
Danny Ulvin.
Oh yeah, Holvin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All those guys. That's fast class up there around that time.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of good
So
racers.
I don't even know what you do for a living. Maybe you're retired. I don't know. So so this is another question I had. How do you live up there by the track, and it's up above the track, kind of like not far? How do you live there, and then where do you go to? Like, do you have to do a commute into work for a long time, or I don't even know your financial situation or your job situation, but that to me, like that windy road and up and like driving that every day, I don't know, man. It's nuts.
So I'm an electrical contractor.
Okay.
Before I did that, I got my journeyman license as an electrician, and yeah, I'd commute into Portland and Hillsboro.
Dude, wow.
It's a bit of a commute, but if you can imagine coming home after work, coming up that river, it's
relax.
pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
I guess but I think about that commute, or I'm like every day you're driving in and driving
I feel
out.
like I would be tempted after a really just maybe shitty day or something, just pull over beside the road and go sit in the creek for a minute.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just
Well, I'd have a fishing pole in my truck, and I'd go fishing or
right.
Yeah, it's nice.
I guess you know what? Like I said, the commute would suck, but it is God's country up there, man. So yeah.
And this time of year, you can't beat the Pacific Northwest. It's gorgeous.
Hey, I think on our drive back to the airport, I heard Steve 2 or 3 times yesterday being like, "I could live here. Yeah, I want to live here."
I worked for Birdwell. Remember Ty Birdwell?
I know him. Yeah.
Yeah. So I worked for Birdwell for a year and a half, 2 years, 97 and 98 as his mechanic, and Birdwell during the Nationals would quote unquote hurt a knee, so he could go. We would go hang out in Astoria. He lived in Astoria for a few weeks. I guarantee you, his knee was fine. He just didn't. He was over the Nationals.
Right.
And I have the greatest memories of Astoria in the summer. Like the beach is right there. They were well off. Their house was beautiful, and the beach was right there, and the weather and the coffee huts, and then just hanging out. Like, dude, it's like you said, it's beautiful. I loved it.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But the other 9 months, it's socked in with fog and damp. And,
Right. What'd you think of your kid standing on the podium at Washougal?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good. The first moto was a bit of a bummer going backwards like he did, but the 2 good starts were the good takeaways for the weekend, so I was happy with that.
I know. Maybe his starts are back because Millville wasn't bad either, you know?
Yeah, I think they are. Yep.
Yeah, okay. And where are we at with the Kitch nickname?
So I was going to tell you, I didn't get time to on Saturday. So my family's from Canada. The Kitchen side is from Canada.
I don't think I knew that.
Yep, Calgary, and I got some up in BC. But
okay.
A few of my relatives, their nicknames are Kitchy.
Kitchy.
So you're not far off.
Kitchy.
Steve's so excited.
Yeah, I don't think Levi digs it. I'm just going to keep using it. But
I don't think so either.
No. I mean, the chef is good. Love the chef. It's great. But, Kitchy.
Yeah, and I've even caught myself now, Steve, calling him Kitch. I got to work on that.
Oh, I love it. Oh, fantastic. Keep that up, please.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that. Well, hey, thanks for the time tonight on the show. We'll just let you go because you guys are fishing, and we'll just go. So tell Levi thanks too. Yeah.
You bet.
Yeah. All right. Talk to you later, man.
All right. Take care, you guys.
All right. See ya. All right.
Have you ever ended an interview with a rider's dad? You have swatched. Yeah, tell the kid. I'll tell you.
The phone service wasn't that good. Why'd the phone service get better when his dad got on the line?
Who has worse phone service, Weege or them?
Well, they're on the river fishing, so
they have an excuse. Yeah. Weege never has an excuse. He's just Weege.
I forgot his name. What's Kitch's dad's name?
I've never met him. I don't know.
He's a rad dude.
He is rad. I talked to him for a minute on the
mom's name is Sarah. Dad's name, anybody know? I forget. He's awesome. He's a good dude. They're like normal.
Paul.
Okay. They're like normal parents.
Yell at me for having a laptop in front of me, and look what I do for you.
Michael Lindsay here. By the way, Kitchy, brought to you by Wiseco. Pulp23 is the code to save with Wiseco. Also, Michael Lindsay, brought to you by the folks at EVS. Love the guys at EVS. You ever use anything from EVS?
I had to use after I dislocated my shoulder one year, it was kind of loose. I used like a lot of guys do the shoulder strap.
Yeah, the shoulder brace.
Those are a popular one. You'll see guys that, riders, even if they don't say they're injured, everybody's always got something nagging. You'll see a dude pull jersey off. Oh, look, EVS shoulder strap.
He's got a shoulder strap. Yeah.
Somebody ate it recently.
EVS Sports. Pulp30 is the code to save. EVS-sports.com. Athletes like RJ Hampshire. You can believe RJ Hampshire uses protective wear from EVS.
He does, yes.
Kyle Chisholm, Axel Hodges, Pastrana, all wear EVS when they race, ride, or whatever Travis decides to do that day. Pulp 30 is the code to save on anything from knee pads or shoulder braces. EVS Sports. We are protection. Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. I need a full report later on the show about Dark.
Oh, yeah, one year into his adventure as a full-time media guy.
I want to talk to you about Dark and everything else. We got $9.99 from Ryan on YouTube. Ryan says, with rumors that Chase is moving on, does Honda Chase continue development of the bike during the break, or do they both agree they're good? No, they're continuing the test. Yep, they've got some stuff lined up.
I know when I talked to him after the race, I kind of picked him like, okay, you ran the brace frame in Supercross, and then we go outdoors, and Jet has it because Jet had never had it on the 250. I'm like, you're back on the normal frame, and I should.
Let's get into this later on.
Okay.
Because this is good talk with
a small one about
with Keefer and everything else. But no, they're going to keep testing.
Yeah, I think he's going to try that again during this break.
Sport and Wood gave us $19.99. Happy birthday, Marks. Morgan gave us $49.99 and said make sure Marks gets the $50. He will not, Morgan.
I will be invoicing you for these.
Sean Anderson gave us some money on YouTube. Thank you for that. Anthony's on 5. Anthony, you have a race tech rant?
Yeah. I'm sorry. People in the background talking. So the post-race post-press conference, however you want to say it.
Yeah, yep.
Who is in charge these days? Because these questions are very out of the ordinary, if you know what I'm talking about.
Somebody called Jason Daddy.
Daddy?
Yeah, because somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, because he had the kid. Because he's a dad.
But
now?
it was Daddy.
Is that what was it? I think 2 races ago, he asked Hayden, "How is it?" Someone asked.
Yeah,
Oh, Beaver.
Yeah, no, that one wasn't great. I get it. Well, here's the thing. So the press, we're trying to find a balance. MX Sports and the media and everything else. We're trying to get rider interviews. The press conference. If you're in the media like Michael and I, and if something happens in the press conference, we can always go back and watch them, right? So during the press conferences, most of the media that's there every week is running around talking to guys, and there's a media corral. So that's where we are. I mean, Michael, when's the last time you watched the press or sat in a press conference? Outdoors?
Supercross I did when I had Dark or Lewis at the race. I would participate virtually. I always have somebody rotate, but if I'm at a race, no, like outdoors, I'm out getting interviews. So that's how we get our podcast.
Not all the main media guys are in the press conference watching it, you know?
That makes sense. I mean, Steve, you can always sell your soul like JT and Weech.
Yeah, I could. I refuse to do that. But those guys are sellouts, and that's what happens. Thanks, man. Thank you for the call.
Oh, well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Sam's on the line. Sam, what's up, man?
Hey, man. ML, Steve.
Yep.
A quick one on Deegan and as an international leaguer, listener and watcher of the motocross. I don't know. It just kind of leaves like a cheap taste in your mouth, the stuff that he says on the podium about, American stuff. As an Australian, we embrace, and I guess the rest of the world embraces the American riders coming across to places like OzX Open and I'm sure Bercy and whatnot. Like, we want the Americans to come over and give our guys a hard time. We want to see that good racing, and I feel like the Lawrences are bringing that to America, not only just with the racing, but also they're bringing so much to the sport with the development of riding, development of bikes, developing products and being the face of products. Like, I don't know, I just think it's a really cheap way to kind of
it strikes
into someone.
It strikes me as a WWE thing, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I'm a foreigner, so I'm like you. Like, I see that side. Michael, American here, born here and everything. He's got a little slightly different opinion. JT does too. I don't know. I don't want to focus too much on this because the kid's awesome and he rode great. I kind of don't get it. I don't get it. Like, why? Because you're going to get fans to sort of rain down. Deegan fans are going to rain down booze on Hunter, right? Because he has commanded them to. So I don't know. Like, why do that? Hunter's cool. Like, he's a great racer. Jet's cool. Like, the family sold everything to come here, right? They're the epitome of the American dream to me, but I don't know. So, again, you don't see other racers doing that, so it's weird.
Yeah, just very odd, yeah. And just I think it's distasteful. I think it's like probably the best. Like, it just sums it up well.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
but anyhow.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Peace. Bye.
I don't want to dwell on this too long, but all right. What else we got? All right. Depwig. What's up, bud? Depwig. That's what I got here.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, what's up?
Victory laps and
Oh, you're breaking up. You want to know why the riders don't do? You want to know why they don't do victory laps? Yeah, you're breaking up. We gotta let you go. They don't do victory laps anymore because of TV. They gotta get going. They gotta get back to TV.
They
ASAP.
literally tell them on the gate, if you win, go straight to the podium.
Yeah, the days of Bradshaw with the checkers and riding around the jumps, and that doesn't happen anymore. So it's all for TV. So yeah, no more. Cordell has an interesting question. What's up, Cordell?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's your question? Man?
I have a question as far as just what both of your guys' thoughts are on Austin Forkner. He had that bad starting gate crash on in Supercross, took out his knee there, and now same thing, second week back into it. Has a crash on the start, bangs up the side of him, but that willpower to just get back up and come 21st is pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, that was cool. He could have pulled it in. He could have rolled it in.
He
said that was it,
After getting drugged, I'm watching, he gets up, and most of the people that got to him were kind of telling him, like, hey, man, you could tell, they're like, you're screwed up, like, you should get off, and he's taking the chunks of his jerseys, and he's, like, trying to get tucked back in. They started helping him. He didn't have to keep going. He was pretty, he went through a meat grinder.
If he pulled it in, no one would have blamed him. No. So good job to Forkner for toughing that out, because that looked like a good one.
I heard some funny ones from the fans as he was going around. Some people were yelling because the shirt, the blood, Bravehearts, the bloody guy. Like, there's a bunch of weird stuff being yelled at him.
Thanks for the call, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Mike's got a race tech rant on Weege, so Mike's going to get on the air. What's up, Mike?
Why, it's all his fault?
Yeah. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, Steve?
Yep.
This is cool. I've never been on a radio show before.
Okay, well, neither have I. Go ahead.
So we just came out of the podcast, like, I don't know, I think it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago. And it was about they was talking, breaking down the super motocross, the points, everything, how it all works.
Yep.
But he at least give me more content time than the ads time. It was 8 minutes and 3 seconds of ads and 6 minutes and 18 seconds of content.
Man,
really?
Shit ratio.
He put out a pod of 6 minutes?
I swear to God, it was like 15 or 17 minutes long or whatever. I'll look it up. I could even shoot you an email. It was I was like, dude, I kept scrolling through. I'm like, when are we going to get to I'm trying to find out how this works. And I'm just ad. I understand you guys got to pay the bill.
Yeah. No, listen, I'm not one to talk about ads. I got a lot, but that's mailing it in. Come on, Weege.
It was bad, but man's got to get his money. I can't blame him, but it was bad.
No, I get it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, later.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Man's got to get his money. All right, Michael Lindsay here. Still some more talk about Washougal a little bit. Jason Anderson struggled in his comeback first to 450 races, more so than I thought. If you'd asked me how's he going to do, I'm like 5th and 6th, but he was worse. But I think 3rd in the first moto at Millville, 2nd moto we saw what happened, and now 4-4 for 3rd. Dylan was 3-5. Anderson's back in this mix, I think. I think he's back to where he should be. Do you agree?
I don't know if I'd say should be. I think there's still more left in the tank. The second moto, there was quite a bit of gap. I think he can still, second moto, close that gap into a Dylan and be more of that surefire 3rd. I think there's definitely room for improvement. It doesn't shock me too much where his results were, but I actually spoke to him the week before he came back, and he was like, it was only second day riding, and he's like, I could ride 4 days a week, or I could go racing, and he kind of made it sound like with the neck, he really hadn't. Some guys, they can train when they're off bike. I don't think he had been doing anything, so he
didn't look like it, right?
When we say off the couch, him a kid, I think he was off the couch.
Yeah, it was odd to see a factory guy struggle that bad. Yeah.
The one weird, I think, talking about, I felt bad for him at Southwick. I keep forgetting to ask him this if he threw out his back because he blitzes master pull, hits a hole really weird in a corner, and then just instantly into the bike.
Yeah. Well, I think he's back. He's better, like you said. Maybe he's got some more room to go, but I think from here on out he's going to be a podium guy, contending for podiums.
And I think it's good. He's kind of one of those guys I feel like that could be really good when SMX comes around. So him kind of getting into form here in the late part of the season.
Yeah.
Should be good for him come that, because I feel for a lot of those guys, everybody keeps talking about we really don't know how those tracks are going to be. It's kind of motivating, a little bit of a fresh start feel.
Yeah. I guess we'll see what happens. Are you excited for SMX? Do you have any level of hype for SMX coming up? They really love it on the broadcasts.
It's getting there, but again, I think the big thing that's tripping me out, and I hear the riders, it's like they keep saying it's not going to be like Monster Cup was. It was going to be more hybrid-ish, but I see the maps and the renditions, and I still don't know what it's going to feel and look like. So I can't. Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting. I'm not excited about it. I love the premise. I love the money involved. I love all that. I just, for some reason, I can't imagine it, and I can't feel it or think about it.
The hybrid tracks haven't worked. They haven't really worked. The first one that works, I'll be surprised. So I'm with you. I'm a little bit skeptical of that. But yeah, I'm not. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not that excited yet for him unless we get through this outdoor, and all that. There's 3 left. I was talking to a Honda guy this weekend, though, and he said, listen, if Jet goes undefeated in the Nationals, 22 for 22, and then sweeps the SMX races are 2 motos a night.
Yeah.
Sweeps those 6. Is that now 28-0? I'm like, no, that is not 28-0. No, stop that. So
no, different thing. Doesn't count. We can start up as we done with Ricky's. When we start outdoors next year, if he goes 1-1, then we can start saying, okay, he's 24. Let's keep the counter rolling.
Yeah, let's keep it going, right? So yeah, we'll see what happens. The SMX stuff, I'm not. It's like whatever. We'll see.
Yeah.
It is going to the single, double, triple points thing is a little too gimmicky for me. Maybe it works. Again, I have an open mind, so we'll wait and see, but it's a little gimmicky for me.
I do and don't like it. The reason I don't like it is it almost kills this whole theory. Like, guys want to get seeded in so you don't have to qualify every night, but once you're seeded in, because of the triple points, especially the last one, I feel like, okay, they're going to reset the points. Will it be Chase? Chase will be
probably Chase.
He'll start with 25 points, and it's 23. It's not a big enough points reset.
25, 22, 20.
Where, okay, if you're 3rd or 4th and you're a couple points behind Chase, but because of the multipliers, it almost kind of eliminates the reason of giving them starting points. They don't mean enough.
Yeah, I do think that the next year Supercross points will be back to 25. That's what I hear. So thank God.
Try to match those up a little bit easier.
We're not gonna have the 26, 20, whatever.
I guess more than anything, I'm curious next year how much it affects people's racing plans now that they saw guys having to bail back in to get points. Like how much that even changes.
I'll tell you what, I would not. Sorry to interrupt you. I did not think. Now I know the SMX is good money. I get it. I understand that. I did not think we would see these guys come out in vans and everything else to get points.
A little bit.
Like Starling and is gone and Cade, no. But like McElrath and Nichols and
Hill did his first national in over 10 years.
Yeah.
To squeak himself in.
Is he in the running? I didn't look.
He is. He's still inside the points. And that might be if I'm mathing all this correctly, the 20th spot is going to come down to Hill and Jose Butron.
Really?
That's who I think 20th is going to come down to.
Yeah.
Never would have. Hey, storyline. 20th place in SMX, the final seeded position. Josh Hill versus Jose Butron.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Never would have predicted.
It's not what I had in my in my bingo card.
Joey Savacci, not in.
Brian's on one. What's up, Brian?
Hey, man, just a quick question about Tomac.
Yeah.
Saw the video he'd posted this weekend, and my wife was showing me that, and was just curious to see what you guys' thoughts are on if he is going to go forward with racing, how long you think he's going to go, and if you think it's the right decision.
Yeah, he showed up the A-Star thing. He was in a good mood. I talked to him for 5 or 10 minutes. Michael, you talked to him for a little while, too. He was in a good mood. He seemed like happy to be there.
Oh.
And what?
Oh, so yeah.
And he said Wednesday. He's going to let us know, and I think he's coming back. Yeah.
Dude, I won't repeat a lot. There's so many things he said that I'm like, he's literally talking about things that involve next year way too much. Like certain conversations I was like, this guy's coming back.
Yeah.
Although me and Lewis were joking about this earlier. What if he faked us all out there, led us to believe he's coming back, said all these things, and goes, Wednesday, peace, everybody, I'm done.
Yeah.
The ultimate fake out.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He made it seem so much. He was talking so much about next year. I thought you were talking to him when I came up when the Achilles thing came up.
Yeah.
It was big of a nightmare injury as it's been for some people. He was really like, man, it hasn't been that bad. He was like pretty He's like, I was hearing the worst, and it's going pretty good. I'm weeks ahead of schedule. Like,
he made it sound like it was not as bad as all of us have heard or read for Achilles injuries. There's different maybe levels of tearing or whatever. So Brian, I think if you're a Tomac fan, you're gonna be stoked, man.
Yeah, it's been cool. Just been awesome seeing how much happier he seems on the Yamaha. I would hate to see him make the wrong decision, this late in his career and it backfires. So that's all.
Well, all right, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The cool part that I'll say with the Eli thing is, of course, everybody thought he was going to retire by now. There's this whole group of riders that have crossed the 30 threshold. I think he'll be 31 next year. With Jet coming into the class, Hunter, Webb being his team, all this stuff. The storyline with Eli is cool. Hey, everybody thought he was going to leave. He doesn't have to be here. He's proven so much. He's coming back from what we thought would be a career-ending injury to take on all these guys. I feel like, and he's being so much more open. I feel like the fan base behind Eli will be really strong next year.
Yeah, I agree.
And especially if there's kind of feeling like we are really got to be at the end. I feel like people are going to kind of turn out in droves to support him and watch him do this.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, and like I said, he didn't put off the air of somebody who was just mailing it in or whatever. He came up and it was good to see him. And he's having a third kid. I didn't even know that.
That's decent. He said
getting busy, dude.
Hey, my favorite part, he's like, no more. I'm like, why? He goes, dude, I only have a 4-bedroom house.
Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking you probably have enough money to buy, to get that 5th bedroom.
Yeah.
But he's like, I'm done. I got a 4-bedroom house. I got 3 kids. We're done.
Yeah, that's it. Who knew Eli Tomac only had 4-bedroom house either,
I asked him what his dad was doing. He says dad's wide open, just farming 7 days a week. So I said, oh, so you actually made his summer easier. Yeah, he doesn't have to travel on the weekends. He can just farm. He's just out there farming all day.
Maxima USA, Pulp 20 is the code to save. Heritage cannot be bought. The 927 still the number one selling 2-stroke oil in most markets around the world. And, of course, Monster Energy Pro Circuit and Monster Energy Kawasaki using the 4-stroke oil with their Peak system in it, performance-enhancing additive chemistry. SC1, FFT, MPL. What's your favorite Maxima product? What's your go-to?
SC1. Come on.
I saw a team that shall go nameless, but they had a can of SC1 with duct tape over it.
Shocking.
Yep, spraying their bikes.
Shocking.
Yep, absolutely. Also, ProFilter, Pulp 20 is the code to save, profilter.com. Easily pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter for your next service. If you haven't heard of them, you've been roosted too many times. They've been active in the industry for the last decade. Take your dirty air filter out, which I need to change, and put my clean, oiled ProFilter right in the Blue Crew. Fantastic job. UTV, dirt bikes, side-by-sides, all of that. Street bikes sold through Power Sports dealers nationwide. Pulp 20, the code to save with ProFilter. It is time for the Race Tech rant of the night. Pulp 23 at Race Tech. You love the Race Tech guys. You've used them for so much stuff over the years. They got service centers all across America. Speaking of America, everything's designed and engineered in America. The Gold Valve, fantastic device. They've probably sold, I don't know, what's the over-under of Gold Valves they've sold over the years? 800,000?
I was going to say 1 million.
1 million?
A lot of gold out there.
Yeah, so thanks to the folks at Race Tech. They do motor work. They do suspension work. They get into off-road guys now. They're doing the Sherco guys. So they can do supercross, motocross, off-road, all of it. Racetech.com.
I would say the big thing with them, whether we're talking about engine stuff or suspension, they will not shy away from any project. Back when I was Enzo, we used to make a little bit, not a joke, but like if we had stuff, people bring in like heavy vintage stuff or weird stuff, it's like,
some weirdo bike.
Find the parts for this car. I tell a guy, straight up, go down the freeway a little bit. Paul and the boys down there will take care of you. They got everything for this. They could take your vintage bike and turn it into a flat track or a supermoto, whatever you want. They can figure it out.
Yeah, they got their emulators for the older bikes, right?
They don't shy away from even the gnarliest of projects.
You're a suspension guy. When they take
you use that loosely. Okay. Use that loosely.
Well, when they take those vintage stuff and they, like the old vintage stuff is just a spring with a tube with a hole.
With a little bit of oil that goes through it.
Right. What's an emulator?
I feel bad saying this. Okay. I haven't played with the kid enough. I couldn't give
this is what they do for vintage bikes. They drop an emulator in there, and I don't quite know what an emulator is, but it works really good on older suspension.
Yeah,
so,
it definitely gives it more of a valving character. Gives you something more than
as
like
opposed to
spring and oil going through a tube with some weight to it.
A tube, and a drill bit. And now you have old suspension.
Yeah, when all your damping used to be, how big is the hole in the tube and what weight of oil you run?
Yeah. Anyways, Race Tech ran of the night. Look, again, maybe I pissed off some of our listeners earlier with the Deegan thing and the American thing, so I'm going to keep on rolling.
Oh, here we go.
And we'll just go right into 2-strokes. There was a 2-stroke bounty race this weekend inside of Washougal. Carson Brown won it, as we mentioned. Great kid. It's awesome to see. But, like, I don't know. I guess I'm old as shit. I worked on two-strokes. I raced two-strokes. I was a mechanic for two-stroke teams. Seeing a two-stroke on a track does nothing for me. Like, I'm not debating on what's better because four-strokes have hurt the racing, especially Supercross. Four-strokes have hurt it. The racing is worse off today than it was. But I don't get any hard-on or anything to watch a two-stroke on a track. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I watched Chad Reed do 8,000 laps on a two-stroke on a Supercross track. I watched Carmichael Stewart, all these guys. It does nothing for me. So I want to say that up front. Now, I guess if you're Levi Kitchen's age, maybe this is so super cool for you. That's understandable. But most old guys like the two-strokes, and I'm an old guy. So I'm speaking from an old guy thing. Seeing a two-stroke on a track does nothing for me. And so they had this race this weekend, and that's cool. No problem. Couple things, though. All the two-stroke kooks saying it was never mentioned and they never talked about it.
They did a lot.
That is false.
Literally, they brought up Carson. He's leading the race inside the race.
Exactly. So I don't know why the kooks have these conspiracy theories about two-strokes. They just go on and on. And you listen, you're the head of Kook Island on your forum.
I'm
on your four-stroke. On your
Lord of the Vitards for your information.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So this is your people.
My people.
And also, so then,
people.
and then, like, look, and again, so Carson Brown, there's a bunch of money up for grabs. I get it. Cool. A-Rod shows up. Anthony Rodriguez shows up. Great. Jerry and Moran's and Hand, to a certain extent, not so much Hand, but Jerry and Moran's are trying to get an SMX. They're racing nationals to get an SMX. They want to get an SMX.
Yeah, the ship's, well, okay, because I helped Jerry, I can say.
But Jerry can get top 30, can he?
He's going to make it still. But the ship sailed on making the top 20. So at this point, there was money. There was more money to be made, possibly racing.
But, okay, are you going to beat Carson Brown at Washougal?
He did. Some of them I wondered why they went through with it. Jerry did turn a better qualifying time with him. If we went a boiled, I think he could have made a run at him. I'm not saying he was going to beat Carson. He had a chance.
My point is,
he had a chance.
Look, you're at a disadvantage. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not going to win this money anyways.
There was money for second, third, more than just
if you're on a KTM.
No, second, third. There was $3,000 for second from Washougal and $2,000 for third from Washougal. So combine that with your normal purse money plus your normal contingency. Yeah, maybe you lose a couple spots compared to racing the 450, but you made more money.
You're out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, why? Like nobody cares. Like I don't understand it. Like
I run into, and I get your point. And I think the TV broadcast is a bad comparison. Yeah, you're not going to stop and take time to focus on. It's for the guys there. I ran into plenty of people that were not like oh my God, stupid. They're like, hey, it's cool. Like,
listen, I'm fine with it. I'm not hating on it.
Yeah.
But if I'm a racer, if I'm a real racer like Moran's and Jerry, who can maybe get top 15 if everything breaks right, I'm racing my four-stroke because I need points and prestige and money and all of that for SMX and for everything else. Like okay, so Jerry's gonna get top 30, you think?
Yeah. And then Moran's is, no offense to Kevin, I've already said this. I did the math. He is not making top 20, so he's already seeded. He's already gonna have to go to the LCQ again for both of them. They were gonna get a little more attention on the two-stroke. There was a chance at some money. Was it a great chance? No, but it was a chance versus still just riding around.
You're just gonna ride a two-stroke and just eat rocks all day, and
you eat rocks regardless of where you're. I watched guys eat. There's guys on 450s. I watched a couple. I watched Carson Jerry pass guys on horsepower hill on four strokes. I was laughing my ass off.
Okay, well I watched a couple guys blow by dudes on two strokes.
Once I couldn't ride them.
but anyways, I don't quite get it. Like, listen, again, I don't hate two strokes. I get no joy from watching them on a track. I don't care. I've seen them 8,000 times. And I don't get why a racer wants to handicap himself. Carson Brown, sure, that's the only race he's doing all year. It's for fun. It doesn't matter. But like Jerry and Moran's are like doing series and trying to get points and all of that. I know what you're saying. The ship's already sailed, but like, yeah, who knows? I mean, maybe they have a great day. Like Colt Nichols showed up and went,
Even, again, I've done the math for both of them. Great day. It's not changing the situation. Jerry's goal now is just to make the 30 field LCQ. Moran's is not making the top 20 goal.
So yeah, I don't really get the hype, man. I don't really get it. Like, it's like, well, good job, I guess, guys.
Somebody made a point here. Max Miller did awesome on a four-stroke, but nobody got attention on that. He didn't get any attention on that either.
But what's attention, though? Showing you on TV? I don't know. What's attention? Like, what was done for these guys?
I think once you're that far back, more social posts, like more engagement on stuff like that, posts about it. they're already back there. They're already not a mainstay top 5 guy. Is what it is.
Well, do you want to make money though? Do you want to? Do you want
again? They had more of a chance there. Money.
I mean, did they?
Again,
Carson didn't eat or drink all day and dropped anchor heavily.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he would have worked those guys. I mean, he was top 15 both motos, right?
Yeah, end up 18-21 after dropping though.
Yeah. So my race tech rant is just like, calm down, two-stroke people. Calm down. Nobody cares. Like, good for Carson Brown, but like, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I don't get the hype. I don't get. That's my point. That's my race tech rant. Again, I'm not going to be a popular one with you two-stroke kooks, but I mean, I love two-strokes. I've got them in the garage. I grew up racing them, but at this point,
got one in the room I'm staying in.
Got one in your bedroom.
Nice bike, by the way.
That is a good bike. That thing's sweet.
I vote it stays.
Yeah, it's gonna stay. But I don't get why racers want to just not do their best they can on a 4-stroke for all the reasons that I pointed out. And I didn't think they really had much of a chance of the money. And the first 2 guys in the first 2-stroke race were just one-off guys. So in a way, it was proven correctly. I don't know. That's my race tech rant of the night. 2-stroke kooks, calm down. And don't think that the conspiracy about the TV broadcast or why Gant is in the pocket of the man.
I listened back to a portion of the broadcast, the hotel room that night. I think they mentioned it more than I expected. I almost mentioned just the token going down the results. Oh, Carson Brown got 16th. By the way, he was on 2-stroke. No, they mentioned him during the race. I get you. They're not going to turn and go focus on him for 5 minutes.
No,
it's a race within a race. The people that knew about it could enjoy it. They can make some money, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I just felt like it was too much hype for what I cared about. And this is me. Like, this is my race tech rant, my show. For me, I don't care. Carson's awesome. He's a great kid, a great dude. But, yeah, I don't care. Like, wow, there's money up for a 2-stroke race. Oh, good. And all these guys building 2-strokes. Like, oh, yeah, great. I don't know.
I was disappointed. We were pretty sure there was one on a 300 that was waiting to get tore down.
Oh, really? Yeah. All right.
Truman was all over it.
Rod Bell?
I said I suspected Rod Bell. I think Truman suspected Hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dan said when he went over to Hand got a little. So Dan then was over to AMA truck. We tearing these down?
The pipe's not a little bigger on a 300?
No, I don't think the spec is, and the cylinder's hard to tell.
Bore?
It's just a bore. It's a sound thing. It's like, I don't know about those two. Anybody on the KTM is pretty suspicious right now because it's a lot harder to tell than it used to be, look-wise.
Yeah, the pipes used to be a little bigger, I think, a little fatter, if I remember right, from when I worked there, but that was a long time ago. All right, Michael Lindsay here on the PulpMX Show. Brought to you by EVS. I already said that. We're coming up with Colt Nichols as well. Good job for Colt Nichols. Lars Lindstrom, Kris Keefer also coming up. Sean Murdoch from Decal Works coming in. Love Sean. Love Decal Works. They're big partners with Vital as
huge.
well. So
absolutely love those
guys. MXGP. I didn't get a chance to really. I looked at the results. They were normal. Our guy Lars Van Berkel, who did Southwick, Gopher. I'm going to do an interview with him later this week. Didn't get any points this weekend, but Febra, that is 4 in a row for him. And I can't believe Gertz is this close already. It's amazing. I did not think this dude had any chance.
MX2 just period. I mean, with Kyle Wolf going out from
what happened to him?
He had a midweek practice crash, and I guess he tried in the quali race and was just ruined.
So he never even lined up.
So he's hurt. He had a big practice crash a couple weeks ago, had the big swollen ankle.
Yeah. Benestant
had
out.
another big one this week, tried to ride the quali race. Actually did good. He scored points at the quali race, and then they went out first mode, done. Everett's, like all the key players kind of had weekends. The big scores came from Langenfelter, who missed a bunch of rounds in the middle of the season, which if he wouldn't have missed races, I have to do the rough math here. Like Simon might actually be leading the points with Gertz behind him right now. Lucas Conan had a great race, and Yago put up huge points on the board. He is now only 13 points down on Adamo with 7 rounds to go, son. It's
getting hot. And then Febra won, and Koldenhoff did all right, right?
Koldenhoff got a moto. He went 2-3, won the quali race. Finally, kind of how he is. Even if he has a rough season, you take him to Loma, he throws down a good result. Prado still had solid points. Fevra 4 in a row. I think Lewis was trying to figure this out. Even last week when Fevra went 3 in a row, I don't think Cowie's gone 3 in a row in MXGP in over 20 years. We never actually could find the stat.
Yeah, who would it have been?
No. We got back to like 2001 and still Lewis could not find a 3 in a row win for Cowie.
All right.
Like DeSalle had won, 2 in a row, then off one, then miss a call, then win.
Yep.
Still really weird that Fevra does not have a deal for next year. Cowie has made offers to other riders, is looking elsewhere. I still think he might end up there.
What could be the issue with not wanting them back? Like, is there some friction there?
Maybe with Ice 1, maybe. I don't follow it close enough. I just know that he still doesn't have a deal. I know Cowie's made offers to other riders.
They had to have made an offer to him. He just doesn't like the offer.
Maybe, potentially. But Cowie pays, I would think the deal would be good. It makes at least MXGP talk fun at this point.
And Geyser struggled, huh? Badly. Like, I thought he was pretty good his first race back last week, or last race. And
he
then
got like 14, 15 this weekend or something like that. 15th
to
overall.
See Geyser not do top 10 even with, coming off a leg.
Craziest one, and don't get me wrong, like Ruben Fernandez has been really good this season.
Yeah.
Jeremy Van Horbeek was the top finishing Honda coming off the couch, retired. I don't know. Maybe he's going to – maybe we should have Jeremy race destinations. I don't know. He came back. The team didn't think it was worth sending him to the 2 flyaways, so he missed the 2 Indo rounds, I think, and now Horbeek's back on the bike for a while because Jonas is out for a while.
Yeah, Jonas is done, right? Done with that team? Or
no, I think he's staying. It's Bogers that's out.
Oh, Bogers is out?
Bogers is out. I think they're keeping Paul's. And then
what is wrong with Paul's? Like, it seems like he's been out forever.
Injury.
So
tore his thumb really
bad. Is it separate injuries?
Yeah, there was one, and then he kind of was coming back from that, and then he did his thumb. Rumor is Koldenhoff might be going back to standing construct next year because there's that whole weirdness with Yamaha. Team structures changing.
Our guy Lewis reported they're switching teams. They're leaving Wilvo.
Yeah, he broke it a while ago, so it sounds like Wilvo's out at Yamaha.
Which I always thought they were bitching. I thought, I mean, looking from the outside, like their pits, their shop, the way they work, like it looks bitching.
Yeah, so according to Lewis, Wilvo out. Kamea, who's the MX2 team, will bump up to MXGP. And really, Kamea has been bringing Yamaha a lot of their success in Europe, winning MX2 titles, being the only team that can really beat the Austrians. And it sounds like Kamea will have some involvement with the MX2 team, but the EMX program, Hudden Metal, will move up to that position, but with Kamea overviewing him.
Right.
Something along those lines. So quite a bit of cool movement there. And then speaking of Lewis, though, Alberto Ferrato has his best race this season. Couldn't even be bothered to interview him.
Unbelievable.
It's
bias. It's bias against Italians is what it is.
Although I will say his other guy, he didn't interview Ben Watson either, so he's really just letting everyone down.
Yeah, Watson was top 10?
Yeah, 10th overall.
10th overall?
Yeah, 10th overall. On the Beta.
I guess even the sun shines on a dog's ass once in a while, I guess.
Beta.
Alberto, was that Alberto's best race? I think he got 4th in a moto.
4th in a moto. A 6th overall is pretty good. Is that his best?
No. He's Alberto. He's fantastic. We had a poor qualifying race on Saturday. I was a little worried. We were way back. Maybe we weren't great sand guys.
Hey, number 1 KTM at the race, though.
Yep.
Number 1 KTM. Who's Jeffrey Hurlings? Don't know, but we got Alberto Ferrato.
Italians aren't known for the sand specialty, although Caroli was pretty damn good, but he lived at Lomo, right?
It looks like tied his best. He's had 6th place all the way back. Like 01, he had a 6. He had a 6 last season. He's had 1 this season. So that's we're looking for top 5s. Ferrato to top 5.
That has been Michael Lindsay's MXGP minute here on the PulpMX show.
That was rough.
You had your own segment and everything. All right, we got Colt Nichols coming up. Lars Lindstrom and Kris Keefer as well. We rode the factory Honda bikes. It's still awesome. It's really cool. Like I said to those guys, I'm a Yamaha guy, Blue Crew. I love the Blue Crew guys. And we rode Barsha's bike. And we rode the bike. Rode the Geico bikes. And I've ridden all of Timmy's bikes, like the Yamahas and the Cowie 450s. There's just something special about a factory Honda. Do you know what I'm saying? There's something.
Yeah. I got to ride Seeley's bike in 16.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
And where at?
Fox Raceway.
At Fox, okay.
Yeah, they brought a test truck, brought me a bike.
Whole thing.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking earlier. You said nobody run a factory Honda since 08. I rode 116.
I was just repeating the information that we were told. Yeah.
Rode 116.
Yeah.
That was Dan days.
Okay.
Shocking.
Well, what was that like?
Similar to what I heard you guys say a bit about Jet. Like Cole's bike was extremely like riding. I'd rode a production bike maybe 2 or 3 days before.
Yep.
His bike was longer, slower turning, mellower feeling, easier to ride.
Yeah.
Pretty stiff. Cole ran, being his big supercross guy, it was his outdoor bike, but Cole's front forks were so freaking stiff.
Oh, were they? Yeah.
So that was a little hard to ride, but the engine was so linear and easy to ride compared to the production bike. I was exactly. You're expecting this hit, this monstrous
Timmy's
power.
bikes were like Timmy's Cowie and Yamahas were like just
Yeah, I was
Massive
expecting all this power because I had gone to ride a factory Cali 450 like 09. It was pretty aggressive. But yeah, I rode Coles was so easy to ride from a power standpoint. Kind of hard to ride. As I said, the forks were stiff, so like it was hard to settle into corners and stuff, but not what I expected. Like it's red, it was a Honda, but I'm riding going, this doesn't feel like the one I rode the other day.
Yeah. All right, we'll get into that and more here on the PulpMX Show. We'll go to first commercial break here on the show, but Michael Lindsay's from Vital MX. We're coming up with a lot more, so thanks for listening. Stick around. Be right back after this, everybody.
Sounds gay.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranjis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line, and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tallon Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing powersports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other powersports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works and Fly Racing. Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. It's already a thread you said on Vital.
Yeah, there's a thread about you. Yeah, we
Listen,
could go
man,
take a look.
I don't. I mean,
do you want me to do some clicking? A little clippy?
No. Oh, like clipping.
Clip a thread, clip some people, clip some things, clippy. The title is all capitals and it just says Steve Trippin.
Like that I don't like two strokes, or like what's it? Like?
No, it's from the American art. It's from the Deegan thing earlier.
All right, okay, fair enough. And I understand people not siding with me, but like, I don't know. I just, as a foreigner in a country that I wanted to be in, it strikes me a different way, you know?
Yeah.
And like you said, you understand it. You disagree with me a little bit, but you understand this.
We got an Aussie here that says you're taking it too far, even on the forum.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. All right, Colt Nichols coming right up here. MTX Braking, mtxbraking.com. Love these mountain bike pads. If you're a shop, if you're a dirt bike shop and you need some brake pads for the e-bikes out there, whether it's the Intense Taser that Parts Unlimited sells or the Fantic or whatever, these companies are selling e-bikes now. Look into mtxbraking.com. Use the code PulpMX for an introductory pulp deal when buying direct from MTX. So mtxbraking.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. Inspired by motocross and power sports, we brought better braking tech into brake pads for mountain and road bikes. Make your mountain bike brakes better. More power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. 2 compounds, one for e-bikes, one for regular trail riders and racers. I love the red compound ones from mtxbraking.com. So check them out, man. They're great pads. Love them. And also, speaking of FMIP in the shirt, Michelin as well. SC6s are out, doing great. We're giving some away on PulpMX Fantasy all the time. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. And follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook. Mountain bike tires are great as well. Light truck tires, trailers, all of that. Thank you to the folks at Michelin for coming on board. And the new Starcross 6 tire range featuring Michelin adaptive design. 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn. Love the guys at Michelin.
Speaking of mountain biking, I come all the way up here every day, nice and early. Don't even get to go mountain biking because you're injured.
Yeah, we were talked about that, didn't we? About going? Yeah,
a little bit, but the injury,
dude,
big
the
injury.
Yeah, I don't
Big
really
injury.
know what's going on with my arm, but I got roosted by Brock Tickle badly at Washougal. And dude, my arm is killing me. So I iced it. I put some heat on it. I iced it. All of that. And yeah, so we'll see. I think I'm off the bike for a few days too. It's not like I was like saving it up and then going when you're not here. So
I forgot about Shugal. It's kind of interesting, all those little drop-off hills.
Yeah.
When somebody drops off and they land wide open, you're just cresting it, and you get the full height of tire roost to hit you. It's not just a little bit. You get it. Get it all.
Some of those tabletops too, you just overjump them. They're not. Yeah. They're short, especially for pros.
Yeah.
Not the triple thing. I wasn't doing that. I was doubling that thing. Going out of before the sand.
Before the sand roll.
But some of those other tabletops, you're you just sending it.
The sand walls trip me out because I rolled barely hopped off a few times one lap. I'm like, oh, you see the guy send it at the race. Mind you, we're on bone stock 450s.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I wonder what it's like if you send the wall. And I didn't send it.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
More like the average guy was on National Weekend. I'm like, oh, I'll just go off with some speed. Oh, almost face planted into the bars.
Oh, yeah. I almost ate shit in the whoops because I came in. I went inside, kind of it was kind of worn, and then I would try to do double, and then and I would fuck up. So then I'm like, hey, I'm going to go outside because that seems easier. And I went outside, double in, and then just eat shit. I just could not. Were you double?
On my bad laps, I was just double. I went 2, 3, and then I would screw up and almost nose plant and died. And then I tried to blitz once at the end against up. I almost endoed. After a while, I will say that section, and I remember when I did the 125 intermission race there a couple years ago. That was one of those things on TV. I'm like, it looks a lot easier on TVs. This is actually really hard to do.
I was with you. I watched the race from the tower, and I'm like, yeah, I got that double all day long. And then I was like, wait, you got to really be kind of precise. They're kind of peaky. You kind of got to be right.
Meanwhile, you got Hill and some of the guys going 4-4.
Yeah.
Like I said, I went 2, 3, 3 a couple times. And I was like,
Sexton was going 4 in on the outside. I know. I'm just like, what? These guys are really good riders, Mike.
Yeah. Newsflash, as Weege says. Shocker Pro Motocross rider. Really good.
Coming up with Colt Nichols, firepowerparts.com. Please check them out. Firepower Parts. Max Yancey, Dean Wilson, crushing the World Supercrosses now with firepowerparts.com. Firepower Honda, of course. Great batteries, great chains. Really good company. Lots of things going on at firepowerparts.com. So go there, check it out. Check out all the aftermarket stuff that they have, all the great products they have. Chains made in Japan. Featherweight lithium batteries as well. Privateer proven. Chains and batteries used by a lot of teams and riders out there. So thanks to firepowerparts.com. Colt Nichols coming up here right away. Colt, brought to you by the folks at Acherbys. Speaking of Acherbys, what do you think Max Volan does?
I think it's got to be PC at this point, really. I don't think
PC's there'll be a fifth guy.
Yeah, Mitch. Come on, Mitch. We say that like it's a shocker.
I know.
PC's been run fifth guy for a long time.
But he always says he doesn't like 5 guys. Mitch says that. Peyton says that.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. But how often does he actually have 5 guys?
Yeah. Good point. You're right.
I think that's kind of the point.
So I heard that was back on too, but then I haven't heard anything since. So
yeah, I feel like it's quiet, but haven't heard anything else related to it. I mean, at this point, it really sounds like. I think there's still a chance it could go off, but it's leaning towards Juju moves up. So him and Tom. There was a little bit of talk of maybe Max moving to Husky. It's either he's got to be at Husky or he's got to be at PC. Okay. Maybe long shots, maybe Triumph's still on the cards. Don't know there. Right. I feel like Triumph is full from what I've heard.
Mosman at Triumph?
Mosman at Triumph, Ferry, and then I think Swole.
Swole, yeah. I don't know.
That one's tough. I kind of got the Swole thing earlier. I'd like to see him stay at Husky. I think their bike's come along. I think he's been... For coming in so underprepared in outdoors from his injury, I thought he's been really pretty good for most outdoors. I think
I agree. Acherbys, industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. Over 40 years of experience. Riders like Cooper Webb, Adam Steen, Cirillo, Justin Barsha, Anderson, and more. Acherbys has fine-tuned its products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Bring your bike back to life with the full line of replacement replica plastic kits, hand guards, disc guards, and more. At Acherbys USA on social. Great stuff. Always fits really well. You don't need to drill holes. You don't need to file anything. Acherbys plastic is next level. And when you look at the metallic stuff that they had earlier this year, it's really, really good stuff. Acherbys is pleased and proud to bring you our next guest of the night. This gentleman from Rick Ware Racing showed up out of a van at Washougal and top 10. It's Colt Nichols. What's up, Colt? How are you, man?
We're doing good, Steve. How are we? How are we feeling today after testing some bikes?
Listen.
What are the vibes like?
You guys make that shit look really easy, Colt. It sucks. It's hard. I'm not that good of a rider, so it sucks. But I tell you what, it was cool to ride factory Hondas. It was really cool, So
that's how I felt too. Pretty damn cool experience, if I'm being honest. It was cool.
Yeah,
it was a good run. Yeah,
I imagine the first day you got on the track, you're like, oh yeah, factory Honda, check me out.
Yeah, no, I was walking a little taller. That's for damn sure.
And also, I said this. I think at the track, or maybe on the pod. I don't remember. But dude, the image of factory Honda has come a long way as far as the crew and the guys underneath it. They're great, man. Like, those guys are really cool from Lars on down. Really fun guys, Droopy and Zim, and everybody there. Like great group of guys.
No, it is. That's why that was like probably the biggest surprise, I think, being there was just the group.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it'd be a little more, corporate suit and tie feel, but dude, it was so laid back. Everyone had such a good attitude. They were just down to work, and my mechanic Jordy, he was awesome there at Honda. Like, such a good dude, and someone I got to know pretty well, and just was a really good experience all the way around. Like, I couldn't say anything bad about that whole experience. It was pretty awesome. Those guys are top tier.
It is great. So let's talk about you a little bit. I got to admit, man. We play this dumb game called PulpMX Fantasy, and so we discussed you showing up.
Very dumb game.
Yeah, we discussed you showing up. You're in A-Ray's van. There's maybe some bad juju from A-Ray. You're on a Boro bike.
Hey, he had a mechanic that's worked for A-Ray.
Oh,
that's true. I did.
Who was that?
Muto Taylor.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep,
okay.
yep.
So like, there's a lot of A-Ray vibes going on, and no offense to our guy A-Ray. So, anyways, but I would not have had you getting 10th overall. Beating some guys that, again, I thought would for your first ever 450 National. So I want to say, great job. I was wrong. You rode really well, man.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I had no idea what to expect going into that. I don't know where I would be, and just getting out there and racing was just, dude, it was so fun, and it was just such a different experience for me. I've never done that at the pro level, really. I've been privateered, been on lower tier teams, sure, but not to that extent. Not just showing up in the van being like, dude, we are winging it. Like, we have no idea what we're doing. So that was honestly really cool, though. It took, like, some, I don't want to say pressure. I mean, there's always pressure to perform that you put on yourself. But, like, just this feeling of just like, man, I busted my ass, trying to make this happen. And I'll be damned if I'm not going to go give it a really honest effort and give it everything I have. And I was happy, I was proud of being able to piece that together myself. And, my mechanic, like I said, Taylor he was busting his balls for weeks to make that happen, just like running around, getting parts and Temecula Motorsports and PC and back and forth and all this stuff. And like, dude, he put in some work, and, along with Will, he was calling a lot of people, helping me do some stuff as well. So, it was a really cool effort, and I wish I could have done a little bit better. I feel like I needed some more track position. I was aiming to try and get into single digits, but dude, 10-10 for the first one. I was pumped and got a nice little taste of it, and I definitely want to do some more now if I can make it happen.
Yeah, you got to remember, like, you haven't done a lot of nationals, right? You got hurt, 450. You haven't raced 450 nationals, so the national thing for Colt Nichols is sort of new as far as the experience of it. What do you think Phil thought when you went by him in Moto 1? What that was probably pretty epic in Phil's head.
Oh, honestly, I loved that, and I needed to talk to Phil about that, because I was like, dude, that was great. Like, they made a good little pass on Phil. We had a little battle for a second, and then, kind of got away. Then the second moto, I looked up at one point, and I was like, no way is that Phil right ahead of me. I was like, I gotta get this faster. And I was trying, but, dude, I was so gassed. And, like, I tried. I put in a good little effort, and I think I got it down from maybe, 13, 14 seconds ahead of me to around 10 or so. And and I was like, dude, I'm not catching them enough. Like, there's no way I'm going to end up eating shit if I try and go any harder. Like, I got to relax. Like, suspension ain't really ready for this yet. So, no, that was pretty cool. I've never raced a lot of those guys too, and like I said, never raced in a 450 in general. It was a good experience. I was happy with it.
Did you find the bigger bike got you more tired than you thought, or did you find like less aggression in the 450 veterans, like trying to saw off your front wheel, or was there anything about a 450 and being in a 450 class that you noticed different from past national 250 days?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like. Just like same thing in Supercross this year, it was mainly I think the track, like conditions-wise. And I don't remember Washougal. I mean, obviously I've never raced a 450, but even in the 250 class, like Washougal didn't seem that gnarly to me. And this year I was like, dude, this place is rough. Like it was a gnarly track, that first and second moto. The second moto was brutal. Like, I just thought, I don't remember it being that rough at all in years past. So I just thought the track broke down a lot. But the way that I ride the 450 and kind of my riding style, I honestly think I suit it better for outdoors. Like, I don't like having to just pin it. So the 250, like, that was my theory all along. Is I'm like, maybe I could do decent on a 450 outdoors. I just think that I would suit it better. During the weeks, I rode it better. I felt faster, better on it. Like, my fitness was way better than I thought it would be this weekend, to be honest with you. Like, I caught a lot of guys at the end of the moto and made some good passes and stuff like that. So I would say probably track condition and, I just need to race more. Like that first few turns, few laps, aggression, I was missing a little bit. But, dude, other than that, it was awesome. It was such a good experience. And like I said, I really want to do some more if I can make it happen.
Actually, Jerry was pitted with Colt this weekend, so I stopped by a few times. Colt, one of his Mechanic Muto's buddies, had a cool trailer he brought out with him that has air conditioning. So they're chilling in there like, hey, we're pretty factory. And then I come by at one point, and Colt's like, well, we forgot one thing. Food. We forgot food.
Yeah, we
have the bikes. We got the fuel. We got the tray with the AC.
Jesus.
Oh, shit, we need food.
Somebody's fired for that. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was completely on me, too. I was like, well, I can't blame anyone but myself. This is my own program here. So
we forgot
I was like,
food.
But we forgot to go to the store and get any food at all.
Did you go get a chili dog from the concessions or what?
Well, that's what I thought. I was like, dude, maybe we just need to go to the concession, just get real local, get some nachos in between motos, and we'll be fine. Like, let's just really go all in.
To me, that was just...
Luckily, we stole some food from TLD, so shout out to Max Lee and Will Hahn. They kind of hooked us up, so that was nice.
To me, it was just the prime example of you think of, man, what would a guy miss if they weren't a factory rider?
Yeah.
What would they be missing?
Right.
Well, in this prime example, we forgot we have to actually have something to eat.
Yeah.
No food.
Ferry told me a story when he first became pro. He was struggling a little bit. And at Millville, he had a shitty first moto. So he's RRP days, 125 days, RRP. Shitty first moto. He's just like, fuck it. And he goes out in the concessions, he said, and got a Mountain Dew and 2 slices of pizza in the intermission between the motos, and then had his best moto of the year in the second moto. Like, that's, I was just like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that'll happen, dude.
Yeah.
That'll happen. I used to see it all the time. In 2010, whenever Trey was winning that outdoor title, Robbie would come in, and, like, we'd be doing 230s that day, and I'm so gassed. I'm, like, younger. Yeah. I'm riding a Cowie 450 at the time, actually. And, dude, he would come in, do a first moto, and he'd wax everybody. At the time, Robbie was still riding quite a bit. And Trey is literally just went 1-1, I think, at Washougal that year. And we come back, and he waxes Trey, and he goes up to the shop at Trey's house, and he's got a Red Bull and a Snickers. And that was, like, his in-between moto. And then he goes out there for Moto 2 and does the same thing. And I'm like, you have got to be shitting me. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then the next weekend, Trey won again. I was like, oh, my God. Like, this dude is insane.
Yeah.
But, the old dude just did it like that. That's just the way they operated.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Did you have a pressure washer?
We did, but the water pump on the trailer, we didn't know how to turn it on. So we were MIA with that. So once again, we stole TLD's pressure washer to wash some stuff. So we were pretty much just bar or whatever. My mechanic used to work for Bar X, so he was over there eating hot dogs in between and stealing a few bolts and shit. So
loose program.
I just love watching it, like somebody that everybody likes, like Colt. I just saw people coming from all over to help out. Yeah, he's going over here and getting we're getting a whole shot button from one guy at one point. Will's over here Kuzo's bringing food, and then Will's running back and forth to get stuff from TLD. Just all these people converging to help Colt.
And think about it, they got 10th overall in the 450 class. Yeah, so and no A-Ray bad juice from the van. No,
I was surprised. We kept it nice and clean. The van made it there and back, no issue.
Yeah.
He got a free oil change out of it, so he's got to be a little jazzed.
Okay,
a little bit of money in his pocket. So maybe the juju's turning for him too. You never know.
His bachelor party's this weekend, so God help everybody.
God help him.
Kenny Taco Bell running that thing probably.
Oh, God.
So, Colt Nichols here on the show, brought to you by Cherubies Handguards. Please check out Cherubies Handguards, disc guards, frame guards, all of that at Cherubies USA on social. So, Colt, you said you hope to do the last 3. I'll talk to you about SMX in a bit. That's why you came out to get to SMX points. How are we looking on that? You moved into 20th, right? I heard?
I'm not sure. I don't know where we are with points.
I know they didn't update him, but
no, they did update him. They did this again this time of year. They made a new Colt Nichols on the sheet and gave him the points from Washougal, even though we had an existing Colt Nichols.
Wygant, who's on this, says that Colt moved into the top 20.
He's 19th.
Okay, yeah. So
Hill's the bubble guy,
right?
With Butron coming.
Now driving back east is gnarly. Like Indiana's not so bad, but Buds and Unadilla is crazy. How can we get there if possible, or like what are the chances that you line up for the last 3?
That is a good question. I just as you were calling me, actually, I was talking to your boy Derek Rankin.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So I'm really pulling every card I got here to try and figure out how I can make this work. But I'm not sure. We got to give Don's bike back to us.
Yeah.
That's probably going to have to happen. And then that leaves us with the Rick Ware practice bike that I have here in California.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm trying to piece together what I can make work. At this point, it definitely looks like I'm probably just going to have to buy a bike here in California. And then I hope that I could get something sent back there or just somehow finesse a bike or something. Because Rankin was helping out Caden Amrine for a while this year. So I'm like, maybe I can squeeze something out of them, and maybe he could help me a little bit. He's over there close to Ironman. So I'm like, maybe he could somehow just get there for me. And I don't know. I don't know.
He's hooked up with the Bubba Pauly guys, too. So, you know.
You never know.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're pulling every card we got at the moment. But I have no idea, man. I've been trying to piece this thing together in my head for pretty much ever since Washougal went okay. I'm like, okay, how can I make this happen, at the next few, or maybe 1, maybe 2. But I would love to do all of them, but that's probably not realistic. But if I can do Buds and Ironman, then I'm definitely gonna. But, man, there's just a lot of things to think about, and logistics, and a lot of money to be spent, but like I said, it's all worth it. I'm investing in myself, and I'm trying to make this SMX thing and make some good money there. And if I can do that, awesome. But I got to get there first. So.
And we think Rick Ware, there could be some team efforts put together for Rick Ware for the SMX rounds, possibly, right?
Maybe. We've talked about it a little bit. Yep. I need to talk to him a little bit more. I know he mentioned maybe Shane and myself. I don't think Joey is going at this point, and Henry just got hurt. So, so I think maybe me and Shane could get something finessed there, but I honestly don't know. Nothing's for sure. It's just some stuff that we've kind of spoke about a little bit, but we'll see. I'm trying to cross the T's and dot the I's and make sure I have some sort of backup plan if needed, and just make sure I kind of have my ducks in a row here. So if I can pull something off on my own, I will. And if not, then I'll beg and plead anybody else that I can to help me out a little bit. So we'll see.
We were talking with Phil on Friday, and you look like you've been hitting the weights with Wilbur there a little bit. Like you look filled out, Nichols. I don't know if you've been working the bench press a lot or what, but yeah.
Yeah, we definitely are a little bigger than we were for sure.
Dude. You and JT are going for some sort of, contest here. Yeah.
Yeah, my whole life career, I was having to be pretty small. Training with Swanee,
sure.
I was small, and we wanted to be at a certain weight, and that's where I was the whole time. And then I was like, okay, Will, this year and even working with DV a little bit too, I definitely bulked up a little bit working with him, and then I got hurt, and I had all that time off. So I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to start doing my own training. So I trained myself for a few months and did some stuff I'd wanted to try for a long time, and some stuff that I liked, and kind of incorporated that into the whole Will program. And we hit it pretty hard this year. I was really happy with what we did together. And he's still learning too, so it was really cool. He wasn't just like if I came to him with an idea, he wasn't just like, no, that's stupid. He was like, well, let's try it, and if it works, cool. If not, then we won't do it. So that was pretty cool. But dude, I'm probably 10 pounds heavier than I was racing a lights bike, and like I said, I felt really good though. Like fitness-wise, I was really happy with how I felt. I felt really strong and had a lot in the tank, and can muscle that thing around if need be. So that was a good feeling.
Yeah, I was impressed because even Jason Anderson coming back, and you see guys. We've been told the level rises, and these guys get in shape, and they push each other. And we're round 8 now, and whatever, and. So, we've been told about this, and then to see a guy come in and catch guys late in the race and move forward at the end of the race and get in the top 10, like, I don't think that's easy. You know what I mean? Like, these dudes like Harlan and McElrath and Phil, and they're in race shape. And that's impressive,
Yeah, that's why I was happy. I was like, well, I gave it a good effort, and, like I said, the only thing I wish I could have done better was first lap position, really, to give myself a shot. The first moto, I actually was decent, and then somehow I came across the finish line first lap, and I was in 19th. I was like, how in the hell did that happen? Like, I don't know where I got passed by all those guys, but and even the second moto, like, dude, on the first start when the gate flinched, which I think is still BS, we should have just ran that bitch, because I was in 4th. I was like, dude, I am killing it. Like, I had some clear track, like, It was great.
Yeah.
And then we hit the drop off and red flag. I was like, damn it. So that was a real bummer. Second one didn't go near as good.
Right.
But no, I was happy. It was a good effort, so I was pumped.
My favorite part with the gate flinch, so they bring it back and they do like 6 or 7 test drops.
Yeah.
First off, no offense, mechanics do not pay attention. They are yelling at everybody. Stay back from the gates. We're going to test drop it. They drop it once. All the mechanics run, put their feet on, and they're yelling, stand back. We have to keep test dropping it. And it's just like, everybody's antsy. Oh, drop, let's mess with it. No. So it took forever. And then something with the Shoelgate old pin stuffing bin. They kind of all still weren't falling great. After a while, I was like, it's not great. It's just, run it. It's not going to get any better after test dropping
I don't know
it 6,
for
7
sure.
times.
I was told the guy kind of missed the handle with his foot. So when you slip off the side of it, it jiggles and stuff. So I don't know. That's just what I was told.
Like, I stood and looked, when they were doing the test drop, I stood and looked down the length of it.
Yeah.
A bunch of them do not fall that quick on that one.
Really?
Like old bent pins and stuff. I was like, this whole batch is a little kind of jacked up.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, even when we were doing the practice starts, there was a welding truck right in front of my gate. So I'm like, dude, they've been working on this all day. Like,
I need a new gate.
We got what we got. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, just run it. But,
hey, isn't it funny? Sometimes, we're a professional motocross series with millions of dollars at stake and, millions of dollars invested. And sometimes, like when I see the pits, like a lake of water just in the pits and people stepping in puddles and gates flinch, you just go, oh, wow, okay, wait, we're still just motocross racers.
Oh, yeah, then you realize it's still really local. That's what I loved about, I went to that PIR race Thursday, and, dude, it was incredible. Like, the amount of people that were there, like, the motocross scene up there and the PNW has to be thriving. But, dude, I was just blown away. I was like, this is what I grew up on, doing these night races and just super, just local, it was awesome. It was such a good vibe up there, and I was like, this is pretty cool. Like, and even being out the back of the van, I'm like, I'm right here in the mix. Like, I'm right here with all these boys. So that it was just a cool feeling and good vibes up in the PNW. It was a good weekend for us.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. World Supercross. What'd you think of round one, and how'd it go, and all of that?
It was interesting. I had no idea what to expect going there. Pilot season last year, I think no one really knew kind of what to expect, and it was just different, dude. Like, the racing is so tight, it's so short, and it's just different. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of how quick it is. Like I said, I'm kind of a slow builder. I need some time to get into it a little bit. So when the races are that quick, I'm like, wow. Like, I was just getting going and it's over. So some of it's definitely a little tight, but dude, it was a really fun event, and the whole purpose of us going and being in all these countries was it worked. Like, so many people came up to us and was like, dude, we've never been to Supercross before, and we're definitely coming back next year, and my kid loves this. Maybe we can get him a bike, when we get back home. I'm like, that's what we're here for. That is the whole purpose, getting new kids involved, getting new people, hopefully new sponsors. I mean, new everything. So that was really cool. That, I think, is going to be even cooler when we go to some other countries and kind of see how that works. But it was an exciting first race. I wish I would have got some better starts, that's for sure. So like I said, the racing is so tight that if you crash on the start like I did, you're kind of shit out of luck. So but it was cool. I mean, I think we'll get a lot better as we go and get a little more used to the bike. And that was a brand new bike when we got there. It was a little stiff kitty and needed some work. But no, dude, it was a really cool event. Some stuff needed to be worked out a little bit better, but like I said, it's first round, so you're gonna have that, I think.
I like the World Supercross guys. I like what they're doing. It's never gonna be Feld. It's good, but you know what? There's Supercross fans all over the world, and I've gone to Geneva, and I've gone to Bulgaria, and I've gone to France. I've gone to all these places to watch racing, and American guys. Colt Nichols is a big name, and Ken Roxon, and all these guys. There's fans all over the world that would love to see you guys. So if they stick to taking it to places where the fans are going to come out, I think it could be very successful, Yeah,
I mean, dude, that's the whole purpose. And, dude, people knock it and do whatever, and they're like, oh, this is a shit show or whatever it is. I'm like, dude, this is giving guys like me an opportunity to race and make a living. Dude, what was I supposed to do? Do exactly what I did this weekend all summer and just go in the hole $100,000? Dude, I can't do that, So for me, I'm like, dude, this gives me an opportunity to make money. We get to travel the world. We're getting new fans involved in Supercross, and it's raising the level of everything. I mean, look at us now. We have this SMX, Supermoto, whatever playoff. So
You
no
don't,
matter what,
hey,
I mean,
Colt, you don't
it's helping.
think you don't think that MX Sports and Feld would put in a bunch of money just randomly into the purse the same year as World Supercross?
I'm gonna say probably not, but maybe that's what they're saying.
Maybe it
but
was
I'm
just
like,
a coincidence.
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
I'm like, where does this money come from all of a sudden? I just don't buy it. But no, dude, I mean, it's like I said. I think rising tide, floats all boats, makes everything better, and I think that's what's happening. So I'm a huge supporter of it. I think it's awesome, whether I race it or not.
Yeah.
Moving forward, I'm a huge supporter. I think it's great.
Yeah, listen, if you're Feld and you're MX Sports and you're trying to you have a competing series, then I get it. Fuck Adam Bailey and fuck the World Supercross. I get it. Everyone else, dude, great. These racers are getting paid. Teams are making money. Cool. You want to do it? Great. If you don't want to race in America, great. What's the problem here? Why can't
there should be no issue. I mean, like I said, it's guys making money, and we're riding dirt bikes.
Yeah.
It might be a different series, but we're getting paid to race dirt bikes. And,
absolutely.
I mean, dudes like Sabachi and even myself. I feel like we've earned rights to be on factory teams and to be competing with the best guys, but that's just not the way our sport works. There's not enough seats available, and that pushes guys to go to other avenues to make money, and that's kind of what's happened.
And
so
Michael and I get to talk about another series and look at more results and watch more races and have janky shows talking about them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
it helps everybody. See?
Yeah.
Well, to Colt's point, think of the Rising All Tides comment and talking about even him and Sabachi. I was talking to Shane about this post race. One cool factor of this is not only what World Supercross does on its own, how it even affects the U.S. series. So take Colt, take Shane, take Joey. These are all amazing riders. Colt being a regional 250 Supercross champion, and of course we both know that Shane and Joey were very close. These are all guys that if we didn't have this weird era of all these dudes staying these are all guys that deserve, in a sense, factory rides. You have guys like Rick Ware, and you even have him wanting to run a U.S. team next year to make his world team better. You have Uribe that's stepping up more in the U.S. It's actually affecting, if Rick goes through with it, it could end up a paying ride for Joey and Colt and Shane, those guys here next year. There's positives for that beyond just world. It actually, yes, you could argue there's some takeaway from here, but there's also ways it technically could say is improving here.
I fully agree. I'm on board with that too, because you don't know. I mean, like you said, Rick wants to step up and be more involved, and I mean, he's a racer. He's got 19 teams in every aspect of racing. So, I mean, he wants to race and he wants to compete, and this is a way for him to do that and a way for him to make some money too and somewhat break even. So I understand it. But for him, he's like, hey, if this will help us in World Supercross, maybe we can do something in the U.S. So I'm like, dude, that'd be sick. That's a huge help for all of us that don't have anything really. So, I mean, it's just something I think that can really help everybody. But who knows? We got a long time till the next one. I got a lot of stuff I'm trying to do here before we hit round 2. So hopefully I can get that sorted before we do all that.
I'm interested. It's not exactly apples to apples, Colt, but I am interested in what you think of a Honda versus a Cowie. The Cowie redesign a couple years ago, to me, the changes they made, they really wanted to make it look like a Honda and feel like a Honda with engine placement and chassis and everything else. They took their long, slow-turning boat of a bike, made it more supercrossy, made it more Honda-ish. And again, I know it's not apples to apples because we're talking about a factory Honda that you rode versus this Don Maeda bike. But what do you think the difference is between the two bikes?
I mean, it's so hard to say just because, outdoors, I think the Honda is pretty incredible. Honestly, whenever I rode it in outdoors, I was like, dude, this thing is awesome. It moves the way I want it to move, that I always wanted, my Star bikes to move, but we were air fork and it just wasn't going to work that way. So the Honda outdoors, dude, I had so much fun riding the thing. It was incredible. And then, I mean, even Supercross too, there at the end, we finally got it sorted. So whenever we had the bike at, say at a Nashville, that version of my factory Honda compared to what I raced at the first round in the UK, it was dramatically different. But I finally got it to work the way that I wanted it to work, and I liked it. And it was honestly pretty similar to the Cowie. There were some things that I think the Honda still did a little bit better for sure, but there's also stuff that the Cowie naturally, the way it sits, it was just better in some areas of the track. And it was really cool because I got to take the Honda, I rode at Elsinore quite a few times preseason, during the season, and then we got to ride there before going to the UK. So I got to ride the exact same track on both of the bikes, so I could really see what I'm working with here. And that was a pretty cool test, so I can really see back to back.
Yeah.
I think is definitely more stable, the way it comes. But also, too, we had such a good package to start from that it, who knows? Like, if I would have started at ground zero, like where we could have ended up at and how long it would have taken to get there, which is what we did with the Honda. So, so I don't know. It's just really hard to say. But I do miss having the ability to try some stuff. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, really.
With the Cowie, it was more like, hey, this is what we got, buddy. Like, we can't really change anything.
Good luck. Right.
Yeah, like pretty much get used to it, or that's it. So, but no, I mean, it is just it's a completely different bike. And engine wise, like, dude, the Honda is so fast. Like, the thing is so fast. Where you have to ride it at, I think, is a different zone than the Cowie. It likes to be a little more low power, like that lower 25% throttle opening kind of area. Where the Cowie, I think you can get away with riding it a little higher in the revs, and it's still getting the traction you want. But I think it's definitely a little bit more of a stable bike from the get-go. Like front to back, it's more stable. The Honda, like I said, kind of falls on the front sometimes, a little high in the rear, and the Cowie is definitely stable for sure.
Michael, I like Nick Way did this a lot. When Nick Way didn't have a bike or a team or whatever, he went and bought a motorcycle. Nick probably has 16 KX450s right now in his garage.
In parts somewhere.
Guaranteed. He made things happen. Some riders sit back and go, "Woe is me! I have no bike. I can't ride." And it's like, dude, you have money. Go buy a bike. I love what Colt did. Getting a van, getting a bike, getting a program, top 10ing, as a factory rider for a long time, who had everything given to you because of your skill, not because anything else. And then now to do this, I like that kind of stuff, man. I like to see that. I don't like riders just sitting on the couch saying, "Oh, this series sucks," or my life sucks. I can't.
Yeah, I've never really understood that either, just because of the fact that I'm like, dude, like, you're never going to get, I mean, people in this world, I mean, it's not just our industry, it's just the world. I mean, like, you always expect stuff. Like, no one has to give you anything. Like, you shouldn't expect anything because nobody owes you anything. And, like, people say that all the time, like, dude, you deserve a factory ride, you deserve this. I'm like, dude, nobody deserves anything. You just get put in the situations and you get opportunities and you take advantage, and that's what you do.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, dude, I literally raced for $500 the first time I went to Costa Rica. Like, dude, like, I had nothing. Like, I had made a little bit of money in Arena Cross that year, and I didn't have a bike here to ride either. So I'm like, well, I'm going to use this money that I just made in Costa Rica, go buy a bike, and some of the Arena Cross money that I had, because otherwise, what am I going to do? Like, I can't ride unless I go buy a bike. So I'm like, dude, like, I'm investing in myself. It'd be different if I was buying a bike for somebody else to go ride and just hammer the shit out of it. But I'm like, dude, this is for me. Like, if I am a professional dirt bike rider, like, I need a bike to ride. So, like, you got to do what you got to do. I never understood that mentality. And even younger kids, they're like, dude, I don't have a ride and it's not worth it and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, go figure it out. Like, make the shit happen. Like, that just bothers me so bad. I'm like, dude, nobody owes you shit. Like, go get a bike, go train, go bust your ass, and then the opportunity will come. But it's not going to come just sitting on the couch.
And these people I'm talking about, I mean, some of these are our friends. Like, but they're like, I don't have a bike. I got nothing. It's like, dude, you got money, go buy a bike, and then get a bunch of parts from your friends in the industry, and then slap it on the bike, and then sell it for $1,000 less, and now you've lost $1,000, but you've ridden it for 6 months or whatever. Like,
you got to do what you love. You got to race. I mean, like, even this weekend, I'm like, dude, I went in the hole pretty dramatically, but I'm like, dude, I had so much fun. Just racing again. Like, it was just awesome to be behind the gate. But be around all your peers, and it's fun.
You're also gonna, if you get this SMX thing, which looks good, you're gonna make a lot of money in that. You know what I mean? So you're investing in it. I mean, we're investing in ourselves. Hopefully, get the money back and then some. And then I'm be like, you know what? That was all that stress and all that BS was worth it. And luckily, I just had people like Don that stepped up. I mean, dude, he literally just was like, yeah, ride my bike. And then Mitch and a few guys were giving us parts, and just able to make it happen. I've been in this industry a long time. I know a lot of people, and it was just cool that I got such good feedback. Everybody I called was like, man, we'd love to help you. Like, how can we help? And I'm like, that's pretty damn cool, So that was cool. You got to do that sometimes, man, and it makes it really fun. Yeah, it's stressful, but like I said, that was the most fun I've had at an outdoor in a damn long time. So it was definitely worth it. We should have called Phil tonight to see his feelings on getting caught and passed by you, but we didn't. But that would have been great.
Yeah, we needed that. We'll get that next time.
I still love not this round, but the round before. His opening quote in one of our interviews was, "I suck. I lost my fitness." So else I go up to him at Washougal, and I'm like, "Hey, somebody DM'd us on the Vile thing this week. They screenshotted that interview." I said it was a Brazilian person. They were like, "Why Phil have no fitness? Why Phil can't find?" And he just got mad. He's like, probably somebody's friends with Enzo or something.
You should have seen him after Millville, Colt. Absolute rock bottom for him. We loved it because he was so depressed, and he said he's got no fucking base, and I can't fucking train because I got no fucking base, because then I need rest, and then I got to race, and I'm in this circle. I'm in this circle of fuckery, and he's just going on and on. It's just great. It's fantastic.
You honestly can't. You can't not love Phil, right?
No,
I mean, like the dude is just awesome. Like there's just no way around it. And even racing this weekend, I'm like, dude, I have never. Phil is, I mean, a decent amount older than me. I don't think I've ever raced Phil. So it was just kind of cool. Like I'm on the gate and I'm like, well, I've never raced this guy before. And we were battling in the first moto. I'm like, this is just so random to me, but this is awesome. Like it was just great. I loved it.
Of all the riders out there right now, like regardless of results, everything, like when they retire, Phil's is going to be one of the ones I'm the most bummed about. Like regardless of what he's done his career results, just not having him around.
Yeah. So
it's going to hit different.
Now he's mad at Masterpool. He's going to have a chat with Masterpool next race because Masterpool was behind him and revving him a lot. He did not like that. He was like, I'm fucking racing too, kid. Get around me, if you know what I mean. Like, so he's
just so angry.
I know. He said
he's so angry.
He said he's gonna find Masterpool and tell him if you ever do that fucking shit again. It's great.
You gotta love that, right?
I do. Yeah, you do. Well, hey man, thanks for the time tonight. Really appreciate it. Like I said, a really good job this weekend. Very impressive. I love everything about the story. It's great. I hope you make it out to the last two. I'll call Jericho. We'll get something worked out here.
We'll get it moving. I got faith in it. I think I know enough people, and like I said, I'll buy whatever bikes I got to do, and we'll get there somehow. We'll make it happen.
Awesome, man. Thanks for the time, Colt.
All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, see ya. Thank you to the folks at Cherbys USA for bringing Colt Nichols on the show. Always a good interview. Colt Nichols is. It's fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic.
I love the story, like I said, and that's something really cool to see. I'm ashamed to admit I forget how he did it at the opener of the WSX. I asked him about it, but I don't remember how he did.
Top five.
Top five?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't even remember. I saw the results and I didn't remember. So, all right, Colt Nichols, everybody. All right, Nathan's on one. Oh,
whoa!
I hung up on Nathan. My bad.
Good
My sausage fingers didn't work. Renegade Race Fuels. Thanks to the folks at Renegade Race Fuels for coming on the show. They're looking for dealers and distributors, by the way. Renegade is, so please check them out. RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They won championships with Will Hahn and Justin Brayton back in the day, and now Dean Wilson and Max Yancey pour it in now. Renegade, they don't just make power, they engineer it. Renegade is your guide and partner to get in the whole shot and be the first one to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. So thanks to Renegade Race Fuels. Is this Nathan?
I have to correct myself. Okay. Nichols was 8th at the opening World Supercross round.
All right. Renegade Race Fuels is bringing you Kris Keefer tonight on the show. What do you mean it's not ringing?
It just goes like silent, and then it goes to voicemail. Like it doesn't actually ring.
Wow. Real professional.
No. Chameleon Snowboard Samsonite. Fuck it, I'm out.
What's that from?
I hadn't heard that one before.
Sometimes I just click random ones that I haven't clicked in a while.
See if they still work.
Yeah, just make sure they're
right. There's been very little sound drops tonight, gentlemen.
I know.
I don't know.
Oh, we can fix that.
Well, but I eat ass. Okay, yeah, see? Yep, there we go. Thanks a lot.
That's a compliment.
That's great.
That is the greatest compliment I could give you.
These days it is.
I can do this one.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Yeah, Keefer said he's ready, buddy. All right, Keefer's brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels, and then Lars Lindstrom from Honda, brought to you by the folks at Renthal, renthal.com. They're on the factory Honda right now as we speak. They've used nothing but Renthal bars since 1986. Think about that, people. They have, whether it's a 7/8 bar that RJ used, or now like the twin wall and fat bar that the Honda guys use nowadays. They've been on the factory Hondas forever. And when you speak of factory Hondas, I know what I'm talking about because I rode them. Keefer and I actually got a chance to ride the factory HRC bikes this weekend at Washougal Alpine Star Ride Day. Thanks to the guys at Alpine Stars for making it happen. But renthal.com, bringing you our first guest or our next guest of the night, factory HRC manager Lars Lindstrom. What's up, Lars? How are you, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Thanks for the time tonight. So thanks.
You're welcome, Steve. I like that introduction. I appreciate it very much.
Yes.
And as you saw that I had to correct you on social media just to let everybody know that Yeah, I'm not
ever since you brought that up, Lars. I've watched a few episodes and he struggles. You've got him tripped up on it pretty good now.
So I just want people to clarify, like, the stars of the sport are not just randomly calling in to PulpMX show on Monday nights. These are prearranged, right? So
it only took like 10 years of this janky show to get that point across.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
right?
I'd like to think that I made a difference for your show.
Yeah.
And I'm good with that. I'll take that one.
No, absolutely. Renthal bringing you Lars Lindstrom. Renegade Race Fuels bringing you our next guest. He's going to join us also. It's our regular co-host, Kris Keefer. What's up, Keefer? How are you?
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
This is it's great to have you guys on the line. Thank you for calling in. I got a chance, and look, I said it earlier. I'm Blue Crew, Bike of the Year. I get it. I love Yamaha, but there's something about a factory Honda, whether it's 1986, 96, 2006, whatever it is. There's something about factory Honda, and I got to ride fucking HRC bikes. Lars, thank you, man. That was awesome. That was great.
No, yeah, you're welcome. I mean, we don't do this very often, and you guys have been bugging me for a long time.
We have been, yeah.
Yeah, kind of put me against the wall. You made up a story about me having too many drinks, and I promised you during this time, which is completely fabricated. But it was about time that we do something like that. We've been having a great year, and I just thought, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's do it. It worked out. It's cool.
How far up the chain did you have to go, or how hard was it to get this authorized one, and how far up the chain did you have to go to make this happen? Was it tough, or did they trust your judgment that Keefer and I are not too much of a losers to ride the bikes?
I didn't have to go too far. I went to Brandon, and so yeah. I mean, I think that we'll see what happens. I mean, maybe we'll get some backlash, and we'll see. But
but Brandon was cool.
It really depends on your feedback and what you guys write, and whatever like that. I guess then we'll find out. But maybe we'll never do it again. I don't know.
Keefer, we were telling Lars on a group text that we just GH Paris. That's fine. And that's all we want to do. It's okay. And Lars was very insistent on making it special, which I'm happy he did, Keefer.
I am too. Actually, I was kind of, when Lars was saying that, I'm like, yeah, we don't need to go anywhere. Lars, it's okay. Just go to Glen Helen. But after his explanation to us the other day, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. Let's go ride these bikes where they race them. And Washougal is a really good spot to do it as far as photos, video, and the riders are going to be there anyway. So yeah, it just made sense. What I do like, though, what I do remember from this whole thing before it started, I do remember in the group message, Lars was acting well, what if you guys don't like the bike? We're like, whatever, dude. It's an HRC Honda. What's not to like? Why are you even saying that? Come on.
Yeah, come on, Lars.
Well, I mean, I think you guys both, know the deal over the past years. The way that one rider sets up a bike is not what the general public would like. And
correct.
No, I mean, I know you're pretty fast, Keefer, but I'm not sure that you're up to chasing jet speed. So
yeah, right.
Sometimes, that used to be the thing for me. We'd ride the bike. I'd ride the bike back in 15 years ago or something like that, and the thing would be so harsh and stiff in the front. It was mainly, I just remember forks being so stiff for a Wyndham or a Shorty or something like that. And I'm like, man, if the general public rode this bike, they would hate it because you heard that a lot, right? But I really think that the way that the guys ride the bike now, it's acceptable for a guy like you, Steve, to ride it and go, yeah, this is, I can ride this bike. It's not so out of the ballpark that you just hate it, right? It's rideable, the engine's rideable, all these things. So it's really just tailored to each rider. And the one thing that I mean, this is so obvious that people are going to think I sound stupid, but each rider is so different to what they like, whether it's power or suspension or chassis or these things. We can be really dramatically different, as you found out, and then throw in a Ken Roxon. There's so many different types of riders, and that's why I think production is so hard. It's so hard to go read a magazine and go, oh yeah, that bike's the best. Oh, it's the best for everybody. I'll just go buy that one. It's
right.
It's how impossible is that job, right, Keefer? To build develop a bike, especially in production, that everybody's going to like. It's just people have preferences, that you just can't anticipate. So it's the same thing with race bikes, and who knows, maybe some of those things you guys would have rode and you would have hated. So that's, I just wanted to kind of preface it with that,
Yeah, I rode Ferry's Cowie in like 07, 08 at his place on his outdoor track at his house. I didn't really like it. It hit too hard, and the forks were way too stiff. Do you know what I mean? Like, I was like, this ain't great, So, You're right, Lars. Kiefer, before we get too far into this, Lars.
Here we go.
Lars, just for the record, when I was talking about the bikes to you and Hutch and Droopy and everybody, when I was explaining what the bikes were doing, the two 450s and the 250F, I know this is going to hurt, Lars, but please be truthful. I was a very good analyst of what these bikes were doing.
I think that as much as it does hurt, Steve, to say it, I mean, I felt like we all kind of looked at each other, and then Shane actually made the joke that he had given you the dyno chart so that you could explain that of each bike. Because, you were right on the money. I mean, you nailed exactly what Jet likes in the engine and how we have that set up compared to what Chase has, and the clutch even, maybe which was really surprising, and I think you'll agree on this, Keefer, is because I never really saw you get on the power at all. Steve. There
it is.
You rode around, and your line in the whoops was like the first time, you came out of that turn. I would like to say you ripped the turn, but maybe not. And then you roll. You went roll, 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 and then you were out of the whoops. And the second time, you kind of went for like a roll, kind of 1.5.
Yeah.
And then off the side, and then you just took the water truck lane, I think. Maybe I missed a few laps. But
you took the water truck lane?
The whoops, I'm not a supercross specialist, okay? I'm more of an outdoor guy.
Wait, you'd answer the question. Did you take the water truck lane?
Sometimes, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, listen, my arms and my hands, they were not in good shape. I needed to rest a little bit. So...
Hey, we actually I made this joke, and I'll make it again right now because it's pertinent. But you're like, I'm not a supercross guy, and I'm like, evidently you're not a motocross guy either.
Well, listen, I got on it enough to know what the bikes were doing, Lars.
You did. It was super impressive, Steve, and I'm not even going to BS the listeners. You nailed all that stuff. I texted you earlier today about a production test coming up that we may need your help
thank
with.
you. Thank you.
Keeper, shook his head at that, but dang man, you were right on top.
A little piece of me just died.
I would like to announce the formation of Steve Testing Inc. starting right away.
The new butt patch. Hey, the new butt patch JT's going to have to get you is called the Human Dyno.
The Human Dyno. But no, it was awesome. It was really, really cool to ride them. Keefer, you're the real tester here for real though, and you're the guy that actually can ride a bike pretty damn fast. Isn't it amazing? The differences between the two bikes and how they mimic how the guys ride. Like, it really is easy to see the riding style of each rider by riding their bikes, Sexton and Jet.
Yeah, so when I was flying to Washougal, I kind of watched both of these guys. I saved some stuff and watched Chase and Jet, how they ride, because I knew that was, going to be the topic. And first of all, I didn't even know I was riding Jet's bike. I just kind of wanted to watch them, see how they rode, and then I got there and found out we were riding all of them. I was like stoked. So it's crazy. While I was out on the track, I was thinking about how they both ride, and Steve's right. Like, exactly what we see on the TV or on the you're out there on Saturdays is basically what the Honda allows the bike to do. The only difference is, and I said this in my podcast today, is when Lars was talking about how easy these bikes are to ride and for the common man just to hop on them and feel okay, I think Lars is kind of downplaying that. And maybe he only knows what they have, obviously, but I've ridden quite a few factory bikes, and that's not the case. I still think a lot of that 10 years ago feel is still apparent in some of these factory bikes now, but for whatever reason, and we can deep dive it if you want, but man, there is a big window for any type of rider within Jet setup. That's what was really amazing to me. You can ride it so many different ways, and it allowed you to do that. Steve?
Yeah, I was impressed with Jet's bike. For me, a slow, fat vet guy. It was comfy. It was easy to ride. I didn't like his clutch lever placement at all, but I dealt with that. And
like, had to work hard to adapt.
Yeah, but I was shocked, man. It was the easiest factory bike or high performance bike I think I've ever ridden. It was amazing.
I want to know, Chris, was Jet's bike good enough? Would you have made the top 40 field at Washougal on it?
Oh boy.
Yes, I'm just going to stamp that. Yes. Yes.
Well, would you have done more than Okay. Go ahead.
But seriously, like for me, riding into two bikes together, they couldn't be more opposite of one another.
Mm-hmm.
Jet's bike is really, first of all, Jet and Hunter both have very, very stiff steering. They tighten up their steering, and with the steering dampener that they use, Steve, you can attest to this. Like, it took me a minute to get used to just how heavy the steering is on those.
Yeah, I thought it was broken. I thought something was broken.
Yeah. So, but dude, Jet and Hunter both have tons of front wheel traction. Lars had me do some homework, and I was writing all this stuff out today, and I'm just like, there is just a lot of front wheel contact patch within Jet's bike, and you could cut down early if you wanted to out of a rut, and you know how Washougal has those shallow ruts, and some of them get blown out the end. You can cut down, and there's no pushing within the front wheel. If you guys are out there listening, you come from a Honda background, you know how a production Honda frame and the chassis feels a little bit rigid, and it kind of deflects when you're on the lean angle of the tire. Jet's bike did none of that. For how fast Jet is, his fork is actually comfortable and soft. And to kind of talk about what we were saying is, you know how Jet's very playful on the track, and he hops jumps and he hops these little bumps around the track, and there was still some chatter on the track from where they back drug it, and it wasn't completely graded, although it was. There were still some of those bumps underneath that, and the first, few inches of Jet's travel is so playful and soft, it allows you just to kind of hop over those things, but then you think, oh shit, it's going to be too soft when you hit a face of a jump, and it has so much dampening, and it's just very rare for a rider to feel both of those attributes within a fork. Like, very, very rare. And I don't think I got over it. I'm still talking about to this day when I get home to my wife. I'm like, that's so rare to feel. It's crazy.
Lars, and obviously we've seen the bracing on Chase's bike in Supercross, and now Jet's got it and Chase doesn't have it. Obviously all these options for both of the bikes are available to both riders, and they've chosen this direction you guys have gone in, right? Like it's rare I worked on some teams, and it's rare to have these two differences in bikes as much as your two riders do, because they're two of the fastest riders in the world, and yet their setups are so different. Lars.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we've always been really good about, allowing the riders to do what they feel is best, right? We're not going to, we have never been really the team that forces the rider to ride something that they don't want to. I mean, you just, a happy rider is a fast rider, like Geyser says, right? So we've just gone with what they've chosen, and we've suggested what we think, and gone down that road. And obviously, when there's preferences that they have, then we'll go with that. So, anyways, yeah, I mean, it's they have two different riding styles, and they obviously last year Chase proved that what that BFR shock that he runs and everything else that he can go really, really fast like that. And Jet is a little bit more like set up like a Kenny, I would have to say, with the rear end being a little bit higher and things like that. And I remember this actually when you were talking about the bike, the engine feeling so smooth and all that. It's a little bit like when Ricky first rode a 450, and I remember him saying, and this is, I guess I'm going way back, but he didn't even want like a works engine. He's like, just give me a production engine. This thing's fine. It's so easy to ride and everything like that. And that's kind of where Jet's at. I feel like he's a smooth rider. He's really lightweight, and he just feathers the throttle and rides around, and kind of low RPM sounding most of the time. And Chase is not like that. He's a bigger guy. He likes to feel it really, a really powerful bike, and so he's always been, even against the Kenny last year and and then Colt and Supercross, a lot more aggressive and lower gearing and things like that. So it just goes back to everybody's different. What he likes is what he likes, and I mean, we'll always work on whatever he wants to try to improve on.
Yep.
And there's always something, right? I mean, no bike's going to be perfect, and so there's always something to try and to learn, and we'll see in this break if we end up trying a few things and maybe making it a little bit better for him. And I mean, hopefully we get some more close racing at the next 3 races.
Keefer, says Lars, you actually gave Keefer some homework. Yeah, you gave him some test sheets to fill out. You're actually interested. I didn't get those test sheets, so I don't. Maybe you didn't get my email, or I don't know. Like, did you? Maybe.
No, Steve. It was like this. Your feedback was so good.
Oh, thank you.
There was no need for any evaluation sheets from you. You just nailed it without even us having to do that. With Keeper was a little bit harder. It seemed like he's kind of new to this testing thing.
Yeah,
so
I get it.
He wasn't able to really
I get it.
Let us know exactly. So we had to have him write it down. Sometimes it's easier for people to write things down than say it out loud. It just came naturally.
Kiefer, it felt like Chase at the end of the day was like really into you, you asking you about his bike and your thoughts on it. It seemed like Chase was really into it.
Yeah, it was fun because we were downloading some stuff to the team, and then Chase was listening, and his dad was even there. Me and his dad were talking about a few things, and it's just really. It's cool to hear about what these guys actually want in their bikes, and then being able to relate to that because you actually rode it and you felt it. And I never once during the whole day thought about what I would want. I'm just always thinking about the rider and almost kind of what Trey has to go through being the test guy. Like he has to think like, all right, how does Trey has to know about Chase, what he likes. Trey has to know about what Jet and he likes, and he has to kind of help the team and Lars kind of guide him in that direction. So it was almost like being like a fill-in Trey for a few hours, just talking to the guys and giving them some feedback. And it's those are the things that I really like to do. Racing aside and all these things, I just love testing. And
we know that. You didn't even come to the fucking race. You flew in Saturday night. We know that.
Exactly.
Yeah, we know that. Kiefer, what was the most impressive thing of any of the 3 bikes to you? Like any one thing. I'm going to go with Jet's motor.
Yeah, how about I give you 1 point on each bike?
Okay.
Hunter's bike for me, and have had a lot of time on a Honda 250. I hear a lot of the media and even some of the broadcast guys saying they don't think the Honda is as fast as a Star bike, and maybe not in the grand scheme of things, but there is a lot of torque within that 250 Honda. I was actually really surprised. I didn't think I was going to feel that much torque on Hunter's bike, but holy crap, man! Second gear, similar to Chase's 450. You better be ready and hang on. So in some of these tight corners, I actually shifted into third just to get me less of that hit. And for me, I was really impressed with the torque that came out from the 250. And on Chase's side, there is a lot of low-end front side to Chase's bike, kind of like Lars said. He likes a lot of that. But the most impressive thing to me, it was jumping down some of these hills in Washougal and how well his shock is. Honestly, it has this dead, slower feel to it, but it doesn't really react. So some of these jumps that Washougal has, you jump over these hills, and then you have to land with your throttle off and then be able to pivot into some of these corners. And so in the normal realm of things, when you do that, you have a shock that loads and then unloads, and it's very hard to get into the corner. Well, Chase's bike did that really well. It was really planted. As soon as I landed, it stuck to the ground, and it was really easy to make some of these insides. So I was really surprised about the shock. I really haven't even ridden the BFRC shock that much because it's such a piece of shit on the Suzuki that I just rip it off anyway. And then Jet, man, it's hard to pick one thing. Best factory bike that I've ever ridden, and I've ridden quite a few, and it's just how linear and long his power is and how easy it is to ride. Any blue-collar dude could hop on that thing and be like, oh, yeah, this is unbelievable. It's just so long, so friendly, so connected. The engine, the ECU, all of that stuff, man, it's just you can roll on the throttle super early in these corners, and you can really see how Jet's why he rides so effortless. Sure, Jet's a great rider, but the bike helps him. I just feel like the bike just helps him that much more.
Right. Yeah. I think Jet's bike was, like you said, blue collar. That's me. It was impressive for sure. Easy to ride.
Actually, can I throw something in there? I don't remember hearing Keefer's comment about Chase's shock feeling low and dead like that, but I did hear you say that, Steve.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's listening.
No, it could be.
I swayed a little bit.
Yeah. Well, he was probably easdropping on what I was saying because he's new to the testing game. You know,
we did try not to sway the test by not letting him hear your comments, or just like we would.
I walked away.
You did.
I walked away.
You did. Kiefer took it that seriously. They were asking me about Chase's bike or something. Kiefer's like, "I'm out of here. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." He just walks away.
No, that was good. I mean, because that's something that I always think about too. You know, like especially when it comes to magazine tests, when there's some of these riders that maybe aren't very accustomed to testing, and they're probably kind of wondering like, what do I say? Because I don't really know what to say. Because just even being able to elaborate on like what you're feeling is really difficult for some people. They know they don't like it, but they can't tell you why.
Yeah,
and so anyways, excuse me. So then, crap, I totally forgot my train of thought because something else happened. But what was I just talking about, Steve?
The shock.
The shock, yeah. The people don't know what they're talking about. Test riders, they don't quite know how to articulate what they feel.
Right.
Yes, exactly. So, anyways, when they don't really know what they're feeling. And they just know they're listening to the guy who might know, like a Keefer or a Josh Mosman or someone like that, and they're like, "Yeah, what you said." That's what I feel too, and they're really like they're just going along. So that's why I feel like sometimes it's difficult with a test rider like that.
Yeah. Can we do something about Jets? Like, can we put the lever out a little bit towards the end of the bar?
Do you know why originally they have it like that?
Well, that's what Keefer told me. Is that true about Dazzy and spending money on broken levers?
I mean, that's what Dazzy told me a long time ago. Because when they were little, they'd fall over, and if the levers were really far in, then they wouldn't break off. And them coming from their humble roots there in Australia, like a lot of people that stuff like that adds up. So you're trying to save as much money as you can. But I think it's probably a little bit of that and also, the leverage points and stuff like that. But that's where it started from, like, apparently, and they just got used to it. So,
yeah.
It's kind of funny, the lever thing, because a lot more people are picking up on that. I could be wrong. I believe Hymus's stuff might be more, and Lars could attest to that. But a lot of the PC guys going to the fat bar is partially a comfort thing, but I had two mechanics tell me the riders were also doing it to emulate that because on the twin wall they couldn't get the controls over far enough. Otherwise they had to run a weird shorty lever, which has weird leverage ratio. Like Archer was telling me that was a big thing with Austin. They switched. He didn't necessarily really even care about the comfort distance. It was to get the levers in there because Lawrence is that hand control, the way they do their hands and they wrap around. Ken has already an explanation about how you're holding the grip and you twist it different with the way the Lawrence's ride, kind of the way they control it.
Yeah. Well, Dazzy said it was just to save money on
we just came across it naturally.
Right. Which is just nuts. What'd you ride most of the day, Michael? Did you ride a Cowie?
Yeah, stock Cowie 450.
Okay.
I was gonna say I had two takeaways from seeing what you guys were doing.
Yeah.
One, not to kiss Chris's ass too much, but it was really cool, honestly, to see like Chase and Lawrence, like how interested they were in Chris's feedback.
Yep.
I did ask Chase I can't remember if it was Saturday evening or Sunday morning. I said, well, if Steve rides your bike and comes off and says it's better than Jets, does that change anything? And he said, no, that'll just confuse me more. I said, if Kris comes off and says your bike's better, what happens? He goes, he's like, then I'll listen or something. And then Kris made the comment about how torquey Hunter's bike was. He was telling me that. And then the next session out, you rode Hunter's bike, and I followed you around for a minute, and I could tell you were really trying to test that torque. I think you left in fourth. I think I never heard it come up above maybe about 7,000 or 8,000 RPM. So you were really figuring out that torque character there.
I'm not a 250 rider. Last time when I rode was Geico. Whenever we did that test. And by that point,
I don't think you're a 450 rider either. But
those guys, I'm really a 450 guy deep down. I ride them better.
Yeah. And by then, my arms and hands were pretty much done. We were done for the day. So yeah, it wasn't a great combo.
I was the only one worried about the time limit. You know, I was like, originally I thought we were only getting 15 minutes total on each bike, so I'm freaking out. And Steve's like, man, I'll only go about 8 minutes. So I'm trying to buy Steve's minutes.
Yeah, Keefer thought it was.
Bike, you know?
Lars said 15 on each bike, so each of us gets 45 minutes. And then Keefer was trying to do like, can I roll over my minutes like when Steve doesn't use? Like he thought it was Verizon. Where
I did say to you, you pulled off on your opening lap on Jet's bike. You had arm pump, and you were sitting in the first corner.
Not
but
my opening lap. No,
it was 2 laps, but your bike, you left the bike running, and I rolled up to you. I said, "Are you leaving it running so your timer counts down faster?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Keefer, Lars, you did not go for Keefer's rollover minute plan.
No, I wasn't going to go for that, and I knew that Keefer was. I don't even remember if I set a timer when you were going to ride because I kind of just knew that you were going to.
Yeah.
And but Keefer, I was like right on the money. I'm like, all right, starting the timer. 15 minutes come around. It was like a end of a moto when I'm trying to like tell the guys how many laps they got left, and then like when they're going to come to the finish line.
Yeah.
It was because you give Keefer an inch, he'll take a mile on that.
No.
Steve, just so you know, pardon you guys know that when Hutch and I think Jordy pulled the data on the 250, Steve never got past 77% throttle on the 250. Hutch wanted me to tell you that. Just so you know.
No way.
Really?
That might be good. I mean, Timmy never went to full throttle either. It was more like the data trace was like a mountain. So Steve, I think take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I will.
I just think it's awesome he ran the data after Steve. That's what I think.
Well, listen, on Hunter's bike, I got to the point where I was going up Horsepower Hill, and I like took my fingers off the clutch on the left hand because I was so pumped up and so sore. I'm like, I better hold on to this thing because you kind of pull the front end up and you set it down, right? I was like, I am not going to fall off the back of this thing. So no clutch up Horsepower Hill, no finger on the clutch up Horsepower Hill, just holding on at that point, hoping to God I don't crash. So,
hey, a quick funny story. So we're sitting there, me, Steve, and the guys and Jet, and we're just talking, and Steve mentions about Jet's clutch lever, and he's like, before he mentioned that, he goes, your bike freewheel is really good, like it freewheels really good, and we're like, oh yeah, it's like engine braking, and we're like, yeah, and then he goes, but I hate your lever because it hits my knuckles. And I'm sitting on Jet's bike, and I'm like, how? So I'm moving the lever, his clutch lever, I'm like, well, how the fuck does it hit your knuckles, Steve? And he's like, well, pull it in. And you have to literally pull it almost all the way in. And Jet looks at Steve. He's like, "Well, that's why a fucking freewheel's so good, you fucking cunt." And
I should have just been quiet. I didn't like that part. I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a very valid point. I should have shut up." So
yeah, it was great. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, I didn't like that part that much. But he had a great point. So it was pretty good. Did by the way, I've always heard about the roost at Washougal. I raced it back in the day, but I don't remember any roost. It's probably out front. But Tickle got me. Tickle got me twice, and fuck me, dude.
You got tickled.
That hurt. That really hurt. Keefer, did you get it at all up the hill, or Michael?
No, but I heard an interview from Chase that he got hit in the ween on race day.
Oh,
and that's got to hurt, man. Whew.
Yeah. Did anybody get
Hunter had a pretty big bruise on his left thigh. I was super impressed that it was a huge bruise on his thigh. Like, he was up on his collarbone area was pretty bad too. But
yeah,
I just never seen one that gnarly on his thigh. It was odd.
Yeah.
But yeah, the roost is gnarly there.
And Anderson passed me and didn't. I doubt he knew it was me, but he didn't do it. I was waiting for him to put me in the wall or something.
I did get nailed by Jason. The drop off going to the S corners. I heard him coming, so I stayed up on the wall a little bit.
Yeah.
Let him, and I cut in behind him, and that's where I was joking earlier. When somebody drops off and lands wide open, you get the whole spray distance of roost. You get the whole distance of it behind them.
Yeah. It wasn't great. I'm sure Keefer was fine. But.
Keefer's fine.
Hey, I just knew if someone passed me or something, I backed out. I'm like, I ain't getting near that. I'm out.
I'm out.
Hey, Keefer, I saw you. Finally, you went. You tried to triple through the whoops too. I was proud of you.
Well, yeah, you got me all pumped and pissed off at the same time because I was trying to be cool, and then Lars kind of called me out. I'm like, well, shit, I got to go now. So I was going outside triple, and I finally did it. I was kind of nervous because I didn't want to screw up the bikes for the dudes or be the guy that crashes the bikes and go all dark side on the whole thing. But Man,
I can't believe I just.
it is pretty intimidating when you ride one of those bikes because you're like, man, this is an expensive motorcycle underneath me right now.
I told you, Keefer, I was a little nervous. I really was. I don't really get nervous. I was a little nervous. I was like, I haven't ridden that much lately. Okay, I took months off of riding, and then I went out 3 times before this Honda test because I was like, oh shit.
Right.
So I went out 3 times by myself, and it didn't help at all. By the way, nothing helped at all. And then I was nervous. I was like, people are watching you, and I don't want to crash this thing. And yeah, so I was nervous.
And I've been a part of so many tests that these guys come out, right, and they think they're going to impress, the team or something by, hauling ass, and they're going to get something out of it. I just been around long enough. I'm like, I don't want to be that dude that tries to do something cool and I'll wad it and just look like an asshole. So I'll be slow compared to what they thought.
And also, Lars, like our whole plan, like the A-Star guys were great to let us on the track, but their whole schedule was off and late and different than what they told us. And again, it's fine. And then the original plan was just Keefer and I were going to ride the bikes, and then Chase and Hunter and Jet were going to ride their bikes afterwards. But apparently the riders didn't care, so they got dressed and they were riding and grabbing the bikes, and we were getting it after them or before them. Like it was one of those things where it's like, oh, like Jet wants his bike, okay, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of, but it worked out perfect. It was similar. I mean, I think we all kind of had a little bit of a loose program, for the deal.
Yeah.
As long as you guys got to ride the right amount of time that we had planned on. As long as our riders got to ride, and do their obligation to A-Stars and all that, we were going to be happy with it. Obviously, it got the time ran a little longer than we had hoped. But so, anyways, yeah. I mean, I guess in saying that, I wanted to kind of just shout out to all the mechanics on the team, the drivers that hung out and did that, and then busted down the tent at the end, and then the bikes and everything.
Yeah.
I'm sure because I got a couple of you guys and other people going, man, you should ride. And as much as I wanted to ride on Washougal prepped perfect for like an amateur, like on the works bike, I'm like, I can't do that to the guys, man. If I go out there and ride around and then bring back the bike, having a great time, and they're just sitting there sweating. It was hot, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't do that to the guys when I've already made them stick around an extra day.
Yeah.
So yeah, props to them for doing that and not complaining and being cool with it. So
yeah, absolutely. I was a mechanic, and if you had told me, hey, these media guys are going to ride your bikes the day after the race, you got to prep it for them. AMA checked bore and stroke after the race, so Hunter's bike had to get torn down, put back together for us. I would have been so bitter and angry as a mechanic, so I appreciate those guys, doing that.
Yeah, me too. Like, all the guys, like, I'm a big people person, and I just like happy people, and all the guys seemed happy. And if they're having poker face, they did a great job because they seemed like they generally, like, they weren't too bummed out to be there, and, yeah, just a bunch of good dudes over there.
Hey, Steve, can you correct me if I'm wrong here? I'm trying to remember a story that Ross told me one time. Didn't there used to be like an industry or mechanic race after the final national at Troy for a few years where everybody would ride their team bike? Or Steel City,
there was an industry race on the Friday, I think. I did it. It was Fridays, I think, before the race.
Okay, Ross told me some of the mechanics would literally ride their team bikes.
We did. No, we did. Steel City, the uphill triple on the far right. I cased the shit out of that. I could barely walk the next day because my arch was so bad on my foot. It was a disaster. I got yelled at by Selvarage. Yeah, the whole thing. We all raced the bikes. It was a different time back then. But yeah.
Hey, Steve. Yeah. What was your favorite part about Chase's bike?
Chase's bike? He had the most. Well, I liked his bar and clutch and brake setup. Too much play in his rear brake. Tell him that, by the way. Too much play in his rear brake, right, Keefer?
No, I thought it was fine. There's a lot of play in his throttle.
Yeah, that was all right. That was fine for me. My arms are pumped up. But yeah, Chase had I like Chase's controls and everything. All that was pretty normal except for that rear brake play.
Yeah, different lever feel for each guy for sure. Like
you didn't like the lever as much on Chase's bike, right? The clutch lever.
No, it was a harder pull. There was a different lever, and then also Chase runs his lever really far out. He must have pretty long fingers because his lever is pretty far out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that
Chase's bar setup and everything like that is like perfect for me. That feels normal to me.
The shock, Chase's shock again. I'm not riding it very fast, and I'm not riding like Keefer or Chase Sexton. By the way, breaking news. Although I am a great tester, I felt like it just went right through the stroke, and then in the middle of it, it stopped. It was really harsh. The BF's shock was plush, and then bam, it hit a wall. I thought, and again, I'm not good enough to push through that, but I felt that was Thought that was a bit odd. But Keefer said the same thing.
Maybe, I mean, we didn't have the right shock spring for you. I can admit, I'll admit that we could have probably changed that for you.
Yeah.
Would have made it feel a little bit better.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
But, we for some reason we didn't have that right rate on the truck.
That was cool too. Like for me, not only just getting to ride all 3 bikes, like that's never happened. I don't think has any media company ever came in and ride all the Honda factory bikes. But we got to ride them the day after exactly how they raced it. They came off, the track. So for me, that was really cool. We didn't touch anything. We didn't change handlebar, position. We just, we ran it how it was.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty cool. Speaking of Keefer, somebody wanted to talk to you. Oh, wait, no, he's not on the line. Never mind. Craig called in earlier. He wants to ask Keefer why you think I'm such a dick at the races, Keefer. He met me and said I was cool. So that was Craig
really?
earlier. Yeah.
You're not a dick. You just sometimes you have resting dick face. So it looks like you're unapproachable, but once you get, you crack the egg a little bit, it's all nice and,
okay,
yolky, and it's fine.
All
But
right.
it's tough to crack at times.
All right, fair enough. All right, sounds good. All right, Lars. Well, brought to you by Renthal, by the way, Lars, and Keefer brought to you by Renegade Race Fuel. I look forward to this being like a yearly thing, Lars. This is awesome. It's great.
Well, the last time I was a part of this, was 2002 with Ricky Carmichael's bike and out at Glen Helen. So we'll see. I mean, I know that there's been other times that I wasn't involved in it, but we'll think about that, Steve.
Michael, you rode Seeley's bike, you said.
2016, yes.
16 with Dan was manager. Dan Bentley. Yeah.
Dan, I went out with test drive. I went with JT.
Oh, okay.
JT brought it out.
Jason
yes.
Thomas, the other
Thomas,
Jason
and
Thomas.
who would have been Cole's mechanic that year? Simmons?
Probably.
Yeah, Rich. Yeah.
Yeah, Rich and JT brought out.
Okay.
That was 16.
I believe it was either 15 or 16. It was because it was definitely that generation bike. I was trying to look up the articles where it was either a 2015 or 16 model.
Yeah.
Lars,
what year did I don't remember that.
What year did JB ride the factory Honda in the early 2012, 13? What year was that?
Yeah, 12, I think it was. Yep.
12.
And then again in 20.
I got to ride JB's 2012 factory Honda at Unadilla the day after, but Unadilla wasn't graded, and it was a fucking shithole.
That was like an official test day, or what was that?
Yeah, I was with Dirt Rider, and we lined up like several, types of factory tests, bike tests, and JB's bike was one of them, and that's when it rained really hard, so there was like ruts everywhere, right? Like down the straightaways, and they never graded anything. We showed up the next morning, and all the ruts are hard packed and baked, and I'm like, oh my god.
They didn't touch the track?
Nothing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. When they're all crusted over and hard. I did that at Redbud one year for a photo shoot. It's miserable.
Moto Triple X on Monday, I guess. No, Sunday. The races were Sunday. We got to ride at Moto Triple X in 02, all the bikes after the races on Sunday night. So like a few hours after everybody was gone. I don't even know why Tim Ritchie let us do it. I have no idea what happened. We all got to ride the bikes, Moto Triple X bikes, on a beat-down Redbud track, and it was no fun. Like, zero fun. I'm like, this sucks. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Tallon says it was May 2016 when your video was up. So, May 16 when you rode Seeley's bike.
I was gonna say, I don't remember that. I was back for that year at building engines. But, so I wouldn't have been involved, I guess. But, yeah, I don't remember that.
Well, listen, Lars, thank you for the time tonight on the show. Thank you for setting this up for us. Seriously, it was really cool for me to say that we did this. We're going to do a magazine article on Racer X. Keefer, you got your pod up, right? Keefer tested pod?
Yeah, basically a lot more detailed, over an hour just of me talking about all the bikes. So
just an hour of Keefer being like.
Can I be honest? I'm surprised it's actually only an hour.
Only an hour?
Yeah,
with Kris,
okay,
easily.
hour and 20. Sorry.
So everybody at quarter throttle on Jet's bike. I thought the.
It's all of that. Yeah, we break it down. Yep.
I can imagine, but people, check out Keefer's pod for more info. And Racer X, we're going to do a video. It's coming out on Racer X. A magazine article on it. Factory Honda HRC tests don't come around very often, so we are making sure that we put this out there a lot. So, Lars, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Lars.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, if you have one more minute, I wanted to say one thing about totally off subject of what we did for that, but I just wanted to throw some props. They never get any shout outs for anything good they do. I feel like they only get hated on, but the AMA and MX Sports, they helped Dead Beaten race this weekend, and it was pretty last minute, and they were like super accommodating and to make this thing happen.
Okay.
And I just remember all the stuff from back in the day from coming over from Europe and stuff like that. It's like all these reasons why they can't let you race. And all those guys were just like, how can we make them, make you race, whatever. And so anyways, I just think that Pelletier and all those guys too at AMA, they've been doing such a good job. There's no reason for me to say it other than just, thank you out of the bottom of my heart for those guys for making my life easier.
Mm-hmm.
And I always hear all negative things that they do. So I wanted to just give them a prop or a shout out,
Yeah, that's awesome. No, for sure. And I apologize for being upset at you for Jed pulling off in the second moto. He had a bike issue. So, fantasy purposes, I was mad at you because I had him in fantasy. So,
well, I told you, I had him in fantasy too, and that was on purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Even though I don't play fantasy.
Right,
anymore.
even though you don't play fantasy anymore. No, so yeah, I apologize. I was just angry at Beaton, but it turned out it was a bit of a mechanical. So,
yeah, no worries. Anyways, just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, well said. You're right. They just do get shit on, including by me at times, right? So when it's cool when they do something, to mention it,
Yeah.
Well, cool, Lars. Thank you for the chance of a lifetime. Thanks again to Alpine Stars. Thanks again to everybody at Honda HRC and everybody for making it happen. Thank you, Lars.
Thank you, Lars.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
See you later. That's Lars Keefer. Good times, man. Yep.
That was really, really cool.
It was fun. And, I can imagine for you, a guy like that who can actually ride a motorcycle really good and is a test rider, this was pretty cool for you too. So.
Yeah, it's like the Super Bowl for me. It was really fun.
Super Bowl. All right.
Yeah.
So you're off to Loretta's. Say hi to Mike Brown as he goes by you.
Oh, boy. Yep.
Do you think you can beat him?
Hey, that means I'm in front of him at some point, so that's a plus.
Okay.
We're getting lapped? Ooh.
He's a year older. He's closer to 60 now than he was before.
Stop.
What are we thinking?
You want me to be real, or do you want me to just do this whole thing with you?
No, I want you to be real.
I'm tired.
Chris had a rough couple weeks.
You're like Marks. I'm tired.
I feel tired.
I feel that.
I was just tired.
I'm pretty honest. I think I'll be okay by the time next week rolls around, but man, I'm glad it's not this week.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's really cool. So 40 class has actually some decent dudes. Like, remember Vernon Nikiti?
Yeah.
He's racing. Scott Metz, Jeff Emig, got Brownie. We got some New England guys in there. And so it's going to be fun. And I expect to be closer to Mike Brown than I was last year. I will say that.
Okay, we'll take that. Yeah, that'll be a win.
I'm not scared of sucking.
We got Sean from Decal Works. What's up, Sean?
What's up, Steve?
Pull your mic up a little bit, please.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Hi, Sean.
What's up, Chris?
Yeah, Sean is Keefer's personal decal guy at Decal Works over there. So.
Yep, he is on it, dude. Like, if I screw up and say, "Oh crap, I need some background," Sean hooks it up.
Yep.
Factory.
And then the Wildcat Racing. Good job on that.
Yeah.
So what number are you at Loretta's?
I'm 33.
Okay.
And Aiden's a little tickle.
Oh, he's
Aiden's tickle time, number 20.
Okay. I thought they could give you numbers if you were knew somebody.
Well, I could have got number 2 in the 40 class because I got second.
Oh, they do that for number 2? I didn't know they do that. Oh.
Yeah, but then I'm racing 25, so I can't run number 2 and 25, so I just went to a universal number.
Yeah.
Oh, so you wanted one front number plate all weekend to test your number plate durability?
Yes, exactly, Mike. That's exactly what it is.
Maybe this is a dumb question, but you're riding Blue Crew, right? At the ranch?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Blue Crew. Okay. All right.
Yes. Yep.
And Travis Preston's coming out?
Travis is coming. Yamaha's going to be there, and Travis got to work, so Travis is going to stay at the Airbnb with us.
I'm here for Preston's sarcastic remarks. I'm here for that.
Look, there's going to be no positivity coming from Travis about me. It's tough love over there, man. It's rough.
Yeah.
It's rough.
No, absolutely.
When are
hey,
you going to get TP to do it again with you?
I almost had him doing it for this year, but then TP's really flighty with riding dirt bikes nowadays. So all he wants to do is call me after he's done riding and tell me how fast he is and how much better he is than Villapoto. And then I'll say, hey, do you want to go riding the next week? He's like, no, I'm retired. I don't want to ride. And then the next week he'll say, I would have smoked you today. I would have smoked you.
Hey, before I let you go here, Kris Keefer brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. How good was Jet's bike?
Steve, it's hard to put into words.
So good.
You know, it was really, really good. And like I said, the easiest thing I can say to these people is you want to ride it hard, it obliges you. If you want to ride it chill and smooth and you're a smoother rider, it does that as well. It's a blend of comfort and performance that really I've never felt from a factory bike.
Yeah.
Chris,
good way of saying
would you have made the triple at Fox Raceway if you had been riding that bike?
Oh boy.
No, I still would have fucked that up, I think.
would you have gone 3 fucking laps? That's on Jet's bike, you know?
Maybe, possibly. I could be, yes. I think I could have did 3.
I mean, you got to do it again, right?
Dude,
there's no way.
Come on.
There is no way you can go out laying on the side of the track like Dark Side. There's just no way.
Oh, my God. Well, I don't know. I didn't want to talk about that right now.
Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Dark for a minute.
Dark goes to Italy.
Yeah, let's talk about Dark.
Okay,
I like
Michael, today you locked down the assignment. Tell us all.
We're sending Dark to Italy for his first worldwide bike test. He's going to test the entire gas model range this weekend. Motocross, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, off-road, everything.
How many days is it?
2 days of riding.
2 days of riding?
2 days of riding. Bright side is we have an insider that can track him for us. Gary Sutherland's going on behalf of Chris, so we can get all the down low of how it goes. There's a lot of facts.
So, okay, I'm not sure if you remember this. The last time you sent Dark out of the country, he was locked out of a hotel room. Not allowed to get in his own hotel room, no money.
Hopefully this time all he has to do is maybe buy a coffee or anything. He's getting pretty well taken care of by the crew at Gas.
Okay.
So
not,
North America
they're going to, but will he need a credit card for incidentals in Italy?
I don't think so. They do. I think they take care of all the rooms. I mean, we drove out to my place last week for food, and he was like, I got no money again.
Yeah. So are you worried about Dark in Italy with no ability to get cash?
Like I said, it's more of a guided tour this time in a sense. Like I'm not too worried about that. I think he's got to wear Fox for this. I'm kind of considering that new fly helmet in case he flies off the track somewhere we can go find him. Which actually I forgot to mention with the Washougal thing. I felt very good about you being out there, Steve, because you had that new helmet.
The Fly Formula S,
because you're in the trees in Schugal. There's some places you can drop off the track. I knew that if you fell down, we could find you.
Thank you.
So I felt better for your safety.
Thanks for that. So Keefer, are you looking forward to Dark looking in the camera and talking about the new dual sport ride at Gas?
Look, let me just start with this. Dark Side's going to be just fine as far as like fitness. Like he's done a really good job. I will give him props where props is due.
Yeah.
I don't think the riding portion of this will be an issue at all.
Yep.
Okay. It's just Dark Side has to learn how to evaluate, and just like what Lars said on the phone, you have to kind of use certain terms and be able to articulate that into the camera. And then plus you have a video camera staring at you, right? So sometimes that is difficult. And I am here for it. That's what I want to say.
Will this be the first Vital video test you ever watch?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. Ouch. Fuck you, Chris.
I mean, I don't listen to other motopods, so I mean,
I'm
not. I don't think that is an insult. Michael.
No, honestly, I think he'll do a great job. I think he'll be fine. He'll be a little bit nervous, but once he starts rolling, like the first bike, second bike, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, I was there, man. Like I get it. It's hard to do.
We all have to be there once. I remember I got lucky when I first started Vital, like full time. One of my very first full-time assignments was going to the Husky relaunch in Sweden.
Yeah.
I'd been maybe working there a month. It's like, hey, 2 months. They're like, do you have a passport? I'm like, no, but I can rush one. I end up going to Sweden and testing 14 or 15 bikes. I hit a tree. And dislocated my shoulder in the Husky test. Had him back in there, so that hurt. But yeah, we got through it. Now it's Dark's turn.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's as many trees in Italy.
Do you think
for him
he's
to
going to
hit.
say, hey, this is Dark?
Well, we'll see. I remember at one point when he started Vital, I told him.
this is
I remember when he first started, I told him to quit starting all of his pods by saying, hey, this is Dark Side from Bob. I'm like, hey, say this is Jamie Guida. That lasted about a month, and then it reverted back to, hey, this is Dark Side. I'm like,
This
okay.
is Dark.
I don't know if he can.
I wonder if
just
he's going to
don't
be like
remember.
the Mandarin. He's going to be like the Mandarin.
Gosh. Are we still doing that?
Yeah, next time you're in, you're coming in after Loretta's. We're doing the Mandarin will appear.
Oh, God. I hope I do well. The Mandarin's going to have a field day with me.
Oh, the Mandarin's going to have some hot takes for your results in
Hot
Loretta's.
takes,
Yep,
dude.
absolutely. All right, buddy. Thank you for calling in, and yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was.
Your kid was on it too. He's a pretty good rider. So
Yeah, he's getting really good. He was in a different gear set riding, and me and Lars were out there watching, and this guy goes by, and I was like, "Who the fuck is that? That guy's shredding." And I'm like, "Oh wait, that's my kid." That's my son."
Hey, my favorite thing, I brought that up to Aiden. I was like, I didn't recognize you. Your dad didn't recognize
Yeah.
you. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you look different. And he got all excited. He's like, what do you mean I look different? Did I look better? I'm like, well, no, you just look different.
Yeah.
So I looked worse? I'm like, it was just different, Aiden. He's like, and I could tell he was waiting for me to either tell me he was better or suck here. But he's
Yeah,
like, well,
yeah.
what?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know, man. It was just different.
just different, man.
Yeah.
It's just different.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll be fun. I can't wait. Long drive there. It's going to be nice when we're on our way back, and this chunk of my money is gone, and no longer can see it. So
Yep. Make sure you sign up those mortgage papers. For the
Yep.
the third,
Double down.
third mortgage.
feel free to start a GoFundMe for my recovery fund.
Yeah.
I'll need that.
Yeah. So have fun at the ranch.
Keeper bucks.
Good luck to you and Aiden, and good luck to A&H as well, and all of that. So
Yeah. God. Whew. Yeah. Oh boy.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
She's already on. See you guys.
See you,
Bye.
man. Bye.
See you, Chris.
All right, that's Kris Keefer, everybody. Brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. Lars Lindstrom brought to you by Renthal. That was a little bit of a long segment, but I wanted to get
That
in
was
there. I
great.
mean, yeah. Hold on, we got to get to. I want to talk to Sean, but Sam is upset. What's up, Sam? How are you?
Oh no.
Can you hear me? Are we there?
Yeah, we're there. You're on the air, buddy.
All right, so I was a dark just because I have to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hold on. You got to give us a better Dark than that. That was weak.
No, Michael, I don't have to give you a better one. You are not in charge of me.
Damn it. Okay. Well, fine. I just have expectations for this, okay?
All right, so I was supposed to get married, right? I got a decent job. I also do a little bit of work. Like I'm at Loretta's right now, parking cars like an idiot. But my wife, she got a really good job. We had this sick-ass wedding scheduled, guys. You know what I mean? This sweet-ass venue. We're spending six figures to get married.
Jesus.
Everything's scheduled. My honeymoon to France is scheduled. And then all of a sudden, we changed some SMX rounds, so MXON goes to the beginning of October. I got married last weekend. I moved my entire wedding. So I love Jay Coop, but I hate him. Man up, dog. I know he's rich. I know his wedding was more than mine. But what the fuck? MXON. Like, what are you doing? I'm upset about it. I'm going to stay upset about it.
All right, fair enough.
But is he even the best pick right now?
Well, no, you have to go Hayden Deegan right now.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think, but.
Dog, I ain't going to argue with you. I'm just mad that it isn't even an option. It's not even on the table. That's all I'm saying.
I think
Is
you
this
take
dude a fan of America or not?
Well, I mean, he represented the country twice. He's won once. He's done his job. And I guess he said he can't reschedule his wedding. I don't know anything about weddings. I got married with 24-hour notice on the beach, so I don't know how this stuff works. Maybe there's no other date.
So we're clear, you did it the right way.
Yeah, thank you. But like maybe you got lucky with moving your date because the venue was cool and his venue's not being cool. I don't know.
Dog, what I'm saying is where there's a will, there's a way. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
All right. Fair enough. I don't know. I'm fine with it. I get it. He's ridden for America twice. I'm okay with it. You don't make any money at these nations. You spend money.
Oh, I found out there actually is a purse
Dude,
for
I spend money
destinations.
just to go.
I know, but nobody I've talked to has ever gotten it.
Yeah, because I heard it's so tiny. It's like a couple grand to win.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it
No, I
pays
think it
for
was
a plane ticket.
$1,600. Somebody told me it was $1,600.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, might pay for a ticket.
So I don't. Okay, Sean, thoughts on Jay Coop not rescheduling his?
Sam, where are you from?
Michael, I've met you before.
No,
I'm buddies with a kid named Grant. I've seen you at Redbud. I'm from Pittsburgh.
No, this is
Pittsburgh.
Sean.
Hey, what's up,
That was
Sam?
Sean.
This is Sean Murdoch over at Decal Works.
My bad, Sean.
Okay.
You're
Hey,
good.
Sean, yeah.
Reason I ask you is Pittsburgh's not terribly far from Jersey or New York, where Cooper's from, so I get kind of a hometown rooting, but I think marketing-wise, I would probably choose Hayden for America on this one.
Well, I just think you choose the top
That's
placing
what I'm
American
saying. I
rider.
don't want to pigeon myself with anybody. I want every option on the table.
We're lacking options this year, okay?
I think you take the top placing American 250 rider, whoever that is, and it could be Jay Coop.
Yeah.
You know, if something happens, like whatever. Like we're all coming off the high of Hayden riding great at
recency bias,
Washougal,
but I'm all in.
He had 4 motos that were not so great. Four. So, you know, Jay Coop, Unadilla, very good there, right? So, all right, buddy. Thank you for the call. Your objection
Steve.
and your
Love all your
anger
stuff.
is noted. So,
Appreciate you. Have a great night.
thank you, man. See ya. Yeah. Listen, I mean, I don't know. I don't. Can you? I feel like Jay Coop hasn't got any backlash. I think everybody kind of gets it.
Yeah, if you say no, you're
think,
already
like,
on the
when
chopping
it
block.
first got announced, when it first came up, and it was a while ago, I remember there was kind of a shitty thread, but more towards, sadly, his soon-to-be wife was more where the anger was pointed towards. But yeah, it is what it is.
What about Hampshire?
Again,
yeah,
the
RJ.
fastest is take the
whoever.
RJ wants to go. Actually, I asked RJ this weekend because he's been riding a 450 during the week, I noticed. And I told him, I'm like, man, I'm kind of all, like, depending on if Chase can go, what's going on Barsha. I said, I'm pretty in on you on a 450 going. And he said he thinks he would be a better 450 choice than a 250 choice to go. He actually said, he goes, if there was an option and you gave me both, he goes, I'm asking to go on a 450. And they kind of went on the spiel with me. He's like, dude, I've been riding a 450 good during the week. You should see it.
Yeah.
But he wants 450. I'm kind of all in. What we've got? I'd say we got 5 guys for US that are in conversation.
Yeah.
Chase, RJ, Barsha. We're definitely waiting to see what he does when he comes back. AMA's waiting on that. Plessinger and Deegan.
Right.
Has Anderson dropped?
He can't. Cowie. He said. He said he wants. I asked him in an interview, and he gave a much more politically correct answer. He's just like, yeah, they won't let me. I'd love to go.
Yeah.
I'd go fast, but he's like, I can't.
I think. Look, I don't think Chase goes. He said he would go. Honda said he would support it. We just don't see too many guys changing teams and doing it. Right? It just doesn't happen. They want to get the start early. They want to get going. All of that stuff. So I don't think Chase goes. And I don't blame him. I'm not upset about that. So assuming Chase doesn't go, I think you send AP. I think you send Barsha if he's anywhere near what we think he's going to be, and he should. And then you take the top American 250 rider, whoever that is in the points. Right?
Yep.
That makes, logical.
The other thing I like, at least with our options on 450, because the other weird thing is we're going to name our team, and usually at the end outdoors, even if we name late, it's like, okay, we have a break till destinations.
Yeah.
We are going to go race 3 SMX events. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
RJ's also a great backup.
Yep.
Because Austrian help, he can go race a 450, a 250. Anything happens, we kind of have that. I think that's something to be slightly aware of.
Yeah.
Because we're also racing 3 new races that have a lot of money on the line. People might send it. Stupid stuff might happen.
Sure.
Could happen.
I'm fine with sending RJ, AP, Barsha, American 250 guy, like whatever. Like I think it's not going to be the best team, but I think all of that's pretty fair. And I think Barsha, I've watched that guy ride his balls off at Destinations, and so I'm totally fine with him going.
When was the last time that a winning destination, the defending champion Destinations team did not send a single rider from the year before?
That is a great question.
Wow.
It's happened.
It has.
But I don't know the last time.
It's more recent than I thought. I brought it up when me and Lewis were talking about it, and I was thinking it was, I was picturing a late 90s, maybe
think France
ASC
did
team.
that.
Maybe France, but also one of them that he immediately named was 09 America. Because 08 to 09 we were different. We had, Dunge, Tedesco, there was Weimer, yes. And the year before was Stu Ferry-Villo, I think.
Yeah.
That was the one overseas, the one before?
Well, 08 was overseas and 09, yeah, but 08, it was.
I want to say
07 was Buds.
that year.
08 was Matterley.
I'm looking.
Or Donington. Either Matterley or Donington. I always get 06, 08 confused.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did France? I know France had some pretty crazy teams. Like, one that doesn't get a lot of attention is Charlier winning ISDE and MX Destinations in the same year.
Yeah.
He does not get enough credit for that, especially not racing moto that year and getting thrown on 250. That dude has a very unique item to his credit.
Yeah, we were making jokes about them just throwing anybody on the team, right?
Christophe Charlier, is that his name?
Benoit. No. Yeah, Christophe. Yep.
DV could pronounce it.
Sure, he could.
All right. Okay. Sean, how's things at Decal Works?
Doing good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You guys crushing it right now?
Crushing it.
Red Bull KTM, Husqvarna Off-Road.
AP pulled 2 holies.
Yeah.
Decal Works graphics, more aerodynamic.
Absolutely. How's the Pulp Code doing? Is it all right?
It's doing great.
We're getting some sales there.
Absolutely.
They're good to hear. Promo code PulpMX23 at decalworks.com. They'll design the graphics for you. You can design it yourself. They'll give you a mock-up, all of that stuff. They do things with Vital MX as well. Ron and everybody down there just, doing God's work.
Trying.
I always say this with a brand that's really unique about Ron. We have people that advertise on features and different stuff and will hit us up every once in a while. Just have a question about, stuff, how our ads perform, how's our logo. I get messages from Ron about interviews, like he'll watch all the stuff the Decal sponsor. He's like, hey, what was that guy referring to? Or like he'll ask me questions about the content, about what the riders are talking about.
Yeah.
Dude's super into it.
How long did you know about the MX101 graphics, the retro?
Few weeks.
Few weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. Sworn to secrecy?
Yeah, it was a secrecy thing. It was obviously orchestrated by Yamaha.
Yeah.
And it was for the U.S. and Canadian markets. And so they kind of went back and forth. And I was just kind of sitting on the outside waiting to put in the order. They kind of got the proofs all approved and everything. And then I was the one that just kind of submitted it through.
Yeah.
And
I think the Canadian one is – I did a hot take on Twitter today.
Did you?
I think the Canadian one was nicer than Stars. Stars look good. I'm not saying Star Racing one was shit. It looked fine. Purple wheels, all of that. But I think the MX101 guys were a little better because of that monster claw.
I knew you were going to say the claw.
That's been the dagger, yeah.
Like I don't know why Monster wouldn't be like, hey man, for this race, purple background, pink M claw. Like what would that hurt anything?
They're so heavy on the
Does Red Bull
color.
change their logo? They're so strict about it.
No, I know.
Corporate thing. Now, question.
But I agree.
Bring the whole ensemble together. Where are we at still? Don't get me wrong. Love FXR gear. They had some cool retro stuff. You bring the whole ensemble together.
No, it's Star stuff. Yeah, you bring the gear into it. Yeah, the Thor guys.
The guys even had all the mechanics, all the glasses, even the boots, the helmets, everything.
I know.
The Thor,
I
the
was
chest
talking bikes
protectors.
only.
They look like Crusty Demon's #1 out there with the bright pink and white gear.
Yeah, I think you're right on the get up because the FXR stuff looked okay, but it wasn't.
It was okay.
Yeah.
I think it was an existing colorway where Thor actually had to make custom. Like
I saw a photo of Sewer and it was like it was okay.
MXGP to your point. No thing against them. I thought the MXGP one was the weakest because the gear they had to do the claw, but they weren't able to do the rims, and they had gear that sort of worked, but not really.
Yeah.
Best photo of all time though is Kevin Tyler with the cigarette.
Yeah.
The
What was up with
the
that?
cig.
Just dude, we're throwing it back. 90s.
Yeah, he just
puff
NFG.
Yeah. I thought the MX101 stuff looked good. Now, who did that seat for them? Who does the
We did.
seats? Oh, you did? Okay, so you did the seats too.
Yeah.
It looked really good. I thought that setup looked really good. Check it out on MX101 Instagram for their bikes.
I'm almost disappointed. I get it. Like I heard getting the rims purple is actually a pain in the ass. The Star guys told me that was actually a
W did
nightmare.
it?
I think so, but they said like it's just never. I almost would have rather seen like because I get that was a pain in the ass. The MX101 guys went silver. I would have liked at least seen the Destination guys do that. Go silver. GP.
guys.
Sorry, we're talking about so much Euro.
They did black. They went black.
They just stuck with their standard.
So black looked a little weird. I haven't seen the G.
It was okay, but I mean in ranking, I thought the silver fits the look better. The purple was by far the most badass, but the silver was
I think what's funny is that look of YZ. It's like a 93. They went that way in 93. I don't think that stands out to me as a particular great look of YZs. You know what I mean? Like red and white looked great. When they went to blue in 96, that was really good. Magenta was okay for the time. I wouldn't have picked the 93 purple/pink as a favorite look of a Yamaha, but it looked good on those bikes. So.
I will say, I think we talked about, I think that's going to be the limited edition color next year.
Yeah.
I think that'll place them on spike. I'm all in. Give me one. Give me two with the purple rims, the purple valve cover, the whole 9 yards.
You're into it?
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah, it looked good, man. They did a really good job. Everybody did on that. And then to have Hayden and Veranda's whole shot. You know?
Yeah, they got some TV time.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of Hayden, one I want to throw at you. If I would have asked you beginning of the 250 season, who would be the only 250 rider to have a 1-1 score, and I told you it was going to be Hayden Deegan, would you have told me I was nuts?
Yeah, I know. That just happened. I couldn't believe it. Not my pick for the first guy to have a 1-1 score. Absolutely not. You know. Decal Works, please check it out. You can email Sean at Decal.
Sean at decalmx.com, spelled like Sean Connery. SEAN.
Shaken, not stirred.
Yeah.
So if you want a discount, email Sean. Tell him you saw him on Pulp. He'll dial you in with an order, whatever you need. And so we thank the folks at Decal Works for all that they do as well. Jason Thomas coming up here as well later in the show. I did want to talk. I did my race tech rant. We got the X-Brand tariffs. Ooh. Hey, Tallon,
Yes, I have them.
see if JT's ready to come on. I don't know his flight schedule right now. He's flying down to California. I guess he's meeting with some janky media company
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I don't know why he would.
You know what that is or anything about that?
I don't know. I'm supposed to have lunch with him, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Millville
I hope he's
Ride
fine.
Day. Millville Ride Day coming up October 14th and 15th at Millville. Track's going to be prepped. It's going to be great. We're going to go down. We're going to shred. Are you coming out with Dark? Or,
Yeah. If Dark does a good job this weekend, is he allowed in?
Yeah, Dark's trying to add his buddies to the group, but I'm kind of like,
good. It's just me. I'm fine.
Yeah.
I don't need nobody to go with
right,
me.
right. Dark's trying to be like, hey man,
I'm just great.
I got 5 buddies I need to drive with.
I'm grateful for. Well, he probably needs to split fuel money with them, honestly. But no, I'm just grateful for the opportunity. I'm good.
Ride Day at PulpMX.com if you want an entry into it. Saturday, it is a limited 150 or so people day on Saturday in Millville. Sunday is an open ride day for anybody. You are going to have to pay to come in. I don't know what the price will be. We'll figure that out. But it's not free. But you will get an invite if you're one of the lucky 150 people for Saturday. We're going to do a pulp show on Saturday night too as well. From down there, we're going to do some podcasts and all of that. And Millville will be prepped and watered and ready to go. That'll be mint.
What combination of jump are we having on Mount Martin? Have we discussed that yet?
Doesn't look like. I told John I want to go all the way to the top. And John was like, yeah, it's really steep and prepping it and grooming it and everything else. And I'm like, I want to go all the way to the top. So,
hey, for somebody, again, I always show like SoCal, Glen Helen. Everybody talks about the hills at Glen Helen. First time I went to Millville and walked all the way up Mount Martin shooting photos, about halfway up, I'm like, this is stupid. Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Now I turn around, went down the other side.
So you think it's steeper than Mount St.
Oh,
Helens?
yeah.
Really?
Definitely. The upside, it depends on which version you run. Yes, upside for sure. Downside, most places, yeah, it's steeper.
Yeah, really,
Steeper
huh?
Mount St. Helens.
Wow.
It's more comparable to the Yamaha hill we used to have at Glen Helen in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
That one was sketchy steep at the top.
The where you went straight up it, right?
Oh, straight up,
Yeah.
and it was like a ledge at the top. You almost would hop up the last 10 feet. That thing was scary. But Martin's was, I was impressed how steep it was, but I was surprised when you turn. Each of those drop-offs, like, it gives you so much more respect for the guys trying to guide it and work down there.
Yeah. What's the matter? See, your computer just distracted you?
A message from our friend, Jamie.
You just got distracted?
Sorry, a message from our friend Darkside.
What's wrong with him?
I'm not going there.
Why?
No, nothing.
What did he say?
Nothing.
He insult me?
I insulted him. Nothing.
Oh, okay. Well, honestly, I don't think we go all the way up it. I just don't think they'll make it ready. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so we're gonna go with the monster.
Halfway.
Halfway.
After you do the first double.
Yeah, and then you go left. I think that's what will end up happening.
That's what I did on Sunday. I raced one of them after race Sundays, and you just
okay.
hit that first double after, and then you just
on
turn
Millville.
left.
At Millville.
At Millville.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it's steep. That first double, you don't think it, but when you're riding, you're like, I got to double up this?
Yeah. Should be fun. So, everybody, is it ride day at PulpMX.com? It is, right?
Yes, it has been for a few months now. What?
That's a little too much sass. There's a little too much sass on that one.
Just spitting facts over here.
Fuck you, you're fired.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
DV knows.
Bye.
Okay, Austin's on one. Austin, what's up, man?
Hey, Steve, is it working?
Yeah, you're on, bro.
Oh, long-time listener, first-time caller.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
We're gonna punt for Destination this year. Might as well throw them all on two strokes, right? Be a sideshow.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So, okay, I'm a mountain bike guy, moto guy. I race A-class off-road here in SoCal. I ride and race with a lot of local SoCal privateer guys. I'm not going to name drop or anything like that. Well, it's hot as shit outside, right? So I've been taken to the roads a little bit. I noticed you have been too. Michael Lindsay could probably relate to the SoCal road riding. Dude, it's a war out there. We had guys swerving over on us, driving by, calling us faggots.
Butt darts is what you get called if you're in Orange County.
Butt darts. Dude,
is it really? Is it? Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm just trying to think if you think of a motocross, supercross, motorsports fan, you have a picture of a dude in your mind. Well, these seem to be like the same kind of dudes that are fucking with us on the road. And you're like, well, if Cooper Webb comes out and he's not 100%, these are the first guys on Vital saying, hey, he didn't ride the bike enough. But if he's on the side of the road, you're passing by him, calling him a fag.
Like this is this a SoCal thing? Like they don't like road cyclists? Like I figure California's a very active
No,
active
it
state.
depends. Like Temecula's pretty rough because we actually don't have very good bike lanes. Like Orange County's got a lot of good areas, but then it's a combination. I used to road cycle a lot and cycled a bunch of road guys. Straight up, first off, I think there's a general, bad vibe to it from some people because some road cyclists I ride with, buddies have been doing it 20 years. They're jackasses. They ride in the middle lanes. They're, I got their shit. I can do whatever I want. So I don't think it sets a great precedent. And yeah, people are jerks. I don't know why. I've had a couple of very close calls. It doesn't terribly bother me. I just kind of accept it, but it's sketchy. It's pretty sketchy.
Have you road biked out here, Sean? I don't know if you're a road biker at all, but
no, yeah.
I don't have a problem out here. I haven't had one problem. I don't road bike a ton, but I go to Red Rock. I'll do the Red Rock loop, and I've never had an issue. And then I'll go by my house. I'll go up by Anthem and do all that, and it's been fine. I don't know, Vegas, maybe they're just like they see this fat guy on a bicycle.
How much do you ride? Like, do you ever ride directly out of the house, or do you always go somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So.
There's another tangent on that, Steve. It's like, okay, so we hear it on Vital here and there. Hey, Dean Wilson taken out by a local guy at Glen Helen. Have we ever had like hey, Phil Nicoletti got run over by a dude in an F-150 training in North Carolina? Has there ever been a situation that came up like that before?
Well, a guy died in the early 80s. What's his name?
I don't know who you're talking about, actually.
Yeah, Factory Rider.
Factory Rider.
What the hell's his name? Jody would be so embarrassed of me right now. Yeah, a Factory Rider died in the early 80s on a road bike. And I goddamn forget the name. Someone on YouTube's going to tell me right now.
Didn't Cianciarillo get hit or have some sort of story a few years ago in Florida?
Well, yes, and then of course Nicky Hayden, he was killed on a bicycle in Italy or wherever that was.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, I don't think it happens too much, But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't. That sucks that people swerve at you and all that. Like that's gnarly.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It just seemed like a gnarly day this weekend, and I'm kind of new to the road thing for sure, right? I'm like, if these factory dudes are out on the roads in Florida 5 days a week for several hours at a time, you think that statistic of an incident happening would be
I think if you're fresh to it, I'll tell you this, you figure out really quick where you can and can't ride them in SoCal, because there's plenty of places I can go and not have an issue, and then there's areas in town where you have issues.
Yep.
I know it's hard at I'm sorry, you said you're SoCal. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in a shitty desert town 2 hours east of San Diego called El Centro. But,
you're on El Centro.
You live in El
you're
Centro?
out there.
Oh
Ooh, that's
God.
hot. No wonder you said it was. Oh my
I've been
God,
to El
that's
Centro.
hot.
I've been to El Centro. Jesus,
dude,
Yeah,
are
one-
you okay?
one here.
I freaking have heat stroke out there riding a bicycle right now. Whew.
Yeah, that's why we hit the coast.
By the way, thanks to Nick, it's Galen Moiser that passed away riding a bicycle back in the early 80s. Yeah. Maybe he wasn't a factory rider, but I think he was. All right, man. Well, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah.
No, thanks, guys. I figured you might have a little more insight on this because you do it too.
Right.
Have a great night, guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks. I've never had issues with swerving or anything else. I've had, people come close, but like to get yelled at, called names, or to swerve at,
go see and stuff. It happens so much. Almost. So our office for Vital used to be on. We would do lunch group rides. Yeah, once a day you get screamed at, swerved at, somebody try to throw something at you.
For just riding on the bike lane, like just
bike lane in the bike lane. I'll show you.
Wow. Jesus.
No, people are angry, man.
Yeah. Steve, what's up, man? You got a Destinations team?
Yeah, I like this talk of RJ. I think RJ on a 450, put him in open.
Let's do it.
Get AP in there on a 450. The people will go crazy, and then Hayden on the 250.
Okay, sure, that's a good team.
What would be the most think of AP, red, wine, blue, Barsha, RJ, Hayden. What combination of three is the most do or die will kill themselves, chop their leg off to be Destinations?
I mean, I feel like those three would be pretty good.
Yeah.
And I will say, I would love for Barsha to go there because that dude shows up for that race, and I just love him at that race.
I love the idea of him at Ernay as well. He really was working his ass off the last time we went there.
And, he knows he'd just be getting a late start, and AP will be a little warmed up, and he would be fired up. RJ would be solid on a 450. It's like he's kind of got nothing to lose. He hasn't really got many races on the 450. And then, Hayden's going to send it. I think it could be good. I feel like those teams can cooperate. It would be I think that would be our our
Yeah,
team.
Star's
And then,
been Star's been great for the Destinations. They've been all in. They've been supporting it. They've been helping everybody out. Like, yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, and like Justin Cooper, like I would say Justin Cooper on a 450 instead of RJ, but he's getting married and
Yeah, can't go.
and like I think that's great. Congratulations to him. Like he's he should do that for sure.
Cool, man.
And
All right.
another one, like I know Anderson. I would love to see him get another opportunity because he had that moto where he got landed on, and that was a badass race. I would love to see him get redemption, but I feel like he's kind of on his way out.
He wants
but-
to go, but that's a no-go on the Cowie side. Anderson wants to
Yeah,
go.
I know. That's kind of like more of a one to make up, I suppose.
All right. Well, thanks for the call,
Hey,
man.
thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
it. Yep. Listen, I don't think AP, RJ, and Deegan would be favored for the win, but they'd make it exciting.
They'd make it fun.
They'd make it fun, for sure. We got Alex on 3. Alex, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey guys, I'm great. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah.
So I have a 2-part question. This is about sitting in the press box for Supercross.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what you have in front of you. So are you looking at like live timing on an iPad or something like that? Do you look at the broadcast? And then how do you pick what to analyze on the track, whether it's the leaders or someone in like 18th place? How can you pick where you're watching as the race is going on in front of you?
Yeah, you got live timing open with the segment times and the live timing. Sometimes you'll have the broadcast, depending on the Wi-Fi connection. I'll have an iPad with the broadcast next to me, like on an iPad stand. But that doesn't always work because the Wi-Fi sucks in the press box. And then I will watch, I kind of, like you can't watch everything all at once. That's why you can watch the TV show the next day. But I will, find the battles, right? I'll find great battles. So if it's 5th and 6th and the leader's gone, let me watch 5th and 6th for a few laps, and then kind of circle around. Or like if there's a section, and Michael, jump in here if you want. If there's a section where it's really easy and no one's going to pass, then say I'm watching Barsha and Sexton go at it, and they're coming up to the section where nothing's going to happen.
Take a minute to glance around.
Then I look at the whoops and see what's going on in the whoops because I know that's a passing spot, right? And then I'll pick the Barsha Sexton thing back up as they go through the easy rhythm and pick it back up. So is that kind of how you watch it, Michael?
Kind of. It also, for me, depends on storyline. I also think ahead a little bit on who I kind of know I want to interview that night based on how their whole night's gone. As the main starts to come down, there's guys I watch based on I know this is the person I'm going to talk to afterwards.
Yeah.
So little things I can pick up on. I like to ask. For me, at least, like, for instance, Tomac this year, Tomac seems to respond well to being asked about sections on the track.
Mm-hmm.
So even if he's been out front and killing it or something, I've watched other stuff. Towards the end, I'll watch Eli, like, really solid for a couple laps and watch how he's doing stuff. So I can, like, go actually ask him about, hey, in this, I saw you doing this really unique or stuff, and he seems to respond well.
You're right about that. In Oakland, he was doubling in instead of tripling in a rhythm.
Yep, I brought that up.
I asked him, too, and he loved to talk about how they did the dartfish, and it was faster. And
he, like I said, he seems to, the normal questions he kind of peers off on, but if you make him think, he really responds well.
So, that's kind of where we're at.
Awesome. Thank you. That's very helpful. Are there, like, certain sections that you bookmark and you're like, you know what, I think if someone could put a good lap, like a good segment time here.
Yeah.
Can,
well,
Dragon's backs.
Dragonbacks and whoops, or some rhythm where you're like, I think they can go 4 in. Like a lot of times in practice, first practice hits the track, in one of our group texts, someone will be like, hey, you think they're going to go 4 in? And it's like, no, yes, no. And then you start watching, right? And then you start seeing what's going on,
To kind of add off that, something I always find really funny, I've learned it more when I was doing the team and track walking with riders and listening to more. It's really funny on track walk how even some of the best riders in the world will look at a rhythm section coming in. You'll hear somebody in the group go, okay, I guess we're going 2, 3. And the first guy will go, no, we're going 3 in here. And like 3 guys will be, no, we're not tripling in. No. I think it was the year that Reed was at JGR. Same thing, like, I can't remember who was on the team on the little bikes and stuff. They were all looking at this rhythm lane, like, can you 3 in and go here, this? No. And Reed just, like, calmly walks up and goes, Stu would go 3, 4, 3 on and out, no problem, like, 3rd lap, and then just walks, and everybody was like, what?
Yeah, I know it's kind of interesting that way, Alex. But, look, we go to the races a long time, right? We have a lot of experience watching this stuff, so, yeah.
Great. Thank you for your insight. I appreciate it.
No worries, man. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sean Murdoch from Decal Works here. Michael Lindsay as well from Vital MX. Speaking of dark,
Mm-hmm.
1 year, you said, dark.
Yeah, I think it's 1 year. It was either 1 year last Thursday or this Thursday.
Okay.
Somewhere right
so
around
1 year of dark at Vital.
Full time, yep.
Job
Full-time
that we
meeting
got him, we helped him, we gave him
Yeah.
the confidence to go out there.
Yeah.
How's it going with dark?
Great. Honestly, like he's pretty much done exactly what I was hoping. To give a little backstory.
He's learned a lot, I think.
Yeah, he's learned a lot. To give a little backstory, I knew I was trying to hire like Lewis and Sean from Europe at the time. That was taking a while to get done. We were down to at one point pretty much just me on staff. I need to hire another guy. We put out an open job listing. I probably went through 300 applications, trimmed it down to maybe 20, started interviewing some kids. I was not happy with a couple people I called an interview. I was just like, bunch of kids, didn't know anything, wanted a lot of money. They didn't, like, I tell them kind of what was expected workload-wise, and I was like, ooh. And I think I was on a group text with you and Weege, and I started bitching about these kids and what they expect, and I think we both all started on our rants of our first jobs. Mine being a bit later than yours. I was like, I started it. Right. I remember doing bike shoots for a year for free and starting for this much full-time, and then you guys, like, we said we made it Racer X at first and, like, being PA, and you were talking about your mechanic stuff. And I actually think it was Weege. I could be wrong. I'd have to look at text. I think it was Weege that suggested, have you looked at Dark?
Mm-hmm.
Have you thought about it? And I was like, well, what do you two honestly think? Because you guys have worked with him longer, and he was turning in a little bit of stuff at the time for us as well.
Yeah, he was doing some Racer X stuff,
He was doing Racer X, and he started contributing a little bit to us as well. Yeah. He had been for maybe about 6 weeks, and a comment back to I had was, look, I only told him to do a couple things a month, and he's turned in 3 times the amount of work for the same way that I thought he would. Like, and we all agreed, like, hey, give him a shot. And, you know, he basically exactly, like, I think he had the work ethic. I think he had the relationships, which you can't teach work ethic and you can't teach relationships.
Yeah.
I was like, I could teach him to write a better sentence, take a better photo. That's all things that are easier to teach. And yeah, is he like, if you think of somebody young, how quickly they could maybe pick up on technology things. I mean, we do run a digital platform. Yeah, he struggles at times with some of the digital platform stuff, just repetitiveness, getting into the groove of how little things work and some of the technical details. But he gets up every day. He tries. If I give him deadlines,
first he says troll train.
Got to troll train these days. But I think he's well rounded. Again, I think he's open to learning. I think he tries. Yeah, he has to try sometimes a few times over, but I'm more than happy. I'm really stoked on because again, I think he appreciates the opportunity very much. Like sent him to Italy this week. It was last minute. Get him to go. We give him crap for that, but at the same time, he appreciates it. I know he'll try hard. And
now Dark does Italy.
Dark does Italy.
Yeah.
Dude, wow. I thought you hired him after the season. I didn't know he was like nationals near the end.
Yeah, it was late summer.
Okay.
Like I said, it was pretty much right after we all had that text group. I hit him up.
Yeah.
And he jokes about this. I think he thought we were all joking at first. I was like, hey, I talked to the guy and like, you know what? Would you consider a full-time job? Like,
yeah.
And at first, you know, I get it. He had kind of been doing the same thing, had a routine.
Digging ditches.
Yeah, it was very much like, I
Texas,
don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's come a long ways. And I remember how it was even when I was learning at first. It was sometimes like the smallest, just work on the most basics at first.
Yeah.
But yeah, I should almost give more credit. There were some races, I'll be honest, earlier this year, like there were some races when the Brits had to go back. I was like, crap, I got to go here because they're not around. I should have trusted him earlier to do some races. He's done a great job on interviews. And when I send him to races to get stuff done, he does a good job.
Yep.
Yeah, very happy.
Dark.
He genuinely seems like, and I don't know him, but he genuinely has passion.
Yeah.
And it's hard. That's something you can't teach. The love for the sport.
Yeah.
You know, the tactics you can teach him, but the heart, you know.
Well, and I think like, I think a lot of people look at what we do and it's like, oh, that's easy. These guys go to the races and they shit talk each other and they watch the races. Well, dude, it's a long day. It's a lot of work, especially, you know, these guys, they do video stuff at the end of the day. I don't do any of that. But like, you got to do these videos, overlay the graphics, render it. You're in a hotel room. I used to do these Saturday Night Live reports of Racer X. So a detailed Word doc of how the night went and who won what. And that takes an hour and a half. You're hungry. You haven't, you've been up since 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. It's a long fucking day. It's a lot of work. And I don't think people realize that. And I think Dark at first was like, oh shit. Like, cause you know, the Pony Pod days, he would just fucking do some video GoPros and put it up the next day and hang out. Right.
Yeah.
But I think he was like, this is a shock, but then, you know, you got to dig deep and get the work done. So he does it. Right. Like, yeah. Like it's not all, apple pie and ice cream, as they say.
Now, did you get started with Dark Side I remember when he started doing his pony pod, but how did you get linked up with him? Were you the first one to kind of get him blowing up?
Well, as usual, I got everybody started in this industry, whether it's Clinton Fowler, whether it's Alex Ray, whether it's Dark. They go through the pulp minor leagues, and then they graduate. You know what I mean? JT, right? JT started with us. But yeah, he was a caller to the show. I think he was just like a fan caller. I met him at some races. He had the greasy ponytail and the greasy headband, and I met him a few times at the races. And then he started calling in a little bit. I got him to do the wrap-up show. The PulpMX wrap-up show, and then it went from there.
That's what it was, the wrap-up.
Well, I think yes, he started as a super fan, but genuinely, him at the races, like, he has good relationships with riders, mechanics, whoever. Like, people enjoy talking to him. He's a good dude. Actually, I laugh. Like, I tell him this all the time. I'm like, you got a better relationship with most of the people in the pits than I do. I'm always in trouble for something.
Well, unless there's a monster girl around, or then he's fine. Then he's a little bit distracted if there's wives and girlfriends around. But no, he does. He's come a long way. So it's been 1 year basically since Dark got into the industry.
Mm-hmm. What time?
Chris Betts give you that, or
yeah? Sometimes he gets in his weird mood. He starts swinging around. Kind of weird.
Swinging around at the decal works guys usually. But yeah,
fuck my ass.
So good for Dark
with a bat
in the industry. Jesus. Let's do the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do that, shall we? It sounds like a good time. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com to help us out. Great prices. OEM and aftermarket parts, from street bikes to mountain bikes to dirt bikes. They've got it all. Carson Brown in their new gear this weekend as well. Absolutely did a good job. Carson did in their gear. And Motorsport.com. Again, go through the banner to help us out. Free shipping on everything over $79. A dedicated team of gearheads there. They don't do great with return policies. Some of them take a long time for
return policy is actually great.
It's great, but then some of the gearheads don't always get on their returns.
Not some of them, just me. And it's just yours. Everyone else is fine. It's just you.
So I'm having a little problem with some motorsport.com.
What I'm hearing here is motorsport.com cares about the general customer, and you, Steve, who probably just is a time suck, they push you aside to make sure that the real paying customer gets taken care of.
I've seen his ceilings, so we don't need to worry about the $15 in random bolts today.
It's not $15, sir. It's quite a bit more.
I just feel bad for you customer service reps. You have to deal with guys like this that order parts 3 times in a row because they can't write down what they ordered or didn't order.
Yeah. Okay,
let's remind that
that's
little
a fair
part.
point. That's a fair point. All right, these questions are submitted at PulpMXShow.com on Twitter, and Tallon takes the best ones. And ask us. All right, let's do this, Lone Wolf.
First one from Dirt Shart. A lot of complaints about Washougal. What would you do to make it better?
It's fine. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's slippery and it's hard pack and it's choppy and it's not Redbud. It's fine. I don't know. Like, the shadows, I guess some of the guys say the shadows are sketchy. I was going too slow to really notice it. But
I tried sending the shadow section one time and got so squirrely.
Yeah, like, it is dark back there for sure. I had a tinted lens on. I had to make sure I put a clear one in.
I happen to have clear lenses, thank God.
Yeah.
And when at first lap I went in there, I'm like, oh, thank goodness, I forgot about this.
Yeah. But it's fine. Like, is it the best track on the circuit? No, it's not. Is it the worst one? No. Paula has that distinction.
I thought about starting a poll one time, like, oh, what national track would you care? Like, wouldn't care if it was off the schedule. I already know what one's going to win that.
Too easy.
95,
low hanging fruit.
Yeah, 95% would be Paula. 100%. So, all right.
From Zach48 Johnson for ML, does Steve riding Chase's bike lean in his favor in the captain battle?
I don't know. Like I said, I asked Chase if he was going to put any weight into Steve's opinion. And again, he said that if Steve said his bike was better than the Jets, he would even be more confused than he was.
What about the captain part of it? You're not answering the captain part.
Well, I also did ask Chase on press day about Lewis not being around, because I think it was a streak of he's only won when Lewis is around. And then he said something along the lines of, I wonder where he is. It's kind of hard to captain the ship from the other side of the world.
Yeah. See, there we go. Yep.
And then Lewis sent me a picture of him walking up to the Alpine Star 10 and gently caressing a picture of
Jesus.
I told him to send it to Chase, see what happens.
Wow. All right.
From Austin Racer 999, Which national has the longest hill climb and which has the steepest? Any notables outside of Mount St. Helens, Mount Martin,
It's
and
got to be
Horsepower
Mount.
Hill?
I feel like again going up and down Glen Helen. I think Mount Martin.
Yeah.
Horsepower.
I've never gone up Mount Martin. I've never walked over there, so I don't know.
Longest and steepest?
Long. That's tough. I'm trying to think. Steepest is Mount Martin. I don't know what the longest
I
is.
think it's longer than Washougal and Glen Helen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Shugal's like more of this gradual.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shugal's definitely not as tall, but it feels long because it's more of a gradual.
Yeah.
You are hauling butt though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be curious. I want to say Mount Martin is. I know it's steeper. It might be taller than Mount St. Helens.
All right.
From the Sports General, with Tomac likely coming back next season, percentage pie between Jet, Chase, and Eli for the 24 championship Supercross.
I can't.
33, 33, 33.
Yeah, I'm not ready to talk 24 Supercross. Let's,
hey, you know how we always say that this is gonna be the greatest season
Yeah.
ever. Stamp it. This is gonna be the greatest season ever.
I love the people though, like preseason Kenny Instagram Supercross clips. I had people in my group text who are smart people and people that I respect breaking down Kenny on Instagram and great slow corner speed. Come on, dude. It's an Instagram clip. First of all, you know it's a bitchin' one if the rider's putting it up, right?
Yep.
You know it's amazing.
It's their best.
It's their best. So, yeah, I'm not in the business of breaking down Instagram clips and being like, oh, God,
Hey,
look
number
at this.
2, everybody's always flying at the test track.
Always flying.
There are so many guys I've seen at the test track where they say, I'm like, this dude's going to kill it coming in the first round. Oh, man, they're 10th. That's because everybody else is killing it.
Yeah.
From Ryan Hargrave, 431, is a guy like Jerry or someone on his level actually making money? Is everything paid for, he's living, or is debt just growing?
No, they're making money. Like Moran's is making money and Starling is making money.
Sure, they're making like general living.
Yeah,
Some
I mean,
a little better than others.
if A-Ray hadn't quit, he probably would have made $50K, you know. Not crushing it, like not Sean from Decal Works money.
Fuck my
I think it's surprising, like even Dale Jerry, like he's a little better this year because he has just a couple. I think a lot of people look like, I don't know if they're getting bikes. All it takes for them to make okay money is if you get lucky and you have somebody that wants to back you and buy your bikes, and if you can get your travel paid for and your mechanic. If you look at what they make between purse contingency and if they have like a gear contingency, a guy who's making the main event actually can do okay.
Yeah.
If you can find a way with other sponsors to get the everything paid for and pretty much everything you make every week as pocket money, you're actually pretty decent.
Yep. All right.
McNoche 134. Steve, whose fake broken ribs are more broke, Keefer's or Hunter's?
Well, it's not fake broken ribs, but broken ribs is not what these guys are doing. It's bugged me for years. I got broke ribs. No, you don't. If you actually had broke ribs, you would be bedridden. But what you do is you hurt a cartilage in between the ribs, or you crack a rib, or you displace a rib. People just say broken ribs. There's many things that can happen. So it's not broken ribs. Just stop using that. Just say displaced rib, crack rib, cartilage, whatever. That's all the stuff they do. Broken ribs, you're not getting out of bed.
From 350 Church for Michael, what's the latest 2024 rumor mill info you've heard? We know of some big team changes, but what can we expect to see with the gear brands?
Well, I put up our full sheet for 2024 silly season on the site the other day. I feel like everything's kind of
set, right?
It's kind of set. The only thing we're all waiting on what Ferrandis' deal is. I think we can all agree there's nothing really solid there. I would say the biggest one we've been talking about all show is we're pretty sure the Eli news is coming Wednesday. Everything else has been said. The one we talked about, I think also, I think we said it earlier on the show. If you're talking, I think he said something about gear brands. Alpine Star's doing more goggle guys, even though they're not planning on selling it. And I feel like I'm missing a decent gear one. Maybe not.
Well,
Chase had a Fox offer, but I imagine Alpine Stars is going to beat it.
Yeah.
But Fox went after him earlier in the year.
From Voice of the Drunken People, you guys aren't shy to share your opinions. What's one bridge you burned in the industry that you regret?
Nothing. Nothing for me that off the top of my head anyways. Because generally speaking, if two people have a disagreement over something and you're halfway intelligent, two reasonable people can discuss it and sort of come to an agreement of like, hey man, like we'll just agree to disagree, or like, hey, I'm sorry, or whatever, and then you keep that relationship. the people that are so mad that you can't talk to anymore are generally not really worth talking to anyways.
I would agree with that.
You know what I mean? Like it seems like Michael Young when he was manager of Motor Concepts, he got really mad at me. We got into it. He was just being a fucking idiot, and I was done with him, and that was it. We never talked since, right? Bevo, Kuzo, just idiots that I don't talk to. Like, they're not worth it to me.
You and Bevo? I didn't realize you and Bevo.
Yeah. Bevo got on me when I was the X-Brand guy. He was just an asshole to me. I thought we were cool. I started doing X-Brand stuff, and all of a sudden he treated me like an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, all right, fuck you, bro. Like, what does it matter that I'm doing X-Brand goggle service? How does that matter? I'm just trying to get to the races, buddy. Anyways, so yeah, for things like that, like those bridges are burned, like they're not worth it to me. I don't care. It doesn't matter. So, I don't know. I've had some team owners really mad at me, and then we've, like reasonable human beings, gave our sides and agreed to disagree or apologized one way or another or whatever, and we moved on. So, you got any?
Not really. I'd say right, because I mean, like I joke with the Pip, it's like there's some certain team people that are kind of PO'd with me at times. So far, I haven't had one that's been unfixable, like in a way. Like I said,
You and Pipes? Do you think you can fix that?
Well, that one's downhill from the beginning. So you give it about another year.
I don't get that one because Pipes is cool. I don't get it, man. I don't understand. I'll talk to Pipes.
I don't get that.
I'll talk to Pipes. I'll figure it out.
Try for me, please.
Okay. He's a good dude.
Yeah. There's two. If you would ever ask me, I couldn't patch up. I thought it would have been Husky, but I'm good with Scuba and CeeLo now. At one point, I didn't think that one was salvageable.
Yeah.
That one's good. And, I thought at one point I was dead at Star, but we're good. I get along with Coker and Brad pretty good now.
All
right. From LL Cool James 425. Steve, am I daydreaming, or did I see a video of you and Jace from Gypsy Tales in a car together? Was that a kidnapping?
Well, you can talk to Michael Lindsay about that one.
That's my fault. I asked him because Jace was at the Alpine Star ride day, and he said something about needing a ride to the airport. And I don't know if he was supposed to ride with Gober or somebody. He didn't have a ride, so I texted Steve, and I didn't say yeah. I said, "Do you want to give a gypsy a ride to the airport?"
And I didn't know he meant Jace. I thought he meant a real gypsy. So I said, "Sure." Like you know what I mean? Like,
and we ended up with
like,
Gypsy Tales.
Yeah, like I was like, like a real gypsy, like an old lady.
How was the vibe? Was it cool?
No,
was it awkward?
listen, I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm joking.
Yeah,
I knew it was Gypsy Tales. I knew it was Jace. Totally fine. You need to ride to the airport, man. Like, that would suck to be stranded at the track. I don't hate the guy.
We had a fun conversation about music. We drove to the airport. It was all good. What Jace did is he's like, I got a funny joke. So he's in the back seat, and he's got his phone, and he brings it to the front with Steve. He's like, wow, these AI deepfakes are getting so real.
Yeah.
He showed Steve.
Yeah. No, so, like, Mark, did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good for you.
I kind of partially did because the guy needed a ride, and I knew it would also be kind of funny to have him in the same car.
That's good.
I'm the type of guy, like, I may say things that piss people off, but I don't hate people. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, like,
Hey, Ricky comes on this show now, and him and Jace rode in a car together. Anything can happen in this world.
Yeah,
really.
Jason Anderson calling in right now, I think.
Whoa, world's ending. No, sorry.
Yeah, no, listen, again, like I said, like to me, being stuck on the track with no ride to the airport and trying to figure it out, that sucks. So I don't dislike the guy at all. And so if somebody needs a ride, like, yeah, no problem. I was kidding about the real gypsy thing. I want that to get out of hand. So
Jason's on hold. Hopefully we have time to get to him later.
Yeah, absolutely.
From Jimmy G, how fast would Carson Brown be on a 450?
Wow, he would have definitely went 10 to 15, if not better.
Would he have cooked himself
worse?
Well,
yeah, if he doesn't eat or drink, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That's what he told me. He forgot to eat or drink.
Yeah, I think he's, as of last night, he was still in the hospital.
Yeah.
I hope he got out today.
Yeah.
He cooked himself. They totally say he passed out after the finish. Bunch of fans gave him water. They kind of got him going again. They got him on the stage. He said a few words and then blacked out and hit the ground.
Why would they put him on the stage?
For the two-stroke.
Dude, again, like, you're killing the dude to send him stage for a two-stroke trophy. All right.
Fans got what they want, I guess.
Wow.
From Moto Aftermath, what kind of money are X Games athletes like Berriman, Parsons, and Axel bringing in?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I think there's quite a range there. I mean, well, good enough you got guys like, all of them kind of have, well, Berriman doesn't, but Raha now has his own compound. Axel's got his they pay for. They all kind of have mechanics.
Do they rent the compounds out to people to ride? Like, is that what they do?
I think Axel's just kind of more boaty. He has people he likes come ride with him.
Okay.
Same with Raha. His is up in the Des. Behrman's got a shop full time and a mechanic takes care of stuff. Like, they're doing okay. I don't know if it's like insane, like Nate Adams, Twitch, Pastrana heyday money. But they do all right.
What's Nate Adams doing now? Is he just Def Gloves? Is that what he does?
Def Glove, I believe he lives in Arizona too.
Oh, okay.
As far as I'm aware, haven't seen him in a long time.
He probably made good money, Nate, and socked it away. You know?
Hopefully he did at one point.
I feel like he
think
did.
the big thing, like listening to those guys, I could be wrong because I kind of heard what Twitch, a couple guys get for deals. I still think the money is good when you think of it like their social presence is almost better than it's ever been, but the lack of competition. Some of those guys had really good bonuses for X Games and stuff because it had so much TV presence at the time. Now there's so little competition side. I don't think for them it's as performance driven. It's more vlogs and content driven, which is probably peak money earning may not be as big, but I bet it's more. I would venture to say it's maybe more consistent.
Right. By the way, Kobe Raha, gold medalist at X Games. WUSA did his wheels. So you know if they're pretty good for a freestyle guy, they're good for you.
For a dude launching at 56 feet vertically into the air.
Is that what it was?
Huge.
Thank you to the folks at W, by the way.
His quote was able to get it done, found the old turn the brain off switch and sent it.
Oh, jeez. Yeah,
Respect.
That's nuts. I need to watch that. That sounds like something I would want to watch. W also did, of course, the Star Yamaha purple rims as well.
Hell yeah.
So would they have had that purple, do you think, or would they have
No, they had to have those sent
anodized it?
out.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was gonna say with you saying that MX101, like there was a couple weeks heads up. I asked Jensen about them for Star, and he's like, "Dude, we've been working on this for well over 2 months.
Yeah,
like there's stuff to get. I think because there was more hard parts involved for Star. Like they're like and a bigger team. I think they had to do. I don't know if all the assets are out. They had to do more of a full photo shoot, I guess.
Well,
so they said that theirs took a while to get together.
Remember our Yamahas for Unadilla that were for 40th anniversary or 50th anniversary of Yamaha or something? Do you remember?
The yellow ones?
Yeah, the yellow ones. That was a fucking pain in the ass, dude. Like for us mechanics, we had to powder coat our frames black.
Yep.
Right. Yellow plastics, yellow tanks, everything else. Team uniforms, everything had to be switched over on the bikes. And then I did all the work. And Timmy, on Thursday before we had to leave, Timmy's like, "Hey man, I hurt my wrist. I'm out." His bike. I got a photo of it leaning against the wall at Yamaha. Never raced.
Well, so you and Jelly built the Tomac one just to sit.
Oh, that's true, right? Yeah, it was done up.
Had
Yeah.
The other one I'll give him props. It's one thing. I mean, Star's a big team. Not only did they have race wheel, I noticed on the cart they had spare wheels for everybody built in the same color. Like they went all out.
Yep.
They were ready.
Yeah, actually, I need to hit you and Nick up this next week. I'm doing a white and red YZ450. I got a different valve cover to shoot and a bunch of stuff. So I'm doing a retro one, but that style.
Awesome.
All right, next question.
From Alex Reinhardt 18. So many people have done so much to help A-Ray along the way, but when Colt 45 needs to borrow a van, he charges him $500 rent. Bad luck. Do better, A-Ray.
Right.
Fuck my ass.
What is A-Ray owe Colt? Like if I had asked to borrow the van and A-Ray said $500, I'd be like, "Fuck you, A-Ray." But Colt Nichols, I mean, they're friends, but like I don't know. Like I'm fine. You guys.
So Colt drove from California to Washougal and paid Alex to use his van for the weekend or
Is
whatever.
that a problem?
Yeah,
I
he
don't
knocked
see
his
it,
dick
no.
loose pretty.
Hey, Michael, where are you at on that? Like fuck A-Ray or no? Oh, you're on the fence.
No, it's fine.
I mean, A-Ray's making a car payment on it. I mean, I get like the bottom
A-Ray's
end of
broke
it.
as shit too.
Yeah, he probably really needed the money.
Right. What's wrong with your eye?
I don't know. I got sent in my eye and it burns.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm not perfect.
Wow.
Not like you, Steve. Sorry.
Wow. Are you crying over the A-Ray van thing?
It really got me.
God.
It really got me upset. I don't like hearing y'all argue.
$500.
Poor A-Ray.
All right, next question.
I probably know what your answer is going to be, Marks, and you just took your headphones off. On the fantasy app, when your team is full and you want to make a change, why not select the new rider and have a pop-up box of your existing 4 riders with the option to replace and add?
I'm sorry that you're too lazy to just like unclick a rider. Beat it.
Wow, that's customer service for you.
I do have a bone to pick. Unless
I'm
losing
Mark,
my mind.
Marks, listen to this guy.
I picked
listen to this
my
guy.
450 team. I know I picked Derek Drake as my 4th rider, which he blew it. It was sucked anyway, so I'm not really complaining about a score. But I go back and look at my score, and I'm like, how did I only have 3 guys in the 450 main? It said I had picked Brock Poppy. I am not that stupid. I either fat thumbed it like a
Yeah, the system is randomly selecting guys for you. For sure.
How I got
I can't do this. I can't do this.
I get Brock Poppy.
We have the logs.
Yeah, we got the logs.
God damn it.
We have logs.
I was so confused. I'm like, how did I get Brock Poppy? I almost texted Mark Sellers and be like, is somebody fucking with me? I feel like somebody's pulling a prank on me.
No, we do Austin Root when we're messing.
Yeah.
with
Oh, was that the one that had JT about to kill Paul and end the friendship?
Yep.
Oh, that's such a good one.
Can you pull the logs or no? Is it too hard to do?
Yeah, I can.
don't care.
Give me a few minutes.
Yeah, let's see
that'd be
exactly
funny.
what
I wanna
ML
see.
did here.
We'll circle back.
We'll circle because we have the logs.
I want to see because I was dying. I was like, why does it say Brock Poppy?
To the other guy, like, I don't know, dude. I just haven't thought of it. Like, what do you want me to do? Come on.
Yeah, he's working on the Pulp app. He's busy.
Mm-hmm.
So no water?
There is not any water in there.
All right, thanks.
You could have a twisted tea.
Thanks, guys.
Twisted tea?
Thanks. No.
Or Red Bull.
Brock Poppy at 0.1%. I'm the 0.1%
Good job.
apparently.
Yeah. Look at you. All right, next question.
Oh, I'm so
From
confused.
Adam's Elbow. If you were managing a factory 250 team and had one spot open, are you signing Volan, Mumphy, or Swole?
What do you think, Sean? Volan, Mumphy, or Swole?
Voland.
Yeah, I'm going Volan.
Tall
Swole.
ceilings.
Okay.
I'm going Swole.
Are you going to teach Swole how to ride whoops better?
That's a little tough.
Okay.
Oof.
But on the flip side, can you teach Volan how to make mains? So there is that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Volan was 5th overall outdoors last year. He's right up around there now. The Supercross main event thing is not good, but yeah.
Yeah, tough.
Yep.
From Cal 724, Michael, when will we see the 2024 YZ 250F?
I think now. Well, I think us riding it. I think not till like October. I think. I don't think we're riding until pretty late in the year. The like
think they'd get a
press
blowjob before the main event.
the press announcement stuff, like the info to the public, at least like photos and technical info. I think we're T-minus a month-ish or less. I think it's sometime next month.
I know where the intro is going to be.
I know where it is too.
All right.
But yeah, I think in the two new bikes this year are that and the Kawasaki KX450, and I think both of them are fairly later this year. The Kawi announcement already came out, so we know what it looks like and everything. The Yamaha one, I think, is coming in the next few weeks for the announcement.
Same updates as the 450, I'm assuming, just a year late.
For Yamaha?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, Chassis Bioworks, I've heard a few things. The Yamaha 450 actually had a lot done to the engine. I think certain things about the 250 engine will change that didn't change in the 450, and I think certain things that changed in the 450 engine won't change in the 250. Talking about like roller bearings on cranks, possible different bore and stroke. The engine for the 250 updates will be kind of unique.
All right, Levi Radford 46. He just wants you to film the Millville Ride Day and do a video like the Gold Creek Lodge video.
Okay, all right, working on that.
From Moto
Good
Aftermath, what modern racer would you equate Brian Deegan to in terms of speed and results?
Brian or Hayden?
Brian.
Oh, what modern racer? Got it. Okay. Brian was like a top 10 guy a lot. So Mumphy.
I could agree with that.
8 to 12-ish. That was Brian. I mean, he won a race, but generally speaking.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody that fits his personality as well. But
well, that one tougher.
Yeah, I was trying to think of one like really matched, but I kind of don't have a perfect match in my head.
All right, last one for you, Michael. Has anyone helped Jerry Robbins' career more than you? Can you identify what he's missing that prevents him from being more consistent? He seems to have the speed.
I don't know if I'd say help. It seems like most of what I get involved with him goes south, so I can't say I've been there for him. I've tried to be there for him. Jerry, honestly, like, you hear this about certain riders. Like, I've seen Jerry on a Supercross track on a certain day where, like, I legitimately believe if you could somehow get the puzzle pieces together, I think Jerry could top 5 on a 250. I legitimately, truly believe that. However, I don't know what those puzzle pieces are, and we are still very lost with this.
It's too late now, but yeah Jerry's talented. Jerry's
at one
talented.
point,
yeah.
like, if the cards would have aligned and maybe better, I think guidance, really, just guidance at a younger age maybe would be the big one. Right opportunities, yeah.
Okay.
No! That's horrible.
Oh, so you really, really didn't ask Cade Clayson's question.
Let me go back and find it. We talked about it. He was
Didn't it get deleted or something?
Cade Clayson. Did anyone have issues with the water truck line guys started using in the second 250 moto exiting the switchbacks? Deegan was first on TV, then others followed. He even used it to make passes. It was
Levi
faster.
talked about that. Yeah,
we talked about it a little bit. Like, we joked that I actually legitimately saw a 450 guy or two use the actual water. It's weird when you come over. I could see why they use it when you come over that little table. Like, you can actually end up on the side of it really easy, and it flows into the table. I almost did it accidentally, like one of my first laps. It was kind of gray area-esque in my opinion.
Well, I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
Michael Lindsay, you picked Brock Poppy as your second 450 rider, and you never took him off. So
I have had to fat thumb that. Jesus.
Yeah, you got to. It's like I tell everybody, like, you have to double check your team before you're done. Like,
who was his first? Was it like a P name? Or?
It was Ferrandis.
So not anywhere close to.
No.
So I must have been scrolling and accidentally mashed it or something on my way by. Jesus.
Might have accidentally tried to hit Plessinger.
Yeah, I was trying to go, and I mean, my team didn't do good anyways. I was trying to go.
I do like, though, please, props to you for saying I would have picked Drake, who had a terrible day, and not being like, hey, man, I would have picked, Grant Harlan.
That's why I laughed when I went back and looked at it. I'm like, it wouldn't have done me any better anyways,
right. But with the emails we get, we get are like, hey, man, I really made a mistake, and, I meant to pick the guy who scored 100.
Probably meant to pick Max Miller.
Yeah.
Hey, we were talking about that earlier, like one of those ones where it's like, oh, Miller should have been such an obvious choice because it was his home race. Miller's had a pretty terrible season before this. So on one hand, I remember seeing it and go, man, I should pick him. It's his home race. And the other part hit me and go, no, just because it's his home race, he has done terrible the rest of the year. This is not an automatic win.
No,
someone pointed out, did you mean to click Pape? I bet you tried.
I did.
And you clicked Poppy.
I did because I thought hard pack in his practice was good. I'm like, because he had a really good handicap because he's kind of sucked on East Coast. I think I did try to hit him at one point.
Yeah, John on YouTube pointed out you probably tried to click
that
Pape.
dude is on it.
Thanks,
That's
John.
literally it.
Good job, John.
How did Pape? He would have been. Can I Pape 72 points?
Absolutely not. No.
Damn it. The rest of the team again. I had Jed Bean. We're doing great over here. 250s was pretty rough. I had Derek Kelly, like many of us. Oof.
Oh, boy.
Oof. Ow.
Derek Kelly and a Faulkner really did me in good. Faulkner beaten and Kelly really sunk me pretty good. So.
Ow.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We're waiting for JT. What's the story?
Like 10 minutes ago, he said he's on a never-ending shuttle bus and he'll need a little bit.
Never-ending.
So I think we might have missed our window.
I wonder if he flew into LAX.
Hey, who's your for the Millville ride day? Who's like your number one star guest you're bringing? Like, who are you stoked that's coming?
Who am I not bringing? Who's my number one guest?
Yeah, that's what I mean, like who do we got here?
I mean, Osborne wants to come out. He said Starling wants to come out. Phil says he's coming.
Oh, Phil for sure.
Troll Train. J Mart will be hanging out, not riding, of course. We got did I say Zacho?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zacho. Wilbur?
Dunge?
Wilbur?
Yeah.
Is Wilbur going to ride?
Yeah, Wilbur's going to ride.
Heck yeah.
You can ride Trolls Gas.
Yeah, we getting the Dunge for the hometown event?
Dunge has moved. Dunge is out.
Where's Dunge at now?
Dunge moved to Tennessee.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, he's out.
Wow.
I cannot keep track of
Maybe
him.
I shouldn't have said that. I don't know.
Huh?
Yeah, Dunge is in Tennessee.
Oh, good for him.
So maybe he'll come back. I don't think he'll come back just for me and my ride day. But I would be truly honored.
That would be sweet.
I would be truly honored.
Carmichael?
He's not coming up for the ride day.
Come bring a Triumph?
That'd be awesome, too.
World debuted at Steve's ride day.
Steve's ride day.
Could you imagine the headlines?
Yeah. Headlines.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody's been wondering where the Triumph has been this whole time. That's been the masterful PR plan they've been working on.
Yeah. I feel like there's two types of definitions of dropping a bike. There's, by the way, that was motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment, motorsport.com. Thank you guys.
That's horrible.
There's Stark, which did a preview for a year and a half before a bike got dropped. And then there's Triumph, who's doing no previews and then just coming out with a bike. So,
can we get Benny Bloss to bring the Beta?
Yeah.
Beta?
Yeah.
Bring
How
Beta
far is
to the
Missouri to Millville? I don't even know.
It's a decent drive.
Yeah.
Beta.
Sean, you been mountain biking at all out here or riding?
No, I was going to ask you. We got to go soon because I've been getting back in shape. I'm ready.
Okay, because it was a little rough first time.
Yeah, sucked big time.
Right.
I'll own it.
Okay. Yeah. LeBig wants to go too, so we got e-bikes for everyone.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's do it. Have you been dirt biking at all?
I've been riding besides the past couple of weeks with the heat, but I've been staying in.
Where'd you go? Where have you been riding at?
I've been going out to Jean. There's like a little past the dry lake. There's like a little desert moto track you can kind of break in, so it's quick to go right from our side of town.
Do you know what this is?
That's probably where we go, Steve.
That's not Jean.
Past the Seven Hills rocks.
Yeah.
The color rocks.
Yeah, and you turn on that paved road.
Oh, that's where I went to prep for this Honda ride day.
Yeah, you look good.
I would be easy on that, but
hey, look Kit.
The kit was good. The
That's
blue
what I
boots,
meant.
the blue A-Star boots. Oh yeah, so that's where we go. Yeah. Drive down there and then park there, and there's some moto tracks that are beat to shit.
Just beat to shit, but good for 15, 20 minutes, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I thought you had discovered some new track. Do you know the guys at Sandy Valley?
I don't know the owners, no.
Oh. Can we get them to like open up on a Wednesday or something?
Like a midweek?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how many people. I don't know.
Even if it's just private ride day for me and you. Can we just do
Steve's
that?
used to just getting the special treatment for just himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awesome. But I don't know them that well. I don't even know who they are.
Does Tallon know them at all?
Talent. I don't know. I used to know Kit and.
Have you been out to the sand in Boulder City?
Yeah.
How's
that was
that?
my field of dreams when I went for the World Vet Prep.
Was it?
I think it's all like they got those solar panels now. I think a bunch of it's gone, huh, Talon?
It's out by the airport.
The Boulder stuff.
Most of the sand tracks are still there.
Still
but
there? Okay.
You have to take I don't know. That they put the highway in right in the middle, so it kind of took a lot of them out. But
yeah,
you can still get to a lot of good tracks.
we got Kenny Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, hey,
Kenny Taco Bell.
What's up, big dog?
How are you, man?
I'm pretty good. Just trying to do a little pregame here with A-Ray. We're on the margaritas a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
And
fair.
Enjoying the big retired guy now.
Yeah. Big, like getting on with the rest of his life.
Yeah. Have you taken a look at the last 3 weeks of his life?
Seems pretty glamorous.
I mean, I'm jealous as fuck. I'll tell you that much.
When's he gonna start work?
He says so. This is the whole thing. This is why he said last week I went to Australia for 2 weeks, do a couple shows. I'm in Australia. He goes, "When are you coming home?" I said, "I'll be home on Monday." He goes, "Perfect. I leave Tuesday." I go, "Well, where are you going? What do you got?" Because you're retired. He goes, "Well, since I'm starting work in August, me and the wife are going to take a vacation." I was like, "Well, right when you get back, don't we go on your bachelor party?" And he's like, but I mean, for her.
Yeah. What a life. What do you? So when's the bachelor party?
So we leave Wednesday morning.
Is anybody going to die?
Do
you think anybody's going to die in this bachelor party?
I mean, if there's one guy, there's possibility. I would say it would be A-Ray.
Yeah. Where are you guys going?
But Havasu.
Oh boy.
We got like a
Going to hang out with Davey?
So Davey's like up the road, I guess. So Hartrath is the best man. He lined it all up.
Okay.
He got us. He's got us a mansion. Like we're balling it out. Like we got a big old mansion. But what I was thinking, so we're going up there and like you see everybody does all these things. They're like buy the bride a drink. I'm like, why don't we do a thing where we do buy A-Ray a drink and get a bunch of money together and really try to kill him.
I didn't know that. I don't even know what this is. Buy the bride a drink. I don't know.
Yeah, they put it on like the back of their cars that they're driving up to Vegas. Like
Oh.
from SoCal, you'll be driving. There'll be a
Okay.
car like buy the bride a drink. Like it'll
what
have
do
a Venmo on it.
Oh.
And people just send money.
Oh. Does it work?
Yeah, I know a couple friends that have done it.
Dude,
And they'll be like,
they-
dude, we'll
they-
have like
they
a
crush
couple
it.
like $1,200 by the time we got to Vegas to buy drinks.
Oh,
or
shit.
something. Yeah. People are dropping tens and fives like
Okay.
crazy.
Well, Taco Bell. Yeah, give us a Venmo.
Well, cause that's what I'm saying. Because otherwise, like, let's be honest, it's going to all come out of me and Hartrath's bank account. Well, Hartrath doesn't. I mean, he's just trying to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Pulp
And
Nation.
I'm
Let's
just a-
kill A-Ray.
I'm just a struggling announcer.
Don't give me that shit. You're a freestyle icon, Kenny.
Hey, look, not everybody was in Geneva that weekend and saw me,
Right.
smoking a cigarette and then go flip his dirt bike.
I was there. Well, what's the Venmo? Let's put it out there.
I don't know. That's what I mean. Like, we got to make one. Like,
Well,
I don't know.
You don't have a Venmo?
No. Well, I mean, like, I do have one, but like,
well,
What's
I
the
don't
worst
know,
thing
do I send
happen?
you
People
my
going to start
Venmo, or
requesting.
do we make a? do we make one for this thing? I don't know how it works. I don't know what to do.
Well, you called in with the plan. You got to know how it works. I don't know how it works.
We're on the air. Let's make this happen.
Make a Venmo. Call us back. Make a Venmo. Call us back.
All right, I will.
Okay. All right. See you.
Let's kill A-Ray.
All right.
Fuck that guy drinks a
Okay.
lot.
Call us back.
Bye.
See you. All right, everybody. We're gonna get a Venmo. I don't have Venmo. Is it an email address or what is it?
It's got its own account login. It's just an extension basically of like a PayPal.
Yeah.
But like, what do you put in it? Why doesn't Kenny want to give out his own personal Venmo?
I don't know. Most people I think would be fine. Well, you can request money from people. People start going, hey, send me $10. I would hit them with a million requests. Like, screw them.
Well, we're working on that. This hour brought to you by Off-Road Warehouse. This is the ORW on the butt patch of Phil Nicoletti and Garrett Marchbanks. ORW once sponsored a team called Team Chaparral way back in the day with Mumford and Shock.
Good times.
Remember that?
Great times.
Oh, great times.
Great
Still
memories.
digging yourself out.
Ugh, we're almost there.
ORW is a place to go for all your truck and off-road accessory needs. They have stores throughout the West Coast, including Temecula, San Diego, Corona, Vegas, Atlanta, Phoenix. Stop in and check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. The code is PulpMX to save. I just gave this out to a listener the other day, and he bought something. He told me and sent me an email to say thank you. So get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. PulpMX is the code to save. They are staffed by a knowledgeable, experienced team, plus they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. Thank you to those guys. And Motorcycle Industry Jobs, Job of the Week. Speaking of Alpine Star, dealer developer, Southeastern United States, full-time job. Sean, you would be great for this, but you love Decal Works in Vegas. But they are seeking enthusiastic, that's you, energetic, that's you, sports-minded people, that's you.
Winning. Clone of me, that's your job.
To fill a dealer development position in motorcycle division, and this is in the Southeast Regional, preferably based in Florida or Georgia. And, check it out. Alpine Stars, great company, and great company. Gabrielle was there, the owner. He's really super friendly this weekend. It's nice to see him.
Very passionate man.
Yes, absolutely. So strong communication skills, self-motivation, and detail orientation is needed. And motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Check it out. Upload your resume for free today. If you're a company in the industry looking to hire people, then please check out motorcycleindustryjobs.com for all of that information on there as well. And trolltraining.com as well. What?
I got a question for you. I've been getting a lot of crap on this from Chad and some emails and DMs. Is saying Schugel instead of Washugel that bad?
No, I say Schugel.
Okay, thank you. I'm not the only one.
Who gives you shit?
Oh, I've been getting DMs from people from up there that call me a kook, you're an idiot. There's been a couple in the chat and stuff. I've had messages by Lewis and Jamie sent to me that people have complained about me saying Schugel.
When do you say Schugel?
I don't know. I guess I say it a lot, and I actually do. When I reference Washugel, I say Schugel quite often. I'm trying to see if I'm the only one out here doing this, or if
No, I say Schugel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have the.
Do we have JT?
No.
Oh.
We don't have. We have Kenny Taco Bell, better than JT. Oh. Kenny Bell, we have the Venmo.
There we go. We're in.
If you want to buy A-Ray a drink.
Kill A-Ray.
Notice there's a picture of Johnny on there.
Yeah,
so you
Johnny.
know it's real.
Johnny's on there. His dog's on there. It's at A-Ray314. So let's tweet that out. At A-Ray314. Venmo that. Buy A-Ray a drink for his bachelor party. And yeah, maybe he'll die.
Maybe it'll be a girl that'll tell him he's pretty. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like there's the opportunities are endless. And I can tell you, I'm going to 169% put my best foot forward of trying to kill A-Ray.
That's great. That's good to hear. Can we get some video as well to accompany this?
Well, no, that's the whole thing. You can get some videos.
Yeah.
100%. But I've made a big thing. I'm like, everybody put your fucking phones in a basket. Let's not throw anyone under the bus.
Yeah.
But I can guarantee you, the first time I see you, I will show you everything.
Yeah, good idea. Good call on that.
We're not trying to ruin anybody's life.
At A-Ray314, Venmo.
Let's go. Love you.
Let's do it. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, see you, buddy.
All right, that's Kenny Taco Bell, and that's A-Ray's Venmo for his bachelor party this weekend. So if he doesn't make it, that means I could save some money on the wedding present in November.
He's going to die.
You know? Are you going to the wedding?
I didn't get an invite, no.
Oh, that's awkward.
I didn't expect one.
Okay. Yeah, it's in November, I think. So,
fuck my ass.
Only person. What was the last? I went to Antic Nap's wedding. That's the only wedding I've been to in probably 10 years.
I went there too. Remember the infamous Fixins bar?
The Fixins bar. I also. There's other things I remember.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Like what? Like Pookie? Being hammered?
I remember you with fire coming out of your eyes and your ears.
Fucking hammered.
I remember me and Keefer trying to head you off at the pass at one point.
Oh really? Oh, I don't remember that.
I remember things.
Yeah. Oh, she was.
Or if you're a little bitch.
I remember one of my favorite things is Kris kept saying the Ridgie leaves at 9 whether you're in it or not to Heather.
Yeah.
And at one point I came across Heather and she was like she could see Kris coming and she was dancing and she started like heading behind people. And she's over dancing with my ex at the time and she's like, at one point she stops and she looks at me and goes, "What time is that?" I'm like, "Oh, it's like 9:15." And she's like, he won't leave me. She goes back to dancing and comes her. She's like, "Do you think he'd leave me?" Nah, he won't leave me. She's back to dancing.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Any word on JT? I really want to get him on the line, but we have the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs.
Let me reach out again. 1 minute.
Okay.
It couldn't be any worse than Weege's phone service.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Anyways, carry on, Michael. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I'm carrying the show now. This is bad.
Yep. You want to talk about Deacon's podium speeches, or
I think we already
two strokes,
did that.
Or anything else?
I think we already did that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna say something super weird.
Are you going to Loretta's?
I believe so. I need to figure out
You
next
gonna go?
week, but I really want to go see, of course, how Kris does, how Aiden does. Really cross my fingers for Aiden this year. Maybe there's other people I want to watch, but I really want to go see and support those two.
Okay.
So. Are you going to go?
I am not going to go.
Oh, screw you. You're a terrible friend.
I am. I need to go. Have you been?
No.
You haven't been?
No.
Yeah. Let's go together. Let's do a road trip.
That would be fun. I would love to.
I don't know. I travel so much, just like you do. I don't want to get on a plane but it does sound like a good time. It sounds like fun. Like
who's the top prospective amateurs right now?
Well, A class. I mean, it's basically gonna probably be Juju versus Daxton. There's some good Orange Brigade kids. Some of Daniel's kids are in that are gonna be pretty good. I think like Phineas, is racing. I'm pretty bad with A class right now. B class, you have like Drew Adams, Fittipani. There's some decent ones.
But Juju and Bennett are in the A.
Yeah, I'd say they're the favorites. Like I said, Phineas will be pretty good too. But I think it's Dax and Juju are the two that kind of have the factory rides lined up. I think a lot of people that saw Juju in Supercross will lean that direction.
But he's not as good of an outdoor guy, right?
He's getting better.
Yeah.
But I think Dax is more rounded. I lean towards Dax as the favorite.
Yep. And then Brownie's going to win the vet class?
He'll win 40. He won't win 25. I don't think he has in a couple
No,
years.
I
25 will be between Jacob Hayes and Heath Harrison.
Okay.
There's one or two other heavy hitters in 25. I still remember. Those are just
I
kind of
thought Jacob hurt his knee. It was done in by his knee.
He
but
effed
was
up
all right?
his knee at vet last year, but he's ran through rehab. He's riding right now. I did see him this week because he's been riding a lot in SoCal. Like as Loretta area qualifier, he beat both Ryder D and Reynolds at his qualifier. So he was riding good. Goes back to Florida this last week to ride with the boys at the Dog Pound. I saw him this weekend. I'm like, he's an East Coast guy. I thought I'd come back. I said, how's it going? He goes, terrible. Completely terrible. Like, thought I should just quit, not show up at the race. I can't ride a rut anymore. Like, awful. Completely awful.
Yeah.
Like, shoot me, I'm
Lost
done.
all his East Coast skills.
Oh, done.
right?
Like, it was full negative, smashing the panic button when I saw him at the race.
Damn.
He's very concerned.
All right, let's do the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment just with Michael, Lindsay, and I, shall we? EKSbrand.com. Check it out. Alpine Star Goggle, Factory Ride Goggle. Looks a lot like an X-Brand Lucid, everybody. EKSbrand.com for more information. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Great goggles, great guys. We got thanks to Rich for the shirts that we got for Tallon and Marks as well. And I got some 24 goggles that I did not get in time to wear for the HRC test.
But yeah,
these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him?
Huh?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Why don't we get Sean to answer JT's questions?
I was just going to say that.
There we go. That's perfect. That'll be perfect.
Hey.
And again, submitted by Corey Moser. 30 seconds on the clock. Here we go.
Steven?
Yep.
what is the trickiest looking part on Sexton's bike?
Shock.
Sean, JT. Moto is constantly pushing the limits on helmet technology and safety. Why don't we see the NFL or other stick and ball sports doing the same?
Oh, they just don't have the same amount of impact that us moto guys have. They got to catch up.
Great job, JT.
Good job, JT.
Very informative.
ML, what's been the raddest bike you've gotten to test ride?
I haven't done that many factor bikes like Kris talked about. Like I did Sealy's Efficient 16. That was actually cool because that was KYB on the HRC bike, work shock, like air fork, his factory bike. That's all bikes I've built. I mean, my own team's bike was pretty cool. Our final 250 engine package. That bike was pretty chic. I mean, that was a $47,000, almost $50,000 250. So those are the two.
All right, 29 seconds. Great work.
Steve.
Kind of close.
You've ridden with Tomac Shock and now Sextons. Which one was a closer setup for your speed and riding ability?
Wow, you rode with Tomac Shock? Did you officially?
Shock Spring.
Shock Spring. Okay.
Yeah, not as valving. It's a little misunderstood. That PSF stuff was good. I really like that. I wish I could have kept that. That was great. Too bad they took it away.
JT, the Star Yamaha 250s are the fastest bike in the class. Which brand do you think is second fastest?
Pro Circuit.
JT's on it tonight. Quick.
Yeah, I like this new JT.
Yeah, usually he
Very
waffles.
Quick to the point.
Michael, is there any part you miss about running a race team?
I was trying to think about this the other day. I don't know. Honestly, I think the bike development side. I think like literally getting to work with trick parts, like trying to get the bike better, and trying things like we normally. Yeah, if I want to go testing, I can try a bunch of cool stuff, but trying stuff that you're actually having to have made for the bike versus what's publicly completely available off the shelf, just stuff that you're trying to hunt down. That was pretty cool. Really odd sounding one. I actually really enjoy driving the semi a bit during the summer.
Wow.
Oddly enough.
Peace of mind or something?
Right. It's actually a much cooler job than I thought it'd be. I don't know why. I mean, it was kind of a rush to get a CDL and stuff, and I didn't hit anything in a semi driving across the country, so I was pretty proud of myself.
Okay.
Steve, after riding Washougal, where would you rate it on the list of best national tracks?
I've ridden it before, so it wasn't my first time. I've raced it there a couple times, local races. It's, I mean, honestly, Lakewood. I've not ridden Lakewood. It looks fun. Lakewood's better. Millville's better. Redbud's better. Is Dilla better? Dilla's probably better.
Dilla,
for like a local, like not like a race day rough, right?
Yeah, it's tough.
I've ridden Buds. I've ridden Buds.
Buds was terrible the day I rode it. I wanted to off myself.
I think Shugel's in the middle.
Yeah,
it's in the middle of the tracks. Yeah.
Hey, I forgot actually on bikes I rode. I rode Phil Nicoletti's JGR RMZ 250 and it broke the first lap I rode it. Right. Typical Phil bike.
Yeah.
God bless.
Sean, who does Fly utilize the most to provide testing on new gear and how to improve on the existing product line?
Wild guess, I'm going to say Trey Kennard.
There we go.
Very nice.
I know they use Zacco for this Formula S thing, the new helmet. I know they Zacco.
Why? Because they thought you'd get lost in the woods?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, Michael, last one. Which track has the best good trucks?
What? Wait, what?
I just read the questions.
Which track has the best good trucks?
Good trucks. Yep.
What do you think he meant by it?
I'm not. It's not working.
I don't know.
Okay. Good job, Moser.
Do you have another question?
That's all I got. Like normally we can decipher kind of what he's trying to say. This one.
Honestly,
where do you see the coolest trucks?
He needs to go to HR department.
The best track. I'm trying. It's not coming to me.
I got nothing, dude.
Oh, wow.
I think maybe best good truck parking.
If he meant
what track is the best for what track
semis?
Is best for?
Oh,
that makes sense.
What
best
about,
parking. And
what about
or
food
what's
trucks?
The best
food trucks?
Food trucks.
Vendor row.
That's the only thing I like. Sometimes if I autocorrect food, it'll go to good.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe food.
How
if it's parking, Indiana's super easy to get into.
How would Michael know about food
Oh
trucks?
yeah, people
though?
on YouTube are saying food trucks. It's got to be food.
Are there food trucks? I've never had a food truck in a national.
Yeah, there's food trucks at Washougal.
Oh, I eat at semis like
Yeah,
you.
I know. I don't. Yeah.
Best food truck. Well, what team has the best food
Oh,
right
is
now?
that what he's talking about? I don't know.
No. I'm saying between me and you.
I don't. I usually do the free media lunch, so I don't go to the trucks for lunch. A lot of chicken and pasta outdoors because that's what the riders want, you know. So, yeah, you have an. I don't know.
If anybody's doing burgers, I'll usually. Actually, it's funny enough. Even though we say the Dustin Pipes thing, the Larry's pretty cool and feeds me a burger or a hot dog here and there.
Right.
Go by Hep.
Hep's big on hot dogs. Hep's got the hot dogs going.
Hey, hot dogs are easy to grab on the roll, man.
Yeah, they are.
Easy.
Is there any cook specific, or is any driver known as like the best cook in the paddock? Or
Not that I know of. No.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's good or bad or whatever, but chicken and pasta is everywhere in outdoors because that's what they want for energy, right? For carbs. So, all right, that's been the X-Man Goggle Tariff.
So somebody commented, Redbud had a medical dispensary booth at the race.
Oh,
wow.
All right, as we saw this past weekend, fly racing riders looking very sharp out there in the new 2024 gear as well. It all dropped at your local dealer at Fly Racing USA on social to learn more about it. Don't go to Dark Social. Nothing about Fly on his
There
social.
is now, yeah.
Oh, there is now?
Yeah.
Not on the launch day and not the day after. So.
There's now.
All right, to talk about that and more, it's time. It's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
You got to be nicer to Dark.
I like Dark. I'm trying to help him.
You're not, though. You are so ruthless.
I'm not ruthless. I'm trying to help him be a better media guy, you know?
I don't know. It doesn't feel that way at all.
Oh, no, it absolutely
Be real
is.
honest with you.
Hey, welcome to the show. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
We're not going to keep you too long. Fly Racing, though, the big news, the Formula S helmet is here. It is something you guys have been working on for a long time. It is a trackable sensor. It's a smart helmet. It helps you learn how hard you've crashed. It helps you alert people if you're not moving. It helps you get medical assistance. All of this connected to your phone, of course. And you got to have your phone on you or be relatively close to it. And this is a game changer. This is really, really cool. Good job and congrats on the Formula S, man.
Yeah, thanks. It's been a long time coming. This project is anything like this takes a lot of time, and you have to work through lots of scenarios. And we have partners at Quinn that their technology that we integrated to the formula. But yes, thank you. We're super excited. I'm still learning as we go. I'm not an engineer, right? So I'm still kind of figuring these things out, and I've had to go through a ton of training on my end so then I can go and teach other people as well. But it's been an awesome learning experience, and I'm excited for where this project continues to go to, because this is just kind of step one of what this technology is capable of.
So basically it's a sensor in the back of your helmet. Every time you pick up your helmet or tap it, it awakens, and now it connects to your phone via Bluetooth. And, yeah, you can look at how hard you crashed. You can look at your time of riding. You can track your riding, all of this stuff. You can put emergency contacts in there. So if you crash and you ain't moving for a little while, it's going to alert the medical authorities, and it's going to alert your significant other, or I guess not significant other, just emergency contact. And, it's really neat, man. These guys go out riding by themselves in the middle of the woods, and, if we have some patrol gear, you got a pocket to tuck your phone in. And it's definitely a bit more of a safety feature to help people. So that's cool.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it. There's a lot to it. The safety aspects of it are what we're really trying to drive home. There are ride analytics and all sorts of things that with the paid function, you can get a ton of information about your ride. And then if you have the paid version, it will also call emergency services and alert them where you are and what your status is, and all of your
blood type. All
of your bio info is shared with them, so they can give you immediate service on hand. But yes, there are a ton of other aspects to it, like ride analytics and all those that will continue to be upgraded over the years. That is just kind of an ongoing process that we're working through. But we had kind of a decision to make, to be just full transparency. We could have held it and continued to develop the app technology and furthered the analytics, because there are a lot of things coming in there at Arena. But we felt like we could add a lot on the safety side, and we didn't want to hold it. So there will be upgrades that come along the way. And the great part of that is that, like an app, just like your iPhone, it just will upgrade, right? It'll get upgrades pushed through it. And, you'll just have your helmet, and all of a sudden it'll be more capable than it was the day before. So it's going to be an ongoing thing, and we're kind of just scratching the surface of what's capable with it.
Yeah, it seems pretty cool. So I saw Calvin in the airport, a NorCal rep, right?
Yep.
And I said to him, so it's $100 more than the regular Fly Formula. So it's pricey. It's $799. $699?
Yeah, it is. But it's not even the most expensive helmet on the market.
Right.
So we took that into consideration. But I think it's a lot of value. You're getting the formula is already $699, and this upgraded formula with all of this technology and safety benefit is $799. So for me, an extra $100 for what you're getting it's a no-brainer.
So I asked Calvin, I said, what's been the dealer reception to the helmet? And he said, it's been good. It's been really good. Nobody's talking about the price. It's $100 more. You can see the $100 in value in this system. And he said the dealers have been excited about it. So that's good, Yeah,
it's not for everybody, right? I think the premium helmet market is just not for everybody, right? It doesn't matter what helmet it is. It can be any of our competitors in that price point. There's going to be pushback, and some people are going to lean towards the less expensive items, and that's just the nature of the business, and that's okay. But for us to continue to push the envelope, to make, to have these premium offerings that, just like we've done in other capacities, eventually all of this stuff trickles down, right? And one day maybe it lands in a price point that you are able to act upon. But for us, it was just really important to stay on the cutting edge. And we felt like if we had something that could truly make a difference, like this could really make a difference in someone's life. When you talk to the engineers at Quinn, because they have this technology in another helmet, so they have a lot of testing and data, not an off-road helmet, but they have this in existence already. So they've seen real-life scenarios of how fast emergency services can get to you with this technology versus without. So for us, it was like, man, we can't hold this thing like forever because this can truly make a difference for somebody.
So, Michael, this may not come as a surprise to you, but it is for the upgraded service. It is $7 a month. Yep. And I asked Wygant if he will be purchasing the $7 a month, and he said he chooses death.
Shocking.
So, Wygant is not going to use the upgraded system.
I'm trying to figure out if Wygant is actually a member of our forum because I had somebody say something really fucked up and similar.
I'm not surprised. But this is a really cool deal. Big game changer. You've got new designs, JT, and some of these look really good, man. I know you sort of overhauled and got a couple new people doing some designs in there, and they did a good job. Looks really good. The Evo stuff is sharp.
Yeah, we really wanted, this is the 25th anniversary year, so we really wanted to make sure that we nailed it. And it's hard to continue to reinvent yourself, but I really felt like we were getting to a place where things were getting a little bit stale. Like the company had come so far so fast, and we were all very proud of that, but you can get lulled to sleep a little bit by your own success. And that opens the door to, monotony, and we just wanted to continue to keep pushing forward. And it's a difficult thing, right? Anytime you grow, there are other people that want to, take your market share and beat you as a brand, and so be it. I've been in that spot too. I've been the one that's been like, man, if we could ever just get to this size and this level of quality and these things. But that's a never-ending quest. If you get a little bit lazy, you will pay the price for that. So I really felt like we did a good job for 24, not only with the look. We went back to the zipper on the white line, this whole new Formula S helmet. Like there's a lot of innovation in the 2024 line. Like a lot of people won't know about, right? We have a brand new Zone Elite goggle that has a injected lens in it now. So there's a lot there under the surface that I'm I have to do my job and tell people about it, but it was a huge step forward for us in 2024 across the whole platform.
You guys took a chance. You took the zipper off the light stuff, put a boa in the front, but hard to pee. Just hard to pee.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand that it wasn't, such a huge deal for me, but I do understand. Like it's different. And I had my reservations about it too, but if you don't take chances, you're never, you know what I mean? Like you have to take some risks sometimes. So
And what was the idea behind moving the boa to the left side? Was there something? Is there any what was the idea of that? I didn't mind it where it was, but what?
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to grab.
Oh, okay.
Right? So
Yep.
it's not in the middle. And then some people would worry about it being right in the middle, like if you landed on your butt or anything like that.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So it just takes
Yeah.
that pressure point away.
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
Um,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say boas are fun to walk up to your buddy wearing one and then just grab it and turn it.
And just start twisting it?
Oh, I've done it to a couple of buddies.
Yeah.
So much fun. Hey, I will say, when I was talking to JT when he was talking about the gear line, and anytime we talk to gear brands, how brands out
Yeah.
here, somebody go, I really, feel like this is the best looking line we've made. And no offense to Jay, I've heard that a lot.
Yeah.
I kind of roll my eyes. I'm like, okay, we'll see. JT said it, and it is the most honest answer I've seen this year. Like, the stuff I saw in the Husky guys was
Yeah.
amazing this weekend. The stuff you were wearing, a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff at Kellogg. I think I can confidently say JT was dead on when he said it's the best.
To be
looking
fair, my
they've
stuff was a 23 and a half, 23 and a half release.
Jose Butron.
Yes, Jose Butron.
Yeah, Jose Butron.
But
No, and
the Husky
I
stuff's
agree
good.
With you. I've had to say that at times, and I try to be really careful about saying it's the best ever because I want my word to mean something. But at times you have to kind of fake it. Maybe I'm not as excited about a line as I would like to be. That's just the nature of it. But this year I knew we knocked it out of the park. We worked with one of the most renowned designers in the industry for 2024, and he will be retained for 2025.
Ooh,
that was a huge
big
step
move
for us. Yeah, so I kind of knew once we signed the dotted line with him, we were going to take a kind of a jump on a fast track forward, and yeah, that didn't disappoint. So I just felt like it was really important for us to work with the very best. If we want to be the best, then we need to be working with the very best.
Yeah.
And I think you're already seeing that the fruits of that bear out.
I wish people who wore other brands, and look, I have FXR deal, I have Elite deal, so it's not like I'm totally fly biased. Like I take money from other gear companies. We went to the Alpine
But
Star Ride Day.
you don't wear other brands like our boy Dark.
I don't because I don't review stuff like Dark. I'm not into gear. But here's,
at least you admitted. You said at first he didn't wear anything else.
he didn't.
He has been.
Oh, okay. Anyways, back to my point. So my point is I wish somehow people in other gear brands, the number one thing Fly has is this Formula helmet. And I don't even mean the S helmet. I just mean the Formula. And I wish people in other gear brands could get over it and buy a Fly if they don't happy with their helmet. Like I know the whole crossing over gear lines is not acceptable to people. I don't know how to get around that, but you should try this Formula, people. It's so
I love
good.
it. Like I think Kevin Moran's is a good example, right? He wears it.
Yeah.
I know that they don't make a helmet, but I think that example where that's really what we've tried to aim for. Like we've always had a black option. The first helmet that ever came out was very, very plain because long term, we believe we're going to offer people reasons to just want to wear a Fly helmet regardless of the gear that you choose.
Put a sticker over
yeah,
it.
I agree.
Buy the helmet, people, and put your Fox sticker over it. I don't know what to say. The helmet's
feel
amazing.
like, honestly, the S model dips in that. Not that the standard Formula didn't have great technology, but it moved into a space where rotational energy and some of that energy management was a conversation with other brands.
Yeah.
So unless somebody maybe really did their deep dive, like, okay, there's other helmets on the market that are high end. Fly's doing that, that's cool. But let's say they're with another brand, they keep that association. That's really unique for Fly now with the S models. They truly have something that nobody else has. So hopefully that'll also help people that aren't already experiencing Fly, I guess, experience the brand. Because I think legitimately the technology in the S is a big reason for people to try it out. I was talking to some guys on our forum and stuff. Because for the emergency servicing that JT mentioned, you do have to have your phone on you.
Yep.
Maybe not for moto. That's gonna be a little more
It's
common.
20
but
meters
trail,
though. It's not. You can have it. Yeah.
Trail riding. I mean, you're pretty much everybody carries their phone in their pack or something.
Yeah.
To me, it's such a no-brainer. Such a no-brainer at this point. I told Steve earlier, JT, I felt a lot more comfortable at Washougal in case he flew off a cliff into the trees somewhere. I saw he was wearing the helmet. I knew he'd be okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
It was great.
There you go.
We got Randy on one. Randy, welcome to the show. What's going on, man? What do you want to tell us?
Hey, thanks, guys. Two things. One thing, I'm in here. I'm just in the workshop drilling out a fork lug bolt because my kid doesn't like fork lug protectors. And he crashed this weekend and broke a bolt, so I'm drilling that out.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell Keefer.
The main thing, yeah. Fork lug protectors, yeah, they're good.
Yeah, suck it, Keefer.
Anyways, so I just wanted to say, my son, we ride a lot of enduro stuff. We're in the Pacific Northwest. he's been suffering from youth migraines for most of his life, right? He's 15 now. We had a situation where he got one, and what happens is he gets dizzy and basically loses consciousness and collapses. Excuse me. So we had one where we're actually riding up in the mountains, in the trails and such. Fortunately, I was with him.
Mm-hmm.
I had an app that tracks where we're at, and I was able to call 911 and all that kind of stuff. But I absolutely applaud Fly with going with this type of technology, because I could see it going that next level where he would be able to ride by himself. Right now, he can't, because if something happens, someone has to be there to help him and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is amazing. I mean, we literally just bought him a Formula helmet like 2 months ago, but I'm literally seriously considering, we'll just move on and buy this next helmet for situations like that. I mean, this is fantastic. I can't, as a parent, that's huge for us. That means a lot as far as safety. So congratulations. I really appreciate it. I've talked to you once before. He will only wear Fly everything. He wants an enduro boot, but
right.
He's got to sit with the Tech 7 Enduro. So
good.
No,
Yeah.
I agree with you, man. We've been so excited about this project for so long, but we've had to keep it under wraps, right? Because it doesn't do us a lot of good to tell everybody about it a year ahead of time. But yeah, I think there's so many aspects to this. Think about obviously you're a father, but if your child crashed and you didn't really know, or how many times does a kid crash, you didn't see it, and you're like, how bad was it? And they're like, I don't know. Well, that white on the back of the helmet, if it was a significant impact, it's going to be red, right? Instead of the standard flashing blue, it will now go red and tell you that you did have a crash. So then you would want to go to your phone, look at the app, and it would give you the crash analytics of what happened, right? So it's going to unlock all of that data and tell you, was it the bad crash? How significant was it? How many G's did I sustain, right? That data has never been available before. You've never been able to quantify anything like that. Now, we can't tell you should buy a new helmet, you had a concussion or didn't. We're not, I'm not a doctor, nor do we want to try to be. But we're just going to try to give you some sort of information about the impact that your helmet sustained. That's the biggest end-all, be-all goal. Is this looks like it was a significant impact. I should get a new helmet, or I should go get checked out or do something. Because before, it was such a guessing game. You're like, yeah, that didn't feel so good. My EPS is compressed. It was all so just Neanderthal-like, analysis going on, and we're trying to kind of modernize a lot of that.
Thanks, Randy. Yeah, thanks for the call.
My favorite thing about it is someone crashes and it's big. You're like, you good? Someone says yes. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
Right. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thanks, Randy. Appreciate it.
GT. Keep it up, guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, so people can get the app is on the App Store now, so you can get a load of that and download it and look at it, and you of course go to Fly Racing USA and read about the Formula S and everything else. So, looks really good. Looks really impressive, man.
Now you can go to one other thing I wanted to share too. You can go to flyracing.com/formula-s, and it's got its own website. So all the information you would want, questions, frequently asked questions, all the analytics, everything you would want. And I'm sure that you're going to have more questions. I get it, but there is a plethora of information on that website. So it's flyracing.com/formula-s, and it's live right now.
All right, cool. Awesome. Any more questions for JT? Sean? Michael? No?
I think that's it.
Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate you calling in. Thanks for the late call in, but at least you got it done.
Yeah. All right, boys.
Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Fly Racing USA. Formula S helmet. Really cool. Great stuff.
Great stuff. Again, I felt safer for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
No, I say it as a joke, but honestly, for and I'll be excited to see it as it probably comes down farther in the line, but for the simple $100 more, and this may seem exaggerating, this literally could be the difference to life or death somebody out.
The developers told us look for an update soon. I don't know what soon means, to connect to your smartwatch. So you don't need your phone on you. You can
That's
connect
cool.
your smartwatch.
Yeah.
So that'll be good too. Really good stuff. Check it out. And thanks to the Fly Racing guys for doing that. And I got the new gear. I'm ready to go. Ready to roll. All right. Levi Kitchen, Paul Kitchen, Colt Nichols.
Yeah, we snuck another guest in there. I didn't
Lars
expect.
and Kris Keefer. Best interview tonight.
Lars, because I like listening to give you guys shit.
Yeah, he really took some shots at me, saying I'm not a supercross rider, but I'm also not a motocross rider.
But he gave you props on your testing.
Yeah.
But took some shots. It was very well balanced.
Balanced.
Very well
Right.
balanced. Not a little,
Right.
not too much, not too little.
Kiefer
Very well
was really upset when they were like telling him how good I was at my feedback on the bikes.
He's probably just like, I don't think his head ain't bigger than it is.
Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely good stuff. Thanks to all those guests. Appreciate this. And also, Sean, thank you for coming in, man. DecalMX.com. PulpMX23 is the code to save. Don't use the Vital code. Use the Pulp code.
You could try the Vital code occasionally.
No, don't use the Vital code. Just use the Pulp code, right? Yeah.
I didn't know the Vital was still active. Is it still active? Ouch. No disrespect. I didn't know it.
Oh, boy. Yep. PulpMX code, everybody. And so, yeah, basically, people can design their graphics. They can contact you. You give you an idea what they want. Logos, sponsors, within reason, because you can't do the energy drink stuff and all that. We all know that.
Right.
And then you design it, and then they proof it and send it back and forth. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then you've done 2 vintage bikes for me, graphics.
Yes.
And this stuff is perfect. It's perfect. You guys you've nailed down those old fonts and the old
The
graphic
vintage
look.
stuff's always scary.
Yeah.
Because they're more meticulous. They
Yeah.
want that prestige.
Yeah.
New CRF 450 or KTM Yamaha. It's like,
Right. Yeah. No, you do a good job on that, man.
Thank you.
So keep it up. Really appreciate the support of Decal Works and across our range. So.
I got a funny one here.
Yeah.
Somebody was asking about the data coming from the helmet, if it's shared with anybody. Somebody goes, yes, the helmet detects if you're thinking about other gear brands other than Fly and transmits that data directly to them.
Yeah, I mean,
You're gonna get a
that
Fly
is
ad?
that. Yeah, for sure.
Little Fly ads start popping up in your goggles.
how did they know?
Thanks,
Google
everybody,
ads
for
takes on all new meaning.
thanks, everybody, for Marks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday,
Thanks for coming
Marks.
in. Happy birthday, Marks.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Regard me.
Yes.
Yeah, happy birthday, Marks.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for all your work.
Happy
Appreciate it.
birthday
So we're
to
off
you
for
and
2
Brock
weeks?
Poppy.
We're off for 2 weeks?
We are off for 2 weeks, yes.
What the fuck?
You don't
These
want
kids, they don't want to work.
You don't
Well,
want to make
it was his
decisions, we
birthday,
make 'em
and
for
he's
you.
about to be hey, Brock Poppy. Hey, Poppy. Hey, Poppy.
Poppy.
Lone Wolf, yeah, good luck in this kid thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, coming up. Work on my return, though, first.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Before
sure,
the kid thing.
Would
We're
you
on it.
trust? Would you trust Steve to be like an uncle, like a guardian?
If Pookie was here, yes.
I already get shit
So, no.
because my buddy's kid, who's now 30 years old, when he was whatever age he was, he wanted to go to the movies, one of the Toy Stories. So I took him to the movies. Uncle Steve took him to the movies, but it was a long-ass line of concessions. So we go to the movie theater, we sit down in the seats, and then I'm like, hey, so I kind of wait for the movie to begin, and then I'm like, I'm going to go get food, concessions, popcorn, stay here. And I guess that was a big no-no.
Just leave the kid.
I mean, I said, don't move, Connor. Like, hey, stay right here. And he's like, okay. Like, the movie's on. So I went, and then I told the mom, and she was not happy. And it's still to this day gets brought up about how Uncle Steve just left the kid in the movie theater.
Watch kid get kidnapped.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So I don't know, man.
Bless your heart.
Yeah, I was just trying to avoid the line at the concession. But thanks, Tallon. And thank you, Marks.
Yes.
Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Moser, of course, Roto as well. Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You flew in straight from Washougal, so
Great time.
Yeah, thank you as always. Appreciate the time. Good job on Vital MX. Good job with that Mr. Side. Not so good with Lewis. And then I don't know the other guy's name still.
Sean.
He doesn't talk. But
No,
yeah,
he doesn't.
that
He
guy.
just does great work.
Right. So absolutely. Thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, people, for listening. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Thanks for taking us in and laughing and having some good time with it. It's just motocross. It's just some opinions. Don't take everything so seriously, right?
Like your opinion on two strokes.
Yeah. Great.
Oh, I heard about that. I was doing an order with a customer earlier, and he's like, well, when you see Steve, he was shitting on two strokes earlier.
See, I'm not shitting on him.
There was a whole thread on Vital about his other opinion. I had to shit can already.
I'm not shitting on two strokes. What I'm saying is, I don't care. There's a difference between saying two strokes suck. If I said two strokes suck, that's shitting on them. My opinion is, I don't care. I don't get excited.
Right.
Doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
I don't care about watching a bunch of two strokes around the track. I watched that
I don't want anybody shit-talking my man,
for 25 years.
Yeah.
That's the difference. See, if you disagree with somebody, it's not you're shit-talking them.
Yeah.
That's where we are in 2023. It's like, can I just not care? No. You have to be either all for it,
right,
or you're fucking all against it. I hate that. So, what's that for?
That's the dinner bell.
That's Price is Right. Ding
I
ding.
thought that was dinner bell.
We gotta go on that note. I'm not shitting on Two Strokes. I'm not shitting on Two Strokes. I just don't give a shit. So whatever that means, they'll shit talk.
For sure.
Not shitting on them, but I don't give a shit. There we go.
Quit being a dick.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. I really appreciate it. Sean Murdoch from Decal Works, Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. I'm Steve Mathis. See you in a couple weeks.
Don't eat that dick.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, I will burn.